Hello, everybody, and welcome to a Wednesday night movie live stream with me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined, as always, by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hi, guys.
Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi, guys.
And tonight we have our special guest, Bumpers Movies.
Hello.
So is this your first ever stream, Bumper?
First live one, yeah. First one I've been on. So
Oh, wow.
looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I give anything for the excuse to talk about movies for 4 hours because no one in my private life wants to hear me do it.
So. Same here with me. You talked about me. Oh, shut up about movies.
I know, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looking forward to it.
No. But anyway, the only question I normally ask in these streams is like, what was the last movie you watched? Who wants to go first?
Whoever.
You go first, Andy, if you like.
Okay. I watched loads of new movies this weekend. Well, they're not new movies, but first time watches. So I think the last movie I watched was a movie called Private School from 1983. Not a very good movie. Didn't hold up at all with its humour. But I enjoyed it. It's got Phoebe Cates in it and Matthew Modine, which I enjoyed it for what it was, but the humour in it is atrocious. Like every male character in it is just a horrible perv. But yeah, it was enjoyable for what it was. Like product of the time.
I've never heard of that one before. Cool. What about you, Mike?
The last film I watched was a film called Last Man Standing with Bruce Willis.
Yep,
it's kind of like it's basically like a remake of like Your Jimbo, Fistful of Dollars. Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah. What about you, Bumper?
I knew this question was coming, so I should have watched something maybe a bit more cooler. But no, I watched a film after the football last night. It was a bit late, so just a 90-minute horror film. It was a low-budget Irish film called You Were Not My Mother. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's a new movie that's out. It's just one of these typical slow burn. You know, nothing happens for the first hour, then it gives you a bit of batshit craziness at the end. But it was all right. It was well acted. I didn't fall asleep, so you know, yeah, it was okay.
That's a good review. That's a good review. It didn't make me fall asleep. That's one thing.
Yeah,
no, it was all right, but I just find slow burn horrors. They're a bit of a cheap filmmaking excuse. It's a bit like found footage used to be in the noughties. It's like, well, we'll do nothing for an hour, then we'll give them 10 minutes at the end, and we'll just call it slow burn, and it'll be all right. But you know,
Oh, that's good. For me, what was the last film I watched? I've been messing about with films all day, putting them on, seeing what they look like on the TV. But the last full watch was two of them. I watched them both on Sunday. It was Michael Caine in The Black Windmill. I picked that up on 101. That was quite a good sort of thriller. It's a bit like a Death Wish sort of mixed with the sort of James Bond spy sort of stuff. It was pretty good. And I also watched Weird Science for the first time and honestly really enjoyed it. It's basically Nanny McPhee, but with horny teenagers. It's really good. I must admit, I had a lot of fun with it. So yeah, I definitely will be watching 16 Candles and the other John Hughes films after that. I enjoyed it. So yeah. Anyway, as it's your first time on the stream, Bumper, do you want to promote your channel to people who may not know?
Sure, yeah, it's just called Bumpers Movies, for want of a better name, really. But that's just my nickname. Bumper is what everyone calls me. So, and it's just your typical unboxings, haul videos, some live footage from the shops. Because start doing some car boot sales now, hunting in the summer. But I mean, what about 6 months? When I first started, I had these big visions of me being like this top YouTube movie reviewer. So I'd be getting to the cinema every week and smashing out these reviews. And it's harder than it sounds reviewing movies and sounding, you know, like a proper critic. So I found this community for, you know, more of the collecting side of things where people are not too thing on your opinion. It's more just about, you know, cool movies and cult movies and collecting them and unboxing them. So, yeah. Happy days. That's all it is, really.
Yeah, it is. You haven't long started your channel, have you?
No, it's only been going about 6 months. I say it took a while to find my niche. I ended up deleting a few of my early videos in the end, because as you get a bit better as it goes on, I couldn't stand the sight of some of the older ones. So if anyone would watch them, I'd never know. But yeah, 6 months. My main views are on my unboxings. They're the ones I like doing, because usually when you buy a movie, an limited edition unboxing, you pay a bit for it. You've got some sort of love or affinity for the movie, and you don't buy it if you don't like them. I just find I'm better off talking about movies I enjoy and know a bit about. If they were made 20 years ago, they're made 20 years ago, innit?
Yeah. And a great channel you've got. Bumpers and everybody else's links to their channels is in the description. So if you ain't subscribed to them, pop them a sub. So anyway, let's get on to the comments. No, not the banners. The comments. That's better. Right. First up is... It disappeared. This is going well already. Right, we've got Edward Coppock here saying everything, all hope you are well. Evening everyone, hope you're all well. What's your thoughts on Disney's possibly returning to 2D animated movies? Oh, I'll say yeah, bring it on.
Good return to form.
Yeah.
I prefer the 2D stuff to the computer animated stuff.
When they say 2D, they're talking about the dimension, but I wonder, they need, yeah, exactly, go back to the traditional hand-drawn, because I don't mind CGI, but I bet the ones we all love are the ones that were drawn with a pencil, like Jungle Book, Pinocchio, even some of the 80s, 90s ones, But then Frozen and all, they make so much money, they're not going to,
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I'd be up for it. Yeah, I think most of the ones I prefer are probably the older 2D ones. So yeah, bring it on.
Yeah, I think the last one was Princess and the Frog, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was the last hand-drawn one. Yeah,
that must have been about 2009. Surely, it's quite a few years ago.
They made a big deal about the fact that they were going back to that one for hand-drawn. Yeah, because that was the last one.
They had a bit of a renaissance with those movies, didn't they? It was Tangled, Princess and the Frog,
Wreck-It
and there was
Ralph.
another one.
Yeah.
And it kind of brought them back on the map a bit, because Disney haven't always been the massive studio they are now. There was times when they were down and out, and they've been saved by movies, especially in the mid-90s, when they were releasing Treasure Island and things. It wasn't all Rainbows and Butterflies Anthem back then. So, I mean, now they're just massive, and they own Marvel, everything else, whatever.
Star Wars,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But they'll own us soon.
Yeah, there'll just be one movie studio, just be Disney, and that's it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's good. I think there's room for both of them. I think the 2D animated stuff are more emotion to it, because it's actually created more than the CGI stuff. So yeah, I hope they do it. Right. Next up, we've got Ash from Popcorn and Horror. Evening, gents. Hope everyone is well. Nice to see Bumper on the stream tonight. Great bloke.
Thanks, mate.
We've got Josh here from Classic Review saying, hello, fellas. How are all you tonight? Thanks for joining, Josh. Not doing too bad.
Oh, good.
Got a Marvel fan here saying, hi, guys. How are you? Not too bad again. Thanks for joining. We've got Did You See That? Yo, fellas, how are you? Thanks again for joining, mate. Doing well. We've got Matt here saying, evening, guys. Evening, Matt.
Evening.
DCR80 Gaming saying, hello, chaps. Hey, mate. DVD from Film Bloke says, hi. Hi, DVD from Film Bloke. Alan's here saying, time for your weekly business meeting, Playtendoguy. Absolutely. Yes. My dad's in the other room, and he said to me, oh, you're going for your business meeting? I said, yeah. He was going to say, he did say to me when he come in, he said, if you're doing it downstairs, are you going to wear a tie? I said, no. DCR80 Gaming says, Bumper, I'm from Cardiff, my friend. Big up the Wells crew.
I'll say it quietly, but I'm from Newport. It's a bit rough, like, so I wouldn't want him to think less of me.
We've got Gareth here from Video Tasty saying, "Evening, fellas. Thanks for joining, Gareth."
Hi, Gareth.
Right. DVD and Film Bloke says, "I've been quite slow on watching movies due to my ongoing project with cleaning those mouldy tapes. I've cleaned like 30 so far." Oh, that's good.
Wow.
Quick question, DVD and Film Bloke. How long does it take to clean one tape? That'd be interesting to know. I bet it takes quite a few hours. He also says, "I saw Birkenhair, which I actually thought was very entertaining for what it was. Even the dodgy accents didn't put me off." Isn't this the Andy Serkis and Simon Pegg one?
Yeah, I've not seen it though. I remember them being in it.
Yeah.
Tim
John
Curry's in it
Landis.
as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Is it? Oh.
I think it's the last
have you
film John Landis directed
Is it?
so far. Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's quite a few years old, though, isn't it? Like 2014, I think?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So what did you thought of it, Mike? Have you seen it?
I've not seen it. No, I just know about it.
What about you, Bumper? Have you seen it?
I think I've seen Birkenhair, no, like everyone else. I can like see the poster art with Andy Serkis and Simon Pegg in it, but I'm not big on Victorian set stuff. I don't mind some gothic horror, don't get me wrong, some of my favourites, but a lot of Victorian set stuff, I don't know, I'm just not my bag, really.
Yeah.
But if John
Pretty
Landis
certain
directed it, then I would have no problem checking it because he's a top director, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I picked it up from Poundland, but again, haven't seen it. We've got John here from Mondo Chelavec Movie saying, "Great to see Bump on the stream. I'm at work for a change, but we'll try and dip into the stream." Oh,
All
thanks for joining, John. Hope your shift goes well. DVD and Film Bloke says, "Once I've finished cleaning those tapes, I'm not going to keep them all because there's like 70 or 80 in total. I have a lot to watch." Yes, that certainly sounds like it.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, "When I get around to doing my next collection update, it would be either many hours long or 5 billion parts on the account of how many damn tapes there are."
What's this guy done then? Bought a load of old VHS tapes and just cleaning them up, or he's found a load in his house or something, is he?
Yeah, I think it's his
Be careful
granddad,
what's on
isn't
them, you
it?
never know what you'll
Yeah.
find. But I've seen the process for cleaning them because it's quite a popular subject matter now with some programs on Netflix, like Archive 81 or whatever, where they pop the back up and clean the tape with a solution. So I bet it's quite interesting, but painstaking. But
Yeah.
worth it if you find some old Playboy channel footage on one of them. You never know what you find in the attic in people's houses, do you?
Wow. We have Sparks Tron here saying, "Hi, Nanny McPhee with horny teenagers. Haha, the John Hughes stuff is a mixed bag. Breakfast Club is good." Yeah, that's another one I need to watch. I've been after that, but I think it's that one and Some Kind of Wonderful I need to get hold of.
Yeah, I think some of his stuff's really good, and some of it's really mediocre.
Yeah.
It's just, I think the top three for me are Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, Breakfast Club, and Ferris Bueller. And then there's some that's like in the middle. I do really enjoy Uncle Buck. That's a great movie as well. But she's having a baby and Kaylee Sue aren't the best. I'd probably say they're the two weakest, but Weird Science is a lot of fun. It's not my favorite, but I enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? What are some of your favorite John Hughes films?
I think the only one that I genuinely really, really love is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I think the rest of his movies, I either I like them or I think they're okay. But that one's probably one of my all-time favorites.
That's the one with John Candy and Steve Martin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I've seen clips of it. So again, another one I've got to look out for.
Yeah, very funny movie.
Yeah.
Isn't it like a Thanksgiving film?
Yeah.
Ah, right. So what about you, Bumpers? What is some of your favourite John Hughes films?
It's not one of my favourite genres, really. But yeah, The Breakfast Club is pretty iconic, isn't it? With the Simple Minds song in it. I like Uncle Buck. That's hilarious. Did he do The Great Outdoors?
I think he wrote that movie.
Right,
Yeah,
that's hilarious as well.
yeah. He's probably more famous for writing movies than directing them.
Yeah. But like I'm familiar with the name obviously because I love John Candy and he is, they go together, don't they? So yeah, so I don't know. I'd probably say one of the John Candy ones is my favourite. But yeah, I do like Breakfast Club as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He wrote Home Alone as well, and
that would make sense.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Oh, definitely up there then.
Yeah,
that one.
You're making your stream appearance tonight. We just saw your jumper as you walked through the door. He's just gone walking into the kitchen. We don't care. We've got Soph here saying, "Evening, gentlemen. Welcome, Bumper." Hey, Soph. Hey, Jason. John says, Soph. Soph says, "Bumper has a banging accent. I love it. Haha."
And my wife always reckons I talk like I need to cough. She was like, "Cough, cough." I'm like, "I don't need to cough." So sorry if I sound a little bit croak or hoarse, but just me, I like the guy from Cypress Hill.
Soph say, "Hey, John." Gareth says, "Have you ever seen a Cynthia Rothrock film?"
I'm ashamed to say I haven't, and I know of it, but I've never seen one of her movies, which I'm ashamed of.
What about you, Mike?
If I'm thinking, has she been in like a lot of Asian Hong Kong movies? Because I think if that's the case, I think she's in Millionaires Express, possibly that one. I'm hoping she's in that one, but I'll probably say that one.
What about you, Bumper?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Cynthia Rothrock because growing up in the early 90s, watching all the Kung Fu movies. I'm pretty sure she's in Best of the Best. I could be wrong, but something's telling me she's in Best of the Best. So I'd say that's one of them. And she's in one. She had her own sort of franchise where she's like a kick-ass cop. I don't know if it's called Undercover something. People will probably say in the comments, my memory's hopeless with titles. But Cynthia Rothrock, you know her. She got a blonde bob there. You know her if you've seen her. You've seen her in films. And you just don't realise. She's probably been in movies with Van Damme in his early career. Could be, she's quite popular back in the day.
Yeah. Honestly, the name doesn't ring a bell to me, but again, as you said, I probably do recognise her from quite a few films. It's just the name.
You will do, yeah. You have to Google her.
Yeah. We've got Gareth saying, "Hi, Soph." Hi, Gareth. We've got Jules here. She says, "Hello, my wonderful lot. Welcome to Bumper. This lovely lot will look after you."
Hi, Jules.
Hi, Jules.
Hey, Jules. We've got Gaming 2022 saying, "Hi, Playtendoguy." Hey, mate. Jill says, "Just watch the 365. I am speechless."
Is that the new Jessica Chastain one?
Is that the 355, isn't it? That new one with like the full... Yeah, I don't know. That's the only one I can think of. I'm not really sure about 365. If it's that new one, I've heard that's not very good.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things.
Yeah, I think she's on about the 355. I can picture the poster with the. It looks a bit like Oceans.
Ocean 8, yeah,
that's the one with the women. Yeah, looks a bit like that, but no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think its big selling point was that it was like directed or had something to do with one of the Bourne producers or something. I can remember that from the trailers. But no, I haven't seen it, but I think it came out this week and it's pretty cheap on Blu-ray, like only a tenner.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, "If the MCU decide to keep up with the releasing Spider-Man every 2 years, but this might mean we will get Spider-Man 4 next year, although they announce the next trilogy."
Thought they had to go back to Sony, didn't it, after the last one?
That's what I thought.
Back to Sony,
yeah. I thought they still owned it.
Yeah, Sony still owns Spider-Man. They just like leased them to like Marvel, didn't they, for a little bit?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I assumed like the next lot would be their own separate things away from the MCU. I won't say why, but I assumed so. But I
Yeah, I
don't
say
know.
Tom Holland's done in the role now. They'll give it a bit of a stopgap, and then they'll bring someone else in and just do standalone movies, see how it goes. I think they plan trilogies, don't they? But they don't always work out. Like Andrew Garfield didn't get his third film, did he? So you know,
It's all up in the air. I think they announced another Spider-Man spin-off this week, didn't they? Can't remember what it was called, but as some random character I've never heard of before. Give me a Spider-Ham film. Josh says, have you guys heard of a documentary called Dear Zachary, a letter about a father to his son? Watched it last night and it broke me, even if it's my favourite documentary. Never heard of it.
No, I've not heard of that one.
No, not heard of it. Sorry.
I have heard of it. I couldn't watch it. I cried just reading the title because it is a really heavy documentary. It's one of those ones you read the synopsis on Wikipedia and you don't want to watch it then really. But if you get through it, I imagine it's really uplifting for you. But it's pretty tough going that movie. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I can't even make it through Marley and Me, so no, I probably wouldn't be able to make it through that. We've got Dr. Impossible saying, evening Fantastic Four, evening Dr. Impossible, thanks for joining them. What's happened there? Marvel fan says hi. Jules, Marvel fan says so. DCR8 Gaming says, I can hear the Newport twang lol. My nan was from Carleon.
Yeah. Oh well, happy day, small world.
Jill saying hi, Marvel fan. Right, DVD and Film Book said it depends on the tape. Some quite stubborn ones may require multiple passes or manual cleaning, but with a normal tape with a little mold, it normally takes only 10 to 15 minutes. Oh wow, that's not too bad at all.
Nope, that's pretty good.
Hey.
I remember when you used to have long play, didn't you, on VHS tapes? You could get a 4-hour VHS tape and turn it into 8 hours. You get 5 films on one tape. I wonder what the quality would be like that now. Because I remember having one. It was like all urban movies that were on like Channel 4 and stuff. Like, have you ever seen Posse? It's like a Western, but it's got like Mario Van Peebles and all in. And CB4 with Chris Rock. Have you seen that? They're all like 80-minute films, but they would be on like 2 o'clock in the morning on Channel 4 back when TV was good. And I used to have 5 of them on the same VHS, all on one tape, 5 movies. So I just wonder how that would look now, like, if you compared it to these movies on Blu-ray or whatever, because the way the tape was stretched. Do you know what I mean? But, crazy to think.
Yeah.
I used to like tape over loads of stuff when I was a kid, like with the VHS. I remember when I was a kid, when we first had a VHS player, I put a sandwich in the VHS player.
Okay.
Well, I was only about 3 at the time, but I remember my mum always said, I remember the time when we had the VHS player and you put a sandwich in it. That is a story that I never get lived down. I always get it repeated to me. Oh, wow. Anyway, Marvel fan says he's doing fine. That's good. DVD and Phone Book says, I know. You want to know how to do it? I used a blog on Lunchmeat VHS. Oh, that's cool. It'd be interesting to know how you do that. Right. Dr. Impossible says, I finally watched Peter Watkins' controversial 1971 drama docu Punishment Park. Incredible film that still makes me shudder and fear Big Brother Watkins' style of directions is in your face. Have you seen this one?
No, never heard of it. Very sick.
No.
Right.
Sounds like it might be interesting.
Now
swapping places. Just give a sec. You can use the TV now. You just use the TV remote.
I'll make a note of that one on my phone and have a little look into it.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Sorry about this. Right, we are back. Could I have more water, please? On the floor. Oh, wow. But anyway, no, I haven't heard of this one.
Yeah, it says a fictional movie about prisoners who get hunted for sport. Sounds all right. From 1971. Sounds like
Thank you.
Hard Target, I suppose, but set in the 70s with in the war or whatever it was.
Sounds like The Running Man as well. Running Man, Hard Target.
Yeah.
Well, we're in the kitchen now, so hopefully we won't get no disruptions unless my dad goes in for food. Right, we've got Josh saying Pete's dad is hoping that there's some McDonald's commercials on those tapes. Don't worry, I showed him a clip today of like eggs boiling in a pan in 4K, and that made him hungry.
Any reason why you were watching eggs boiling in a pan on 4K? Or?
Why not? I thought,
suppose.
they said, "Oh, those eggs look real."
Yeah, that's the dad eating the telly.
Well, I probably better not show him that, or we'll try to eat the telly. Oh, DVD from Funbook says, yeah, I found them in my granddad's garage whilst helping him clean it. Sadly, when I discovered them, most, if not all of them, had some mold on them. Yeah, you were saying about it last week and the week before, but it's quite cool. Hopefully you've got some good titles there. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear what titles you've got. Jill says, oops, porn talk has started. Well done, Bumper.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the tone down.
Don't worry, I think, was it last week or the week before, we were talking about porn films at about 11 o'clock in the morning at night. I think like the final hours, late night porn chat or something.
Yeah.
I used to work in Sky in a call centre, and you used to have to work shifts. And if you worked the night shift till 11 o'clock, you'd have men phoning up to put the rude channels on, and they'd all say, will my wife see it on the bill? They'd all ask the same question. It's so funny. Like, no, it won't show on the bill, mate. Or drunk at like 11:15, because they used to do like a 10-minute teaser, didn't they? And then it would be encrypted. So they'd watch that, like, and then they'd be phoning up to put it on then. It's just so funny. Busiest time of the day for Sky, that was 10 to 11 at night.
Yeah, I bet the phones were off the hook.
Oh god.
Right. DVD from Filmbloke says, thankfully most of them only had tiny spots of mold which were easy to clean. If I had discovered them years down the line, the mold would have probably destroyed them.
Yeah.
Most of mine have been upstairs for like 15 to probably 20 years, so I should think they're absolutely done.
Isn't it called vinegar syndrome or something? Because there's a distribution company in the vinegar syndrome.
Yeah.
I think that comes from, it's a thing that happens to tape when it's left and it, when looked after in like a warehouse for donkey's years, it like deteriorates or whatever, and they call it vinegar syndrome. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I always wondered why this company was called Vinegar Syndrome, because I always thought it sounded a bit weird, so I googled it, and then that's what it came up for the reason.
Oh, that's cool. I just thought it was created by somebody who liked vinegar a lot.
Yeah.
So no, it is to do with film, so that makes sense.
DVD from Film Bloke says, it's mostly just mainstream films, Billy Connolly, some sitcom stuff, and a few carry-ons. Oh, wow. That's cool. Joel says, Marvel fan, it would be great to have you on a stream one day. It's great seeing new people on the stream. Yep, would be brilliant to have you on, mate. You know you can contact me on Instagram if you want to join in the future stream. Ash says, okay, guys, what's your favourite home invasion movie and why? I recently watched the remake of Funny Games, enjoyed, but not average movies, not your average movie style.
Home invasion.
Would you class the original Don't Breathe as a home invasion movie?
Yeah, it's kind of like it in a different way, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's home invasion, but
in reverse.
Yeah,
the roles are flipped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that one. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
The Strangers is probably the most mainstream one, isn't it? But
Yeah, I was going to say The Strangers. I quite like that film. I know a lot of people it gets a lot of hate from some people, but I thought it was pretty good. It has quite a dark ending. Yeah,
it's pretty good. The Strangers. There's a good French home invasion thriller. It was remade with I want to say Nicolas Cage and Nicole Kidman. I think it was called Kidnapped when it was remade. But the French title is like just whatever Kidnap is in French. But the French one's really good. I haven't seen the remake with Nicolas Cage, but that's a pretty good home invasion one. But Funny Games, it is a weird film because it does that thing. It's got a name. You know, like when the characters, they start talking to you like through the camera. I can't think what they call it. They call it jumping something.
Like breaking the fourth wall.
Breaking the fourth wall, that's it.
Yeah.
So it does that in Funny Games. Like it's really like violent and mean, but every now and again the character takes you out of it by doing this breaking the fourth wall, whatever you call it. I don't recommend Funny Games. I didn't like it, but I wouldn't put anyone off watching it. I like extreme horror, but it's just downright mean, like to the kid that's in it. Basically, you know, this kid's about 9 or whatever, and the stuff these kids are making him do, I just can't get no enjoyment out of it whatsoever. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. I've seen the remake. I have Michael Haneke, the director. He done the original and the remake. Yeah. The remake's basically shot for shot, but it's got Tim Roth in it and Naomi Watts. So it sounds pretty accessible when you see the cast, but it's a horrible watch. It's not even violent. It's just like like nuanced and I don't know. Like they make the kid put like a pillow sack over his head so he can't breathe and just hold it there. And it doesn't sound much, but it's just really like it just gets under your skin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
I've seen the original. It's not a pleasant watch.
No. I'd watch the one. I wouldn't watch the other one. I wouldn't see the point.
Yeah, because one of them comes over, doesn't he? And he keeps asking for like eggs, and he's like, "Have you got any? Can I have some eggs?" And he won't leave, and it's really uncomfortable. I'm just.
It's well acted because you want to punch the kids, you want to smash your TV and watching it, but it's not. I don't like it.
Yeah. What about you, Andy? What are some of your favourite home invasion films?
I don't really know, to be honest. I kind of know what I'm getting into when I'm watching them because some of them they're not very pleasant when they touch on it. If they go too far, because I think as we were saying the other week, that bit in Henry is really disturbing. But the only one I can really think of is Funny Games.
Right. Didn't The Strangers get a sequel? I thought it did.
Yeah, Pray at Night. It's directed by Johannes Roberts. He done the Resident Evil movie as well, the newest one. It's not bad, I don't think, the second one. It's one of those films that, you know, sometimes you watch movies and you forgot about them 2 days later. But I remember thinking it was all right. Pray at Night, Strangers, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Dr. Impossible says, I also watched a terrific Sherlock Holmes film with Christopher Plummer and James Marsden called Murder by Decree. Probably the best written Holmes ever written and is superbly directed and acted. I think I know which one this is. I'm pretty certain it's on like the Studio Canal release or something on Blu-ray. Pretty certain it is, but I haven't seen it. But I do like Sherlock Holmes, so I'll have to keep an eye out for it. Have any of you guys seen it?
No.
I'm
not the biggest Sherlock Holmes fan, to be honest. The only Sherlock Holmes movie I really like is Young Sherlock Holmes. Like I love
Such
that
a good film. Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I'm not the biggest Sherlock Holmes fan. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. I don't mind the TV show with Benedict, but I didn't like the films with Robert Downey Jr. Peter Cushing is pretty good in the old ones and Hounds of the Basketballs. You know, they're great movies just for comfort viewing. But I've never heard of that one with Christopher Plummer. No. Young Sherlock Holmes is amazing. Though it's produced by Steven Spielberg, isn't it? So pretty I don't want to say underrated, but maybe underseen to modern audiences anyway.
Yeah, it's underappreciated.
Yeah, for sure.
It's very entertaining.
It's a good gateway to horror because when they all start tripping and all off the stars of the shooting in the necks, it gets a little bit. Well, it's not scary, is it? But you know what I mean. Like, you know, for a younger kid, like it's a bit fantasy and whatever.
I don't think it's actually got a UK Blu-ray release, has it?
I haven't had it since VHS, young Sherlock Holmes. But it is on film 4 quite often, so.
Yeah, it is. I recorded it the other week, so it's saved there. Unless my dad deleted it.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, I haven't heard of that one, no.
We've got Sparkstron here saying, anything with John Candy is good, going back to Hughes films. Uncle Buck and Planes, Trains are my favourites, but even Candy as the cop in Blues Brothers stills the scene. Orange Whip? Yeah.
Go hand in hand, John Hughes and John Candy.
Definitely.
Just great. Even in like Home Alone. He's great in that, you know.
Oh yeah, he's amazing in Home Alone. Yeah, what's the band he's part of?
Yeah,
I can't think what they're called, but he's like, we sold 2 million records. He's like, in Chicago? No, Sheboygan.
Yeah, Sheboygan. Big in Sheboygan.
Yeah. I like him in what's it called? Who's Harry Crumb? Have you ever seen that when he's a bumbling detective?
No.
Oh my god, it's hilarious. You need to check that one out. Who's Harry Crumb is called. Like from the 80s. It might have some John Hughes influence. I can't say for sure. It's part of his sort of like collection of like comedies when he was at the top of his game, you know, when he's headlining movies. But, it's good.
That's cool. Oh, I'll have to check that out.
I like bumbling detective movies when they're done right. They can be hilarious.
Yeah, I haven't seen much John Candy, to be fair. I've seen a few of his ones, like from the Hughes and other films of that ilk, and I've also seen Cool Runnings. That's all I've seen.
Oh, Cool Runnings is good as well. Fair play,
Yeah, I do like that film.
Spaceballs is one of my favourites.
Spaceballs is hilarious as well.
I need to see that. That does look fun. That's a Mel Brooks, isn't it?
Yeah. I used to get Mel Brooks and John Hughes confused when I was younger because I don't know why, but they were both everywhere in the 80s when it came to comedy movies. But
We've got Matt H saying, what's your favourite performance by Casey Affleck?
I love him in Gone Baby Gone. That's one of my favourite films. As he's terrific and that he's really gives his all basically. Like he's really believable. He's like a private eye. Have you seen that Gone Baby Gone? It's directed by Ben Affleck, so obviously Casey Affleck's in it. And it came out not long after the Madeleine McCann thing, so it wasn't very well thing in this country, but it is basically about a young girl who goes missing and the police won't do anything. So they hire this private eye who's Casey Affleck, and he just gets really in over his head, like, you know what I mean? It's got Morgan Freeman in there as well, so it's got a good cast. Really good film if you get your hands on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
But
other searching up
other films he's in it. I think he's in a film called A Ghost Awaits or A Ghost Story.
Ghost Story,
yeah. He's in Manchester by the Sea.
Yeah.
Because I used to like Casey Affleck, I really did, but then all these stories started coming out of how he was a bit of a weirdo and a bit of a noiser on set. So I haven't really sort of been keeping a track of his career recently. But there was a time when he was doing some good movies, good actor, fair play.
Yeah.
It says he's in Good Will Hunting, is it?
Yeah.
God,
oh, well, I'll say that then.
Well, I think one of mine's probably he's got a very small role in the movie, but American Pie.
Oh, right, okay.
I think he plays like one of the he plays
Kevin's brother.
Kevin's brother.
Yeah.
I'll have to watch that again.
Tells him about the book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah.
Oh, cool. What about you, Mike?
Mine's probably the assassination of Jesse James. He plays Robert Ford. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a great film. We've got DVD from Film Bloke saying they date from 85 to around 2003. Wow, that's cool. Mm-hmm. Talking about VHSs, I see something on Facebook today. I think it might be in the Big Paulie group, but it's about a VHS from Cars. You know, the one that came out in 2006? That's the last VHS Disney ever done in America, and that goes for like silly money.
Wow.
I was just like, they made VHS for Cars. I was like, wow. We got Danny here from This Is My Life saying, hello, folks. Hey, Danny, hope you're well.
Hi, Danny.
Matt H says, I really enjoyed the 355. That's good. It's good to hear. Danny says, "Get Playtendoguy to 1,000 subs, guys." You don't have to say that, mate.
You get there one day, no doubt.
Jill says, "No, it's the 365 days on Netflix." Oh my god.
Okay.
Let me just. Let
Is
me
it,
have a
sounds
look.
like is it a documentary or film? Sounds like it might be a documentary, but who knows?
I'm having a look. It is a title. It's about a woman getting kidnapped by a mafia member, and they keep her hostage for like 365 days.
God,
Wow.
they really didn't want to pay the bail, not the bail, the ransom. 365 days. Didn't kidnap my wife, did they?
Oh wow. Josh says the 355 is directed by the schmuck who made Dark Phoenix. Make of that what you will. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Dark Phoenix, and I don't know whether I want to. I've heard so many bad things about it.
Yeah, I've not seen it either, and I just don't have any desire.
Yeah.
They just can't seem to get that storyline right with X-Men.
No, they
that
can't.
Phoenix storyline, like they messed it up with, The Last Stand. And it looks like they messed up this time as well.
Yeah, I think mainly because of the Disney takeover, weren't it this time about?
Yeah. It's just not a good movie. I mean, even the look of the movie is just bad. I mean, X-Men Apocalypse, the way that movie ended, like the X-Men suits have never looked better in my opinion, because they look like as close to the cartoon as they could get, and they looked really sleek and amazing. And then they start Dark Phoenix off, and the suits are just so bland and generic and boring. And just you can't differentiate any of them at all. It's just it's a bad movie.
But
they dropped the ball, didn't they, with The Last Stand, really, because they could have been on for a good trilogy there with Bryan Singer directing the first two, but then they gave it to the guy who done Rush Hour, Brett Ratner. He just wasn't prepared for a superhero movie. I mean, it's only on for an hour and a half. All good super movies are on for about 2 hours 20. That's the first thing I look for with a superhero movie is the running time, because if it says 90 minutes, you just know it's going to be crap because there's so much to unpack. But I mean, giving it to Brett Ratner and casting Vinnie Jones, it just it's not, and then killing off Professor X as well. Like, it was just it's a shame because 1 and 2 were really good. Special effects are a bit shoddy and dated in the first one now, but you can forgive that, can't you, if it was good at the time? I'm not familiar with the later ones. I've seen them all, but they mold into one, which is the one where it's set in Egypt in the pyramids. Is that Dark Phoenix? No.
Yeah, Apocalypse. Yeah,
that's Apocalypse. I've seen them, but they just all mush into one. Like,
I think I've seen First Class, which I think the First Class is probably the best one. I wasn't that keen on Days of Future Past when I first watched it. Mind you, this was like about 11 o'clock at night, so I was half asleep.
Yeah, I'd say First Class and Days of Future Past are the two best ones out of the new ones. If you're not counting Logan. But yeah, those first two with James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender, they're great.
Yeah, First Class was really good. I like Caleb Landry Jones as well. He plays Banshee. I think it's called Banshee anyway. Yeah, he's a good actor.
Yeah. Here we go. DVD and Film Book says a sealed copy of Batman Forever was found in the lot, so I'm keeping it and have no intentions of opening it. I'm watching it. Besides, I have the film uncut on Blu-ray. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's a guilty pleasure movie of mine. I know it's not good, but I still love it.
It's a fun film. It is.
Yeah,
it's a fun film.
Yeah.
Jim Carrey, Tommy Lee Jones, they're fighting off against each other for the limelight, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think when people are critical about those Batman movies, they forget the comic book movies. You know what I mean? I'm not a great advocate of them, but there's no point slating them for being what they're supposed to be. Is they like really? So.
I remember somebody I spoke to. They said, "Oh, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, terrible films." I said, "Do you hate fun or something?" They're fun. They're fun. They're not good films, but they're fun. Oh, they're not fun. was
I
like,
remember
oh,
seeing the one with Mr. Freeze in the cinema, and the one-liners Arnie was coming out with. It was just like it was terrible, but it's just that's why you love Arnie for. If you're
yeah,
you know, an
Yeah.
Arnie fan from the 80s, 90s, his one-liners and whatever. Like so,
Yeah.
yeah, they're entertaining, they're fun, harmless. They're not the best, but they're enjoyable.
Yeah.
I mean, the bar's been set high for Batman now, though, hasn't it? So you know,
Yeah.
Very much so. But I'm a bit disappointed the way those two Batman movies sort of like gave Joel Schumacher a really bad name because he's such a
Yeah.
good director outside of those movies.
Mm.
Like the other films he's done have just been so good.
Yeah.
yeah.
Winds me up a bit.
I can give you a good Joel Schumacher film you might be interested in. You might not have seen it because it was direct to DVD in the 90s when his career was going down a bit, but it got Henry Cavill in and Michael Fassbender. It's called Blood Creek. Have you ever heard of that?
I heard of it.
Yeah, heard of it. Yeah, yeah.
I picked it up on Amazon for like £1.95 on Blu-ray, and it's like a German occult Nazi devil worshipping testing sort of movie like you've seen 1,000 times. But like I said, it's got Fassbender in it, Henry Cavill, Dominic Purcell from Prison Break, and it's directed by Joel Schumacher. So if there was a direct-to-DVD movie to catch your eye, that would be the one. Like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, great. Right.
I would usually sort of reach behind my collection and show it to you, but they're all gone.
What is happening here? Don Impossible says, look, Candy was cheese as hell in Who's Harry Crumb, though I do enjoy the multiple identity crisis Candy has in Crumb. It's silly fun.
Okay.
I can always just remember the scene when he's trying to spy on this person and he's at this party and he manages to get on the ceiling somehow and there's one of those big fans and he's just on the fan spinning around like so no one notices him. It's just stupid, but it's hilarious, you know. Like.
Oh, wow.
There's a scene at the end like where he's saving the day and he's got I need a hero over the top and he's sort of going down this runway on the steps they use to get people on the planes, like trying to catch up with this plane or something. I don't know. It's just hilarious.
Oh, wow. Sounds like a lot of fun.
It's definitely fun. Fair play.
Edward says, what's your thoughts on the Beatles Get Back extended cut? Could we actually see one?
I mean, with all the footage they had to use, I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, didn't they have like 40 hours worth of footage?
They had like 50 hours worth of footage and they condensed it into about 8 or 9 hours, didn't they?
I've still not watched it. It's just getting the time to watch it because it's like 9 hours long, isn't it?
Yeah. I sat and watched it when it first came out and it was good. It was good, but
yeah.
A lot of it is just them in the background just talking and rehearsing. I'd say the final episode's the best one because you've got like the Abbey Road rooftop performance, which is great to watch.
Yeah.
But the Blu-ray was supposed to come out like last month, but it's got delayed now indefinitely. Apparently there was issues going on with the quality of the Blu-ray and there was no special features at all. So I don't know what's going on.
Weird.
Right. Danny says, I picked up the entire Hunger Games movies in Steelbook for £5. That's really good. Good price. I'm not the biggest fan of the films myself, but that's a good price.
Yeah.
Was it 3 films, is it, or 4? 3, is it?
I think there's four because the final one's split into 2, isn't it? Like Mockingjay Part 1 and 2. They did the Harry Potter.
Yeah.
I've only seen the first 2. Not for me.
Yeah.
Give me Battle Royale any day of the week.
Exactly. When I went to the cinema to see the first Hunger Games, and I just for the entire time I was like, I wish I was watching Battle Royale. The whole movie. Yeah,
for sure. I know.
Absolutely. I remember watching Hunger Games, and I was like, "Oh, there's hype for it. Let's watch it." And I was like, well, "That's it. Boring. Boring." And then I watched Battle Royale for the first time a couple of years ago, and I was like, "Wow, this is like the Hunger Games, but actually good."
Yeah, there's nothing boring about Battle Royale.
Yeah, there's no dodgy wigs.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, the annoying boy in here with the fringe, I can't think what his name is. Josh Hutcherson, is it?
Yeah.
He annoys me as well.
We've got Matt B Movies here saying good evening all. Good evening, Matt.
Good evening, Matt.
Danny's saying hi to Matt. DVD Film Bloke says only a few people get this. In the next Spider-Man film, they need to recast Aunt May with Gary Busey. Look up the Toy Biz famous cover Aunt May and try not that laugh.
Oh God, if she looks like Gary Busey, then they want to sack their artist, I think.
I love Gary Busey, man.
Oh yeah, he's hilarious.
Yeah,
It's great.
yeah.
I think Point Break was his was about the best they got for him, mine, wasn't it? But he's in Point Break, isn't he? Yeah.
I think so, yeah. I always like him in the Buddy Holly story. That was a good film.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah, actually, I've seen that when he was on TV a long time ago. He played that role pretty damn well. But Silver Bullet's the other one, isn't it? The Stephen King with Corey Haim.
Under Siege and Lethal Weapon.
Oh, yeah. Under Siege,
Predator 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's true. So he's been in quite a few films. I didn't
around,
realise. Yeah.
His son's a good actor as well. Like I like Jake Busey. Like when he
Jake Busey.
Yeah. Oh, my internet history is going to be weird. Toy Biz Aunt May.
I just tried to have a look. I couldn't find anything. Only tried quickly. But Gary Busey as well, where his career was a bit washed up. He'd done the role of Ginger Dead Man. Have you seen that Ginger Dead Man?
I've seen the trailer. Yeah.
He does the voice of that. It's just a Chucky thing, like serial killer gets murdered and puts his soul into a gingerbread man. And it's Gary Busey, like, it's just hilarious.
Okay, I'm intrigued by this. Killer Gingerbread Man.
There's like there's three of them, and they done a crossover with Evil Bong. Have you ever seen the Evil Bong movies?
Evil Bong?
Yeah, it's a bong, and like it's got Cheech in it from Cheech and Chong, and he owns his shop. And people go in and they smoke this bong, evil bong, and then they just end up, I don't know. It hasn't got a big budget, so I don't,
wow.
But if you search up the company Full Moon Pictures, they do Puppet Master. They're their own distribution company. They do cheap horrors, and they own the rights to Ginger Dead Man and Evil Bong. So you can check out all those delights if you go on the website.
Killer Gingerbread Men and Killer Bongs. What next?
But the crossover, the movie ad and the crossover is hilarious.
Oh wow. I've learned something new tonight.
I know. I bet all the shit films make, don't we? I watch them so you don't have to.
Matt saying evening to Danny. We've got Tony Crosby here saying good evening, people. Good evening, Tony.
Hey.
Marvel fan says I'd love to, but my anxiety getting in the way, probably, but not. Yeah, no problem, mate. No rush. I totally get that. DVD Film Bloke says there was some stuff taped off the TV. I've only cleaned one of them so far. Pretty much all of them were commercial releases.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember most of mine is just like SMTV Live recorded on my VHSs. I remember when I went round with stepbrothers, he had a VHS player and he said, we're going to watch this old classic film. Unfortunately, it wasn't a film. He accidentally picked the wrong tape. His girlfriend weren't best peas. It was Babe Station. And I got quickly chucked out of the room. Turned out he had to sleep on the bench in the park all night.
Wow.
God, just for watching Babe Station. Jeez, imagine if she caught him on the stuff you could watch now on your phone. That's what I mean, man. You've got to be careful. You go through rooting through old VHS tapes and start checking what's on them. You're going down a rabbit hole, I can tell you, that you might not want to go down.
Yeah. I think this was not long after he got caught on the bills on the phone bills, and he had a phone bill for like 300 quid. She said, where did that go to? He said, the builders.
She reported the Crime Watch. They wouldn't have done anything.
So anyway, she did some research. She found the number, rang it up, and it was a woman on the end. Said, what's this? Oh, this is like Babe Station. And she had a go at him.
Some woman with an English accent, but the call terminates in Ghana.
He said, I must have caught the wrong number. The builder's number's very similar.
Yeah. You find the builder in the back of the sun as well, did he? Or
Yeah, she said, "Is that why you ring up the builder at like 1 o'clock in the morning?" He's a 24-hour builder, he said.
oh yeah, getting a bit dark now. This conversation.
Oh. Anyway, Sparkstron said maybe you thought the VCR was a toaster. I'm sure you weren't the only one.
That's when you put your sandwich in the VHS. People.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting what I'm talking about now. Yeah, I can remember. Apparently, it went in, but thankfully, my mum got it just before it started to read it or something, or we would have had to have another one. But there you go. That's 3-year-old me. If that was 3-year-old me now, I'd probably put ham in the DVD or Blu-ray player. Jill said your dad will be in the kitchen soon, Poldark. No, he's probably asleep on the floor. Dr. Impossible says Betamax was a better system in my view, but the cost of the player was horrific in the early days. My father's Betamax player in '82 cost about £700. You were the envy of the neighbourhood. Yeah, I think my dad had one, or he got one from my stepbrother, but yeah, they're quite cool machines.
With all the formats, they've always had this competition, haven't they? Like VHS and Betamax, DVD and Laserdisc, and what do they have with Blu-ray? Was it HD or something?
HD.
Yeah.
You see them in like CEX and things, don't you, now and again?
Yeah, I do love going into charity shops. My local one thinks HD DVDs are like Blu-rays and charge a £5 for them.
Charity shops are clueless when it comes to pricing. I don't know if they're greedy or the people just haven't got a clue.
Well,
what they're doing.
Mine are very clever because they charge like really expensive prices for Blu-rays, but they charge like 10p for DVDs.
It just don't make sense. I've seen some Blu-rays in the window of charity shops more expensive than if you just went in CX and got them. So
yeah, it's ridiculous, but I don't know. I think they as I said, they just check eBay.
Yeah.
We've got Jules saying Marvel fan says these lot will look after y'all. Thanks, Jules.
Yeah.
Josh says, just found out the title for Avatar 2, which is Avatar The Way of the Water. Very funny. Okay.
It's just one of those films, Avatar, and when you've seen it the first time, you got caught up in the moment. You come out the cinema like, yeah, that was awesome. And then you got the DVD 6 months later, sat there and watched it and thought, it's pretty crap, actually. Maybe you don't feel like that. I don't know.
That was exactly what happened.
Really.
That's exactly what happened with me. I went to the cinema to see it. I loved it. And then I got the Blu-ray and I just couldn't get through it. I was like,
it's just not good at all.
Yeah.
I don't like it anyway.
I was hyped up for it. Oh, can't wait till the DVD come out. Picked it up, watched it. I was like, wow, it's Pocahontas in space.
It don't have the same effect as it went. I think I watched it on the IMAX. I think it's the only film I ever seen on IMAX. But way different experience to the home video watch.
I just hope that it's worth the wait because we've got loads more coming up, whether we like it or not.
I bet Sam Worthington can't wait. He's been on the dole, has he? Waiting for this movie. I can tell you a fact about Sam Worthington. He never wanted to be an actor. Right? He was dropping his girlfriend off at the time in Australia to her audition, and the guy stuck his head in the car and said, "Do you want to come and audition for a part?" And that's how he started in a low-budget Australian film. He was just whatever, like bumming around, construction work or whatever, like similar to like Tom Hardy, but. Yeah, I don't mind those stories, mind, you know what I mean? But I think it starts to show after a while, don't it? Because he was in a lot of films at one point, Sam Worthington, but then you don't see him in a lot now. And a lot of the reviews did used to pan his accents and things, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the last film I saw him in was Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah, I think that was the last film I've heard he was in, but I think pretty much all the cast are returning for Avatar 2, aren't they?
They will. Will there be a lot of money involved? But he'll just be substance over style over substance again. But the guy's lost a lot of weight though, hasn't he? The one from Don't Breathe. So did he die in the first Avatar? I can't remember. He was really big and muscly in the first one. But he might have died anyway, so he won't be coming back. I don't know. I can't remember.
Is it Stephen Lang?
Yeah, he's coming back.
Oh, he is coming back, is he?
Yeah. He's going to be in all of them. I think he's going to be in all 5 of them or whatever it is. I don't know how, but
I'll probably end up
They'll
watching it. I'm
bring
sat
back
here
some more.
laughing, but I know they watch it, but
Mm.
I'm not expecting much, that's for sure. You know they're going to be on for over 3 hours each as well, don't you? Like, it's just it's a chore, like, in the end.
Yeah. Tony says, just finished cleaning up a few DVDs and Blu-rays for a few charity shops, and you think they'd eaten jam sandwiches off them.
Tend to be kids' films, they're the ones that are always destroyed when you buy them second-hand.
Yeah, when you go into when I worked in CX, you used to get people bringing this, check them out, and it's like, what do you use them for? You just put them in the holder, let the film play, and then put them back in there. It looks like they've been given a Freddy Krueger for the weekend. It's unbelievable.
That's why I don't mind buying boutique second-hand, though, because you know if it's a boutique release and someone's giving it in, they probably
that'd be all right.
because they were collecting it first before selling it. But random films, you know, kids ones especially, they wrecked most of them.
Yeah,
I can't even find them in CX half the time. I've gone in there with my daughter. She's picked up like 10 films and only walked out today with 3 because you can't even find them most of the time.
That's true. That's very much true. When I worked there, somebody left a few days beforehand and mixed up all the shelves, so all the films were all over the place.
Oh, that would be a nightmare, wouldn't it, with the amount of films they got in there? Like,
oh yeah. We've got Retro Chef here saying, evening, gents. Evening, Retro Chef. Dr. Impossible says, the first 2 titles I had on the Betamax was Conan the Destroyer on RCA Columbia and Silver Street with Richard Prague and Gene Wilder on Magnetic. Cool.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, vinegar syndrome normally happens to films magnetic tape if stored in damp or non-weather controlled conditions. White mold can start appearing on the tape, which gradually eats the oxide.
Yeah, I knew it was something along those lines. Like, I wasn't sure of the science, but happy days.
It's pretty interesting. I should think mine are absolutely white and upstairs. Matt says, the first Purge film, would you class that as a home invasion film? I've heard a lot of people say that is kind of like a home invasion film.
Class it as home invasion.
Yeah.
It's a massive missed opportunity, that movie, though. It had such great potential behind it, and it just doesn't execute it at all.
No. It's just so average.
Yeah.
There's how many films? 5 films now, I think.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I'm a massive horror buff. I won't usually miss a horror film if it's got a budget, like The Purge or whatever, but I gotta say, I watched the first one, I haven't watched any of the other ones. I like Frank Grillo as well, and he's in 1 or 2 of the other ones, isn't he? But I'm a bit like you. After watching the first one, zero motivation to watch any of the other ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've got them all, bar the new one, and I'm like, they're still sealed. I'll get there eventually.
One of them set in Britain, isn't it? I don't know if it's filmed in Britain, but isn't one of them set in Britain?
I think so.
I think it's the third one. That. Anarchy, I think.
The election year, is it?
Yeah, well, no, I don't know. We don't call them elections, do we? Well, I don't know anyway, but I think one of them's set in Britain anyway.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
I know there's a TV series as well.
Well, they just give fans what they want, and they make all these abstract TV shows in the hope they might do well. When, you know, just give us what you know will do well. Because don't they cancel loads of shows these days? This is the problem with streaming. It's the market is so oversaturated with TV shows now. You haven't got the time to watch them all. They can be really good, but they'll still get cancelled because they're not pulling in the viewing numbers because people just haven't got enough time to watch them all.
No.
Exactly.
It's going to eat itself a live streaming, honestly, because there's more coming now as well, isn't it? So, if Paramount doing one, or I heard someone else doing one, Universal or something.
Everybody's going to do one, because like over here we've got BritBox, and I've heard that BBC are going to do their own independent one now.
Yeah, so it's just going to spread the titles that you can watch across so many different platforms. You have to be paying.
People can't afford to do it. I mean, if you've got Sky and then you've got like Netflix, Amazon, all sorts, you just can't afford to do it.
And this is when physical media will come back, because look at the Netflix movies that are coming out now as well. The quality has dropped so much. Look at that Bubble or whatever it's called. The cast is to die for. It had Karen Gillan in it. I can't even think of who else in it. And it was just horrendous. It was just an excuse to get a load of overpaid actors into a room and just, I don't know, dick about. Like, do you know what I mean? It's just, you know, what happened to like sitting down and writing a movie like, 6 months in production, 12 months in whatever, these days they just churn them out. It's just
Absolutely.
so many actors after the work, like, you know, they do their own thing, but
Absolutely, because like Netflix figures, like subscription figures, have gone down a bit now, haven't they?
yeah, they've dropped. Yeah, but I imagine like Disney probably took a lot of titles off them. Did they when they started Disney Plus? Because they own so many different ones. I bet they nicked a load off them.
Yeah.
And then
But
HBO Max, Amazon Prime. There's so many of them now.
the thing that I'm not liking is that they're now going to include adverts in these streaming packages.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got your attention now, haven't they? They just whatever to make money now, I guess. But,
And I'm just like, you're paying for this, so please, no adverts. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're changing the rules a bit as well of you know how many people you can have on your subscription or share your subscription with. They've muted that right down.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I mean, have as many logins as you want, as long as it's all on the same IP address in the same house. But I mean, you know, if you're just giving it out to, you know, your next door neighbor and all, then you could see why they wouldn't be up for that. But the way to improve it is to improve the quality of what's on there recently, I think, really.
I do agree.
The memberships have dropped because their quality has dropped, really.
Yeah, I agree. I think eventually it'll come full circle and people will just want to go back to, as you said, physical media.
For sure. Adverts are the worst. You can't have adverts in the middle of a film. Even Sky, you know, put the adverts at the bookend of the film. They don't have them in the middle. You know, that's ITV rubbish, isn't it? You know what I mean? Netflix stopping for the 10 o'clock news when you're watching a film. But,
Physical's actually cheaper as well.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Because you can't. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be subscribed to every streaming service.
Oh no
right now each month.
I've only got Disney Plus because it came free with my phone for 6 months. You know, so I just. But I think it'll come back round. VHS will come back round. We're talking about VHS now. Yeah. It's bound doing it at some point.
It will do, yeah. It will do.
Yeah. But, look at vinyl. Vinyl's come back in a big way.
Yeah.
That's why if you've got any VHS tapes that you think are worth quite a bit, you might be better off to sell them now, because if the technology does come back round, it'll knock a bit of worth off them until it goes out of fashion again. Like you'll be waiting for another full circle.
Yeah, definitely agree. DVD and film bloke says damn conditions rather. Dr. Impossible says The Vanishing was a stunning film. The George Slaughter film is a suspenseful tour de force on par with Hitchcock, and the ending to the film is a shocker. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a brilliant movie.
Vanishing.
Been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah.
That's not a Sandra Bullock and Keith Sutherland one, is it?
No, the Dutch or /French, I think.
Oh, Spoilers, yeah. Oh, that's an amazing film. I tell you, the guy in that, right, he is the craziest psychopath you've ever seen. You think Hannibal Lecter gets under your skin. You watch this guy in this film. The acting is superb. Do you know, I know think about that actually, because it was going to go in for the best Dutch film feature at the Oscars for international movies, but because too much of it was set in France and too much of the dialogue was in French, they wouldn't the Dutch enter it as a movie from their own country. But that guy could have been up for some serious award buzz. But sorry, I'm waffling, but I love that film, Spoilers. I mentioned it in the comments last week, but no one has seen it. Maybe I should have used The Vanishing instead as the title. I always thought that was the remake title.
Yeah.
That's good.
You want to check that out, Pete, if you haven't seen it. It's a really good film.
Definitely will do.
One of those bucket list movies, like, you know, if you're a film fan, you want to say you've seen it, because expert in filmmaking, like, for getting under your skin.
I definitely will do. I have like a book, well, it's essentially a book now, the amount of films to watch. I'm eventually crossing them off one by one.
You'll never watch everything, mate. Just know that you will get round to everything. I used to get down in the dumps, like thinking, I haven't got enough time. I've had films I watched this 2-3 years, but you get round to them in the end. One way or another, you get, you know, the gods push you to watch it.
Oh, we've got this lovely 4K TV. Watch films on it. Yeah. What shall we watch? Midsummer Murders.
God. As I got my mum's house, she got a 75-inch TV to watch Columbo. It's like, oh, bloody hell.
Yeah. That old Coronation
Golf.
Street. Oh, wow. DVD from Funbook says, if you catch it just in time and you know what you're doing, you can clean it off. Make sure it's clean before putting the tape in a good machine and the rest of your collection. And with the rest of your collection. Oh, right. Thank you for the tips, mate.
Yeah.
Ash says, is it just me or did everyone's nan had just one VHS tape that stood out as odd in their house? My nan had Die Hard 2. She won it in a raffle, apparently. It was all I had to watch when I went over.
Worst things you can watch at your nan's, that's for sure. But,
Yeah. I watched Commando with my nan one time.
Wow.
Yeah. It was on telly one night and I just watched it when I was over there.
Yeah.
Years ago.
yeah.
I remember like my eldest, like one of my really eldest aunts, she had like either Fatal Attraction or Basic Instinct in her VHS player or collection.
Yeah.
I thought, fair enough.
I remember my nan had Waterworld on VHS. Like that was just the one VHS that just she had for some reason. Just of all movies, like it was just a strange movie to have in the collection.
I remember my granddad always had this one. You had free with a newspaper. It was a football one, something like 101 goals. It was produced by Walkers, the crisp people, and they produced like a VHS. And my granddad only had it because it was free with a newspaper. But do you know any of your family members used to put them in those cases? They looked like library books. Oh, they were horrendous. They were. You remember those?
I can remember. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I used to hate those library book cases.
We've got David Beach here saying, hey guys, hope you're all well. What you've been up to today? Hey, David. Oh. Jill says, Panic Room is found footage, also a paranormal activity, although it could be classed as more of a horror.
I'm waiting for the 4K of Panic Room. It keeps getting pushed back, but it's not found footage, is it? Panic Room, I haven't seen it for a while, but...
Is that the David Finch?
David Fincher, yeah.
Yeah, it's got Jared Leto in it and Jodie Foster, haven't it?
Yeah.
And Forrest Whitaker, yeah. That was a good film.
Yeah.
I don't think it's found footage. I could be wrong, mine, but...
I guess Home Invasion, isn't it? Like,
it's Home Invasion. For sure. Yeah, it's Home Invasion.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's Home Invasion for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, good film. That's what I remember.
This is an interesting question. David says, why are they putting Johnny Depp's court trial on YouTube Live?
Yeah, I keep getting suggestions for that. I'm just not interested.
I'm always getting it.
Apparently, he's really taking the piss with her lawyer or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen some clips of it, and he's just taking the nick out the lawyer, left, right, and center.
I just don't, these celebrity things, you'll never know the truth, will you? So it's just, I just don't see the point. Like, you're either going to fall for someone's lies or the truth. You just don't know, do you? Like, you can be highly opinionated on it, and then you can be made to look a fool. Then if it all comes out the opposite. You just,
Yeah, I just think like this is like the worst way to end a relationship is having it broadcast to the world.
Yeah.
God. I mean, when they started going at each other, what was Johnny Depp in his 40s and Amber Heard was she even in her 20s? It might be fun at the time, but it's never going to work out, is it? Let's be honest. I like Johnny Depp's films, but he does come across sometimes that he might have a bit of a short fuse mind. So, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Dot Impossible says that sequence with the stained glass night in Young Sherlock Holmes took me 3 months to archive under the guidance of Dennis Muren, who did the CGI effects in T2 and Jurassic Park.
Wow.
Yeah, that's great to see now as the night comes through the window. And I like the scene towards the end when kids tied down to the floor, the one who loves the cakes, and all the cakes come alive and start like jumping in his mouth. It's hilarious.
I can remember that part.
But it's really, really good film, Young Sherlock Holmes. Like I said, real good gateway film for kids who are trying to get into a bit more better storytelling in their films. Like,
it's a lot of fun. It's a good film. The View Drew says, which superhero power would you want the most? Wolverine, Spider-Man, Daredevil, or Ghost Rider?
Oh
God. Probably Wolverine or Spider-Man. One of them two.
I wouldn't want to be Daredevil because you have to sleep in a coffin with water up to your ears. So I don't think I get a very good night's sleep doing that. Yeah, Ghost Rider. I don't think I fancy a flaming skull or riding around on a motorbike. I'm too much of a chicken for that. Got to be the Wolverine, haven't it? Because you just regenerate every bloody time.
Just heal
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah. I see the Wolverine or Spider-Man. Mind you, it'd be quite fun to swing around the town or cities.
Too energetic for me being Spider-Man.
David says, have you watched Fantastic Beasts 3 yet? Is it the Secrets of Dumbledore? No.
Yeah. Not yet. I want to go and see it, but I've not watched it yet.
I'll watch it when it comes out on Blu-ray. After The Crimes of Grindelwald, I'm not in no rush for it.
Same.
What about you, Mike?
No, I've not seen any of them. I tried to watch the first one and I just couldn't get through it. It just wasn't for me at all. So yeah, I probably won't see the other ones.
Yeah. And you, Bumper?
I haven't seen it. I'm a big Harry Potter fan. Mine. I bought the Hogwarts Express train with all the 4Ks in not so long ago. But yeah, I watched the first one with Eddie Redmayne. I didn't really get into it. I'm not a big Jude Law fan either, and he was in it. Yeah, they switched the actor now, and they've sacked Johnny Depp off because of his ongoing court things as well. But I do like Mads Mikkelsen, so if there ever was a push for me to watch it, then yeah. But I want to like it because I like the other Harry Potter films, but no, I couldn't get into it. And I haven't seen the second or third one, so yeah. They're cheap on 4K, so I probably will pick them up one day and sit down and watch them all. But yeah, you know.
Yeah, I've heard the third one didn't do that well in the box office.
I just think when you've got a big franchise like Harry Potter, same with what's happening with Marvel now with the superhero movies. Once you get rid of your main characters that everybody loves, there's nothing there for anyone anymore. You know, if you want to go and watch a Marvel film, you want to see Spider-Man, you want to see the Cap, you want to see the Hulk, you want to see Iron Man. You know, that's why I think the Eternals. It done well. They always do well, don't they? But it wasn't as well received as the other movies, was it? And same with Harry Potter. You know, if you're going to put a Harry Potter movie out there and you're not going to put Daniel Radcliffe in it and Emma Watson or Emily Watson, whatever her name is, and old Rupert Grint, then you know, I don't know. Like it's just going to people just going to be disappointed, and they really before it starts.
Dr. Impossible says, apparently Johnny Depp wanted to wash his clothes in public, and it's driving me nuts. I think both of them are screwed up, and I couldn't give a fig who wins or loses.
Well said.
Yeah. It's becoming like a soap opera, to be honest with it, broadcast on TV. I mean, I just don't understand why you would want to sit there and watch it. I know somebody who's actually sitting there like every evening with like some food, sitting there eating, watching it, thinking it's like thrilling TV. And I'm saying to the person, it's a breakdown of somebody's marriage. Whether who's in the wrong, it's just not really right to actually intrude and watch that. That's how I feel. I don't know.
Should all be done behind closed doors, this.
Wasn't it like the Sun newspaper who took it to court in Britain or something? It was such a weird situation from the start, like really.
Yeah.
Washing his clothes in public. This is a problem with these celebrities, and they're all cuckoo, like where they're eccentric and highly privileged. They think they can do what they want.
Washing his clothes in public. He sounds like he lives where I live. That's what a lot of people do where I live.
Like Russell Brand when he got pushed in the fountain. Yeah, that's washing your clothes in public. You're not happy about that.
We've got Sparkstron saying, haven't seen Harry Crumb and have it on VHS, so we'll check it out. That's cool. Sparkstron said Silver Streak's very politically incorrect, but that scene is hilarious.
Right, okay.
I haven't seen that film in years.
Yeah, same. I think most of it's on a train, I think.
Yeah.
We've got Josh here saying 365 days is practically a porno. Sorry to say that. Okay. Well, fair enough. Marvel fan said, I'm going to watch Licorice Pizza for the second time tomorrow, but I will try to watch the movie every Wednesday.
Okay.
Maybe he needs to stream every Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
I love that movie. Yeah.
Sounds like a great film. Well, I have seen bits of it, but I haven't seen it all. So, Radley says, "Hey guys, hope you're all well. Oh, look, it's Welsh bloke. Haha, nice to see you here, Bumper."
Hey, Radley.
Dr. Impossible says, "The politically incorrect, the better. The vast majority of the best British comedies from the 70s, 80s, and 90s is politically incorrect and was and still is the best written comedies ever."
I do agree, like, it's hard work for a British comedian these days because they used to make their bread and butter on being politically incorrect, and no one used to care, really, but everyone's so quick to complain these days that comedy has just changed.
Absolutely.
You know, just,
Yeah.
maybe there's funny comedy out there, don't get me wrong, but it's not the same as usually. I mean, East is East. They never make East is East now, and that's not even that old. East is East, really, you know.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, that's true. Talk about politically incorrect stuff. I noticed in this was on the news the other day. Spider-Man, the first one, the scene where he goes to fight in the cage with that wrestler.
Yeah.
There's a scene they cut out of there, the bit where he says something about his costume. Oh, that's a nice costume.
Yeah.
They cut that part out of it.
Yeah, I think I know what you're on about.
We've got Cora here saying, "Hey everyone." Hey Cora.
Hey, Garrett.
You got it.
Radley's saying hello. Cora says, "I can be politically incorrect tonight." Dr. Impossible says, "Evening Ichi, did you enjoy the night out on the floor?" Radley says, "Count me in as I'm never correct about anything." Radley. Cora says, "Dr. Impossible had some good nights in bed this week. Haha." Cool. Radley says, "I love Blood Creek Bumper and not what I was expecting at all."
yeah,
cool.
definitely worth the £3 off Amazon. Fair play.
That's a good price.
Yeah, it's one of those ones you always see. Like if you search on Amazon horror Blu-rays under £3 or whatever, it always pops up on there. But it's good.
I'm terrible with Amazon. I can't probably search up properly. If I search up for some films under £5, I'll get some over £5. And
Oh yeah, the algorithm's crap on it, but you know, 1 in 4 is probably under a £5 when you search for it.
Yeah.
But sometimes I just do it though, like to buff up my collection a bit. And we've all done it, haven't we? You know, it'd be nice to buy films that you love and you really want to watch or whatever. But if you see a film for £1 and you think it's crap, you still buy it, don't you? Sometimes, like, you think,
definitely.
my collection a bit.
Definitely.
So that's the problem with Amazon. You've got all these films at your fingers for £2 or £3. You think, oh, it's only £2 or £3. It don't matter either way if I like it or not.
Yeah, that's me. That's me with One Below. That's why I picked up Zoolander 2, and I regret it ever since.
I know that's why I had to stop going to charity shops because I just coming back with way too many DVDs. I just haven't got the time to watch them, so that's why I've nipped that one in the bud for now. Like, but yeah.
I have an absolute big box. It's like a TV size box full of One Below and Pac-Man Blu-rays. And I've started to pick up a few more from Poundland because I've reduced them to £1.
It's good though, but we're the only ones that see the value in it. We like our wives or our partners or our parents or whatever. They're like, "Oh, I'm wasting more money on films." And you're like, "It only costs £2," and they're like, "Yeah, I know, because it's crap." It's like, no, it's a good deal. People don't understand physical media collecting at all who don't do it. They look at you like you're bloody stupid, honestly. Even my mates like...
it's no different to collecting a book, because I know a lot of people who have shelves and shelves full of books. We've got Coral saying, "What's on the canvas behind Bumper's movies?"
Yeah, well, it's nothing movie related. It's just my daughter, like, CGI'd up as like a fairy or something, or a princess. I was going to put one of my pictures up on the wall because I got a couple of signed framed pictures that are in storage, like in the other room. But I wasn't sure where I was going to be sitting like up until 5 minutes before the stream went live because it was all getting a bit chaotic in my house. So, I got like some pillows behind my back to rest my back, but my bloody dog has gone and slept straight behind my back, so I can't lean back. So I'm going to crush my bloody dog. So,
Popcorn and Horror Ash says, has anyone has anyone ever been to the cinema and been the only person in there for the whole film? Almost happened to me once years ago, but about 20 minutes in, a girl came in and sat next to me. So weird.
Well, I went with my partner at the time. We went to see Bad Mum's Christmas, and we were the only ones in there
Oh,
the whole time.
evening. Evening, Josh. How are you doing?
Oh, hello. I didn't realise I was actually here yet. How's it going?
Not too bad. I only just noticed I had little notifications.
Yeah, well, I was looking at a job thing, and I was like, didn't realise I was in it yet.
Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. So yeah, what were you saying about the cinema, Andy?
No, just that me and my partner at the time, we went to see Bad Mum's Christmas. We were the only ones in there for the whole movie.
Yeah.
That's as close as I've come to the whole movie on my own.
Yeah. Anybody else been to a cinema and be the only person in there?
Transformers 5.
Oh, wow.
I went to watch Saw 3 years ago. Well, obviously it was years ago. It was Saw 3. And I walked in and I was the only person in there. And then a girl came in after me and she sort of, the cinema's empty. I'm sort of sat middle row and middle of the cinema. And she sits like one chair behind me, but to the side by her. And I just couldn't concentrate on the movie. I thought she was going to bloody stab me in the neck or put like a cloth on rag over my face. I had to move in the end, like whatever she thought, but it was just really ruining my. Because I liked Saw 3 as well. It was good, but not the sort of film you want to watch when you're paranoid of someone.
No,
No, that's true.
Yeah. So, but cinemas not that popular these days. Friday and Saturday nights, yeah, or opening night, but. You go on a weekday in the day, there's a high chance you will only be one of 2 or 3 people in there these days. Which I prefer because then you haven't got some annoying twat who won't put their phone down. And then, looks at you like you're the arsehole when you say, turn your phone off. Like, they do it in kids' films and they say, oh, it's just a kids' film. I said, I don't care. It still cost me 30 quid to come in here. I don't want to see what you're talking about. Like.
Yeah.
That's true. What about you, Mike? Been to a cinema and be the only person there?
I can't think of any time. There's been times where there's maybe 1 or 2 other people, but no, I don't think I've ever been on my own in the cinema.
No. For me, the 3 or 4 times I went to the cinema, there's been people there. But I know Ryan went to see The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Was it last Wednesday or Thursday when it came out? And he was the only person there. This was like in the afternoon. Right. Radley says, how much was she charging for popcorn? Loz. We've got Brian Drums here saying, hey guys. Hey, Brian. We've got Radley saying, hi, Brian. Dr. Impossible says, Spike Milligan with the Q series is one of the most offensive and downright controversial, but they are bloody funny. And the BBC tried to tone it down in the early 80s towards the end of its run. Yeah, I think I've heard of it.
Yikes.
Yeah. Heard of it, but never seen it.
Jill says, anyone interested in the new Marilyn Monroe? Is it a film or series on Netflix?
Didn't know about it.
They have a film coming out with Anna de Armas about her, and it's NC-17 apparently, and they're pushing it back as much as they can. For some reason, because it was going to show at Cannes, but because it's NC-17, they're not showing it. So,
yeah, I think there's like a documentary series about to start, but I know there's this film coming out as well. But
it's from the director of Jesse James and The Cow with Robert Ford as well. That blonde. So,
that's interesting.
Let's hope it's good.
What about you, Mike?
I think I've heard about it, but I've not seen any clips or anything for it.
No. Bumpers?
No, not my scene, mate. I haven't heard about it. I thought it said Marilyn Manson at first, but I'd be interested then, but no.
Yeah. Tony Crosby says, I love the Confessions movies with Robin Asquith. Politically incorrect but funny. Yeah, I've seen a few of them. They're quite interesting, shall we say. Dr. Impossible says Milligan for me was way more funny than Sellers and the Pythons. Yellowbeard had Sellers and Milligan playing pirates. Jesus, what a crazy film.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marvel fan says when X-Men and Fantastic Four are reintroduced into the MCU, do you think they would rewrite the Marvel zombies with those characters and swap Quantum Virus with the Hunger?
Nah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, same here.
They haven't got the guts for that. They're just going to go basic. Just we reboot and everything. They're not going to go all complex with it. I don't think.
Yeah.
They want to do Spider-Man and his amazing friends. Do you remember that cartoon with Iceman and Firebird? Was that her name? Firestar, Firebird. Yeah. But that's like when I think of Marvel cartoons, that's the one that comes to my mind first. So because they've done the Silver Surfer, didn't they? But that's not as cool as calling him Iceman, is it? But I think Iceman might have been in one of the ones as well. Actually, was he? Oh yeah, of course he is. He's I can't think what the actor's name is now. What's his name? Billy something, is it?
He was in that game, Quantum Leap, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think Sean Ashmore, I think his name is in real life. But
let me have a look.
I think he was in a kids show I used to watch about. They used to change into animals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can't remember what it was called though.
Oh God. Oh, that's gonna do my head in now.
Yeah.
Andy, now I got to be
Sorry. Yeah. Anamorphics or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Anamorphics. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know much about the comic side of things with these things, but Fantastic Four, the last one wasn't the best, was it really? Had a good cast as well with Miles Turner.
Yeah.
Wasn't the best is an understatement, I think.
I only watched it once. I couldn't even tell you what happened in the next
I didn't even see the last one.
Good.
I couldn't be bothered with it.
Yeah, I got it for £1 from One Below, and it's still kept sealed in the box somewhere, never
Keep
to
it
be
that
seen
way,
the light of day.
Keep it that way.
Yeah.
I always used to like Mr. Fantastic when I was younger, going back to the cartoons.
You were right. His name is Sean Ashmore.
Yeah, Sean Ashmore. Yeah, he's quite a good actor, but never really sort of made it mainstream. He's in that. What's that TV show with Kevin Bacon, where they like go around murdering everyone? The Satanic Cult.
Well, The Following.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's in that as well. Yeah,
and he's in SWAT apparently.
Oh wow. Yeah.
He was in a Bruce Willis film, which explains it really.
Everyone's been in a film with Bruce Willis, haven't they?
I think Bruce Willis has been in everything.
Yeah, or the other way around. Yeah.
We've got a DVD from Film Bloke says Bumpers movies. Look up Aunt May action figure.
Oh God, don't do that.
I will have a look because I see how she looks like Gary Busey, but I'll do it later, like when I'm off the stream or whatever.
Radley says there are 5 people here, 4 chatting on the telly and 1 posting who have channels. I am sub 2. I feel like some kind of sad superfan. Lol. Okay, what happened with that one? DVD from Film Bloke says it's the one with the fabric clothing and looks like Gary Busey. Yeah, I searched it up, mate, and I'm worried about my internet history now. DVD from Film Bloke says Ashens reviewed it ages ago. Probably did. Yeah. Popcorn and Hot Ash says it annoyed me because I couldn't open my M&Ms without a fear of exploding the bag everywhere. Sparks Tron says grew up watching the young ones. Most relatable character. Everyone can relate or identify as one of the characters. I modelled myself on my namesake Neil. Vegetable rights and peace. Oh yeah, great series.
Yeah, the young ones is
yeah.
You on about Boosie playing Buddy Holly earlier on me in the very first episode of the Young Ones when they move into the house and Buddy Holly's hanging through the ceiling upside down like as if he's fallen out of the plane and got caught up in the house and the Young Ones and he's like starts singing them a song. It's just hilarious.
Yeah. Great series, great cast, really good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Dr. Impossible says, not porn again, itchy. Give them how pattern style. Oh. Radley says, lol, popcorn, damn inconsiderate is what she is. DVD was the only format that never had a format war because every tech company agreed to a single standard.
When did laser discs come about then? Because don't think I've ever really owned a laser disc, but I hear them get mentioned.
That was early 90s, I believe.
Yeah.
So that was a rival to VHS, really, then, or trying to be DVD before DVD came around.
Yeah.
Fair enough, then. What was the quality like on them? Was it better than VHS, was it, I imagine? Or
I've never seen one.
No, don't know.
No, I don't think I have now.
no worries. They obviously weren't that successful then.
Yeah.
No, really not.
Dr. Possible says V2000 was a lost format in the early days, similar to Betamax in some ways, but not as effective as Beta. You barely see V2000 players on eBay or the format tapes, rather rare and from the early 80s. Oh, that's cool.
V2000, isn't that a Terminator, I swear? Like, I don't know. I've never heard of V2000.
Nope, no me.
It's above my time, I think. Oh, it's me.
You said, I don't mind Avatar. They are re-releasing it because they have.
Yep, they're re-releasing it in September. They're re-releasing
what?
it.
To try and make it the highest.
Yeah,
highest grossing movie.
Yep, but this time they're going to do it in IMAX, I believe.
Oh wow, brilliant!
Which truly shows that James Cameron's a money-hungry whore, doesn't it? Because he likes trying to get money.
Didn't they re-release it when Endgame came out?
Yeah, they re-released it. They re-released it like what 2 years ago now, 2-3 years ago.
So when they re-release it, do they get to collate the entire lot? Do they from each release so they can say that? Because it's not going to rack it up on his own re-releasing it now, is it? The same numbers as Endgame or whatever.
James, my boy Cameron over here,
Big Jim,
Big Jimmy. Yeah. Like, it's got how much has it got now? 2.7 billion, 2.743 billion.
And what's the highest grossing movie? Infinity War, is it, or new Spider-Man, maybe even?
Endgame, I think. I'm not totally sure. Let me have a look. Give me a minute to check.
It's funny how they say cinema's dying, but new films always come out and they're always the highest grossing movies ever.
Yeah, Avatar is.
It's
actually on 2.847.
What Avatar is it? Or
yep, it made 2 billion just in foreign markets.
They had a niche behind it, didn't they? Just starting the wave of 3D and whatever.
For Endgame is 50 million behind it.
Yeah, well.
Wait until they re-release the Endgame.
It'll be the cut fat for out of it, then they might get the viewing numbers up.
I don't understand why they got to keep re-releasing Avatar for.
I made a let me put my put a green screen on because I made sort of like a poster for Avatar.
Is it Avatar? We need your money again.
No. Hold on.
Oh.
It's saving.
Right. 107 says Avatar, a movie that made $1 billion. Oh, what the?
Hold on, let me move my chair.
That is nightmare fuel. I feel sorry. What's there?
Avatar: The Way of the Water.
The Way of the Water. Is it going to go the way of Waterworld?
Yeah, it's just Jake Sully's face on top of water bottles. I thought it was funny at the time.
Yeah. So 107 says Avatar, a movie that made $1 billion and had zero cultural influence. When was the last time you saw some Avatar merch compared to Star Wars? That is absolutely true.
Well, they've got Avatar Land at whatever Disney place. Yeah. No one visits it. I don't.
To be fair, if you go up to a person that says about Avatar, they probably think The Legend of Aang.
Yeah.
To be fair, which is a much better thing to talk about. To be fair, than Avatar.
Apart from the Shyamalan thing.
It's left no mark at all on like pop culture. like nothing at all.
It really happened.
James Cameron thinks we're all on the edge of our seats, like he's teasing us with parts 2 and 3, when really no one gives a shit and no one wants to see it. He thinks we're all waiting.
Like, I posted it on my story about Avatar 2 getting a title, and then someone messaged me saying, "What, 100 years after the last one came out?"
Wasn't it Zoe Saldana said like they watched like 10 or 15 minutes of it and
Yeah, she
cried at
cried,
it?
yeah.
Is it because they realised they've wasted like 15 years to make this crap?
No, it's because it's actually coming out at some point. I think that's why she was crying.
Oh.
I'm sure the actors don't know I did of it. Like, like you say, it made $1 billion. Nobody's pockets haven't been lined from it, have they? Who were involved?
No.
Well, they're releasing some footage in front of Doctor Strange 2 next week, and then it's coming online the week after, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
what's an actual trailer? Wow.
yep, and they screened a first look trailer at CinemaCon, and people, they creamed. They lost their nuts over it, apparently. So, they went mad.
Yeah. Well, I'm intrigued. Well, I am intrigued by it. I'm not excited for it, but I'd be interested to see what he does with it.
I'll go see it, probably.
Yeah, I think everybody will go and see it because I want to see what James Cameron's been doing for the past 10, 12 years.
Was Avatar his last film? I don't even keep up to thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carl says, I never talk about the genre. I'm a sophisticated person. That must be about porn. Oh, my days.
Fair play.
Bradley says, I think Avatar only took off because the whole 3D connection at the time. It wasn't a great movie, if we were honest.
It's just Pocahontas. Even a member of the Sidemen said that, and he's like, he don't know anything about movies, and he was just like, yeah, it's just Pocahontas. Even he said that, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at like the top 30 films of all time, a lot of people are going to say, "Oh, I remember that film," or "I remember that film," and talk about it quite a lot. But I think Avatar's probably the
All
only
I remember
one.
about Avatar really is is like the monster designs and the visual effects. That's it.
Yeah.
Even the visual effects hold up nowadays. I don't think I've seen a film which actually looks visually as good as that. Maybe a couple scenes in Endgame, but it's just who remembers the actual story and the plot and film, and no one.
Has that actually been released on 4K yet, Avatar?
Nope, it's coming this year apparently. It's the year of Avatar.
Brilliant. And we've got a video game coming of Avatar. Brilliant.
No.
The next thing, you'll go into Tesco and there'll be lunchboxes.
There'll be Funko Pops of Avatar for you.
Yeah.
And they're going to be 6-inch ones.
Funko Pop with everything needed. I think I'm offended that I haven't got my own Funko Pop. I got to be fair. Because it started off as a niche thing to collect now. Like, you need £1 billion to collect them all. So many of them.
Just like the modern day Beanie Babies.
Yeah, I started the collection and I
used to have 200 of those Pops, Funkos.
Whoa.
200, and then I got rid of them all because I realised they're kind of a waste of money.
Yeah, then you never know whether to box them or unbox them. Like,
I just kept taking them in and out of the boxes. I broke one of them because I lobbed it halfway across my room, rage point on a game. So
the bobbleheads always used to break. They were bloody too top heavy. I had Ed the Duck one, or Howard the Duck, not Ed the Duck, and it fell off my stand and smashed.
The thing that gets me with like the pop vinyls is like you'll have like one character, let's say, I don't know, Luke Skywalker, and you'll have Luke Skywalker in his different versions. Luke Skywalker this, like you've got like 50,000 versions of Luke Skywalker. Why can't we have a different character instead?
Yeah, and then when you think it's over, they bring out a gold one and a silver one. It's like,
oh, don't get me started on the chrome ones, my lord.
Yeah, I don't know, man. My son got a load of them, but
they're everywhere.
I'd like to know how many Pops there are. I think there's more Pops than people in
there's
this world.
There's 1,221 in the film line.
I thought it was more than that, to be honest. But I suppose if it's just film, they do loads of other ones.
Because I'm on the Funko Pop news thing on Instagram right now, and looks like there's 1,221 film ones.
I would have thought there was more.
But even
Yeah.
like the most smallest character who was like on the screen for like about 2 seconds, oh, they got a pop fire and all that.
Yeah, I know.
You'll find them in like B&Ms, and it's just like, oh look, it's that person from that film. Who
Yeah,
are
they're
they?
always in B&M.
I
They're always there.
I had one from Wreck-It Ralph 2 or Wreck-It Ralph 1, and it was a bunny, and everyone was saying to me, this bunny's not even in Wreck-It
Oh, yeah,
Ralph. And it's just at the
Yeah.
end when he slams all the pancakes into him at the end. And like you say, you know, they just make a Funko Pop off a character who's in it for like 30 seconds, not even anything to do with the storyline. But, yeah.
They're bringing out the 12th Gandalf they've done.
I just think I've done like about 50 versions of Grogu, because there was one with a pot, one
They
with
have.
a
I used to
frog.
have one of them.
I bet Paulie got them all.
Yep.
I got the big Grogu, but you can't really see him because he's hibernating behind a stack of Blu-rays.
I got a big one as well. I think it went down in price over Christmas, didn't it? It was like under everyone's Christmas tree, like, you know.
I just went into Tesco and bought it, and I got some strange looks from the cashier. I said it was for my kid brother, but it wasn't.
They got a bunch of Bob Ross ones.
Why?
Don't know.
It's just like weird. Some of these characters they bring out, but
They've just
anyway.
released the Thor Love and Thunder ones. But anyway, yeah.
Tony says V2000s. I remember having one. You had to turn the tape over to watch the rest of the film. Wow.
Really?
Wow.
That's quite interesting. DVD from Film Block says, I believe V2000 was only released in PAL territories, mainly Europe and the UK. It never came over the States, so it was only available around here.
Can't believe I never heard of it, really, being an 80s format. But
No. And especially being like over here in like UK and Europe, you thought we'd know more about it.
Yeah, it couldn't have took off very well then, could it?
No.
So.
Dr. Impossible says, wow, should I call you Prof. Ichi of the Netherlands? You sound more important than me, Carl.
Guess some good movies out of the Netherlands. Fair play. Some good horrors over the years I've seen.
Yeah, there's some good films there. Radley says, Tony, when I first started watching movies, all this was fields. Matt says, Pete, do you work in CX? You must get the pick of the new Blu-rays. No, I did work in CX about 2 or 3 years ago. It was an experience. It was. I've talked about the experience and the delights we got brought in.
Yeah, you spoke to me about it, yeah.
Yeah, and
Jesus,
I have talked about it on the streams as well. It's just like people bring the stuff in and you're like, really brought this in? Oh, it's all right, mate.
Some laptop that's 15 years old, don't even turn on because it's full of so much spyware. They're off them a tenner and they're kicking off.
The crackies bringing in their Nintendo 64s for a quick fix. You know?
Oh, wow. I can remember one of them said that they opened up a case, I think it was a DVD, and they had like booklets, and this was like before I started. They didn't check like the booklets.
Yeah.
They just kept the booklets in and then put it on the shelf, and they didn't realise, but somebody actually left their drugs in there for somebody to come in and do it, and it used to be the drug dealing place.
What was the other thing you told me was in a case? You told me something else was in a case as well, which I don't think you can actually say on here. But
No.
Let's just say it was used.
Yes, it was used,
definitely.
Yeah.
What case was it? Brokeback Mountain or?
Oh wow!
It might have been 50 Shades of Grey. I don't know.
I
can't really remember what sort of film it was. I think it might have been a wrestling film or something.
Oh, you got excited about wrestling.
Something with Hulk Hogan.
Oh wow! But Tony says luxury lol. Dr. Impossible says pain in the ass V2000 as a format. I even went to Dixon's in 1992 to buy an early DVD format called CDI, developed by Philips. 2 discs of one film. That system had laserdisc quality pics. Yeah, I've heard of the CDIs.
I think I've heard a CDI, but I don't know if I'm confusing it with a model of a car.
Yeah.
I've just found V2000.
Yeah, I think they did disc-based video games as well. I think Nintendo
Yeah.
partnered up with Philips to do some of them.
Well,
Absolutely awful.
the Mega Drive bought a disc thing out, didn't they? Attached to the Mega Drive. It never really took off, but
Yeah,
Mega
it wasn't.
CD, however it was called.
Yeah, it wasn't really until the PlayStation 1 with the discs really kicked off with games.
Well, I mean, it was with discs, what a great technology mind to be able to take all that information that was previously on giant cartridges or VHSs and, compress it down to something that gives better quality and is, easier for storage, whatever.
Absolutely, but with cartridges, we've gone full circle now. We've got
they're
cartridges
back,
for the Switch, so it's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's to cut down on piracy because the Nintendo machines before that, they were notoriously easy to pirate and play downloaded games on them. I'm looking for a certain word, I can't think what they call them.
Homebrew
games, homebrew games, that's it. So that's why they put back the discs to try and stop it from thing. You'd be surprised what things they go to stop piracy because you're just on about 3D movies going into the cinema. That's the only reason 3D had such a big revival in the noughties because piracy was so rife with films. You always remember the men going around the pubs, the lucky men selling the DVDs and all, and they all filmed by someone sat in the back of the cinema filming it. And you couldn't do that then with 3D because they would mess up the image because the image was 3D. So that's why there was such a glut of 3D movies. It was nothing to do with trying to improve people's movie experiences. The movie studios didn't give a shit about that. They just tried to not lose money from piracy, that's all. And that was a technique to prevent it.
Yeah, there was always used to be a bloke around with a little van going around saying, "Oh, do you like this film?" "Oh, I've got it."
Yeah, but if you remember, there was a time when every film came out in 3D. It could have been a bloody comedy like The Hangover or something. Do you know what I mean? And it would be in 3D. You were just thinking, why?
Yeah,
but,
I know.
It's like these films now, these comedies. You get 4Ks for them, like Mike and Dave need wedding dates. You're thinking, why?
What?
Why do you need Mike and Dave need wedding dates in 4K, man?
That's unbelievable. Radley says, "Pete, do you work at CX? Can you get those fucking stickers off my Starbucks, please?" Oh, when I worked there, I used to just place them on carefully, and there was a guy there who used to go on and bang them on the cases, and I was like, "Really?" And we used to get people come in with arrows or special editions, with the art cards and that. "Oh, they go in the bin. They go in the bin." Tape slip cover in the bin. And this was before I got into this computer. I was like, even back then, I was like, really? And then even more so now. But they said, "Oh, it's just rubbish. It's just rubbish."
I remember I went into my local CX about 6 months ago, and they had the second sight limited edition release of Under the Shadow. It's like an Iranian horror film. I don't know if you've seen it. It's good.
I've heard
but
of
it come in a limited box set with the booklet and the thing, and they only had the case on the shelf. So I took it to the guy on the counter, and he gave me the case and the booklet wrapped in an elastic band. I said, "Well, where's the hard rigid case?" Like you said, "Oh, we chucked that away. We didn't think it was worth anything." I was like, "Oh, I'm not buying this, mate. I'll go and pay the extra $5 in HMV." You know what I mean? But that's the
thing that gets me with CEX. That's why I would never buy something like a boutique sort of label, because you never know whether they'll chuck
I
the
wouldn't order
packaging
one
away.
online, but when you're in the shop, it's not so bad because you can check it out. But riddle me this: if you used to work there, why do the price stickers come off okay, but the CEX advertising stickers, the one that don't come off?
They never do come off, do they?
It's like they made a different material are they or something. I just because the price always comes off for me in the barcode.
It's because the adhesive is stronger on those ones for some reason, because they want you to know that you bought it from CEX.
I know.
And they want to know that they recycle, even though they've got posters all over the place.
Even
it's
if you can't get the sticker off to recycle it.
Their prices are insane. They could make more money if they drop their prices a bit these days.
What did I find? The Matrix Resurrections in 4K or whatever it's called for £28 in there the other week.
I know.
They should at least price match, shouldn't they? If something's cheaper, brand new,
ridiculous. I know with this H&B bargain bin, I went into my local H&B at the weekend and I said to them, "Have you got this film?" And they said, "Yeah, we had loads of in." CX staff come in and bought a lot of them and put them on the shelf, 10 quid each.
Yeah, people were doing that, and Asda by me as well. They were selling PlayStation 4 games for like £1.50, and people were buying them and trading them into CX. They weren't great games. It was like that Nightmares and things like
was
that.
CX staff doing it. They go in, they give the staff money on like release day, like when a big film comes out, to buy them all up so they can undercut HMV and that, even though they're buying from HMV, which is odd.
Hey,
Right,
I'm glad. Oh, go on, sorry.
I bought this for 12 quid in HMV.
That's a great price.
4K booklet thing for Batman Begins
Nice.
for 12
Yeah,
quid.
that's
So I was like,
Yeah. But I'm glad you mentioned that sale in HMV, Pete, the bargain bin one, because I've got a filmmaker to show everyone. If you can get this in your local HMV, $2.99. This was
yeah, I bought that. Yeah, I
you ever
bought
seen
that.
this?
Aaron
Moorhead
Moorhead and
Benson?
Justin Benson did that.
Yeah, oh mate, phenomenal. And that's the 101 release, and it's $2.99 like on Blu-ray spring. Amazing film. I won't tell you about it because it's one of those ones you want to go in blind, but that bargain bin was all right. I grabbed Uncle Packerhead as well. Have you seen this horror? It's pretty damn hilarious.
I've heard about it. It looks out there.
And I got AWOL with Van Damme for $3.99. I thought that was all right as well, like for the
That's
price.
not
And
bad.
That's a good movie, that. Yeah.
they're all 101 titles.
Yeah.
So if you've got a local HMV, go in and have a look at that bargain bin. Although, Pete, they were set up lovely in your HMV. They were all nice laid out. In my place, it is just a bargain bin and they're all turned out everywhere.
We don't have a bargain bin since a drunk person fell in their sleep.
But yeah, that's spring. If you see that for $2.99 and you've never seen it, because Moorhead and Benson, you might not recognise the name now, but they're really up-and-coming directors.
They're doing Moonlight, aren't they? They're doing half.
They've done 2 episodes of Moonlight. Yeah, they've done 3 really good independent horror films as well.
The Endless. They got no one which showed at Sundance this year, which is coming.
Yeah,
out.
and they've done that one with and I never remember his name. He plays Falcon in the MCU.
Yeah, Synchronic. Yeah,
Synchronic.
That was quite good, actually. Yeah,
it was good. It just got a little bit wrapped up in his own thing at the end. Like I don't think they quite had the budget to smash the ending out. But no, it was good. I love Moorhead and Benson. They're ones to watch. They've done a bit of VHS 3 as well, the found footage horror.
Yeah, VHS 84, I think that one.
Yeah,
they did a segment in that.
Yeah, they do the last one on that where the kids are skateboarding in Mexico. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, right.
But they're good directors to watch. Everyone, I think, with Disney now doing Moonlight, you of them definitely.
They're caught up in the Disney cloud now.
That's got to be the highlight for your career if you're making movies, I guess, at the moment. Though, it was probably to get in with Netflix, but now they've gone downhill a bit. Is get in with Disney. Like, if you can get a role in the MCU, you're sorted for life. And I bet they were fighting each other like hell for those roles in the later MCU films.
And Moon Knight's one of the best ones because it has a unique story to tell and vision to it. So it's one of the best ones.
But I bet Terrence Howard is gutted he gave up the role of Iron Man's sidekick after the first film. Like
Rhodey,
kick himself, like, and then he went to Don Cheadle, like.
Oh yeah.
Did you know he got nominated for an Emmy in Falcon and Winter Soldier for 5 minutes, and even he was confused for that? Don Cheadle.
Really?
Yeah, even he was confused. He actually, I think he retweeted the Emmy saying, "Are you for real? I was in it for 5 minutes or something." He said.
Goes to show how bad everyone else's performance was then if he's up for the award for 5 minutes. But, but like, even Karen Gillan got in on the MCU, didn't she? In the end, Every Man and His Dog was in it in the end.
Seems to be. DVD from Film Bloke says V2000 did seem like an interesting format. Basically, video, audio, cassettes. Tech Moon did a video on it. Tech Moon did a video. Cool. Cora says, I'm in no way a professor. Maybe a professor of idiocy.
That is me. That's my major.
Dr. Impossible says, and CDI has a deal with Paramount to launch the product in the UK in 92. The discs cost nearly £29 each. Crazy times then in 98. Came DVDs, yeah.
That would have been about 50 quid now.
Yeah.
Well, in 1992, I think you used to buy a VHS would be about $9.99, wouldn't it? So 3 times the price of what you were paying at the time for the format that was in fashion. So I can see why it probably didn't do too well, really.
It's like Criterion prices.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, something nice about VHS tapes is you can fast forward past the trailers, warnings, logos, and all that bullshit, and it will be in the spot you left it. Rewinding them is the only downside. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You needed trailers back in the day, didn't you? If you can imagine a time before the internet, You know, the only way you knew about new movies coming out really was if they were in the cinema and you were waiting for the VHS, or by stumbling upon them when you're looking for
Now
one.
you just go on Twitter now, and then you
Oh
just
yeah,
see
no,
it.
it's unbelievable. Like when I think when I was 13, 14, I'd stay awake till 3 o'clock in the morning to see one rap video on MTV on your MTV raps,
Yeah.
and now you can just go on
Eminem.
YouTube, type in the name on the song. Well, even before that, like, you know what I mean? But you'd have to stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning just to watch something on the TV, like, and now you can just type it into YouTube, and boom, there it is, like. Crazy, man.
It got me the other week when I was watching, I think it was Pirates 2 or Pirates 3 on Blu-ray, and it was like, coming soon to Disney Home Media, and it was like stuff like Cars, Chicken Little, and I was like, wow, these films are
Remember the advert
Wow.
where it was like, in a
unbelievable.
world where whatever Disney
Yeah.
one. Which was
It
on
was like one of
every-
these first trailers that promoted Blu-ray, introducing Blu-ray, the new future format.
Yeah.
Disney ones take forever to start. They have that fast play
Yeah.
function, don't they? And even that's not fast play. You go through about 3 menus just to get to the bloody fast play.
snails
but
go
it's,
faster than that.
like, yeah, exactly. So
By the
Disney's
time
always-
you actually get to the film, you could actually made dinner and had a cup of tea by the time the film starts.
You could have flown to Spain and back by the time that's finished, like my dad said with Lord of the Rings.
But,
wow.
I like old trailers or like 80s trailers and things like. You always got that guy with the voice over the top, like.
They re-release them on the
monologues.
internet sometimes. I see.
Yeah, they do.
Release them.
That's true.
Joe Blow released them every blimmin' day. Whenever I go on there, it's just Bruce Willis ones.
Tony Crosby says, me mate collects VHS Ferguson top loaders. Odd.
Yeah, so they're the ones with the discs used to go in the top instead of in the front.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
You'd
yeah.
open up. Used to be really noisy though, so if you were trying to watch your blue movies 2 o'clock in the morning when no one you knew, the video would be like sound like the Megatron transforming, like the video in.
You want a McDonald's? What?
Of course he does. Is your dad?
Got a Big Mac stuck in it.
That's not crazy thing for him to say.
He's on
Is it?
about something about ringing up doing the Deliveroo. Oh, thanks.
Surprised he knows how to word Deliveroo.
Well, it'd probably get me to do it, but anyway. DVD film like says, I mean, one of the tapes in the garage was Training Day, and it had like 15 or so minutes of trailers. What? That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
No,
When you get those VHSs and it's like stay to the end of the movie for more trailers.
Yeah.
Still need to
right.
see Training Day.
Oh, it's really good. I enjoyed it.
King Kong ain't got shit on me. I remember that bit because that's everywhere. But
Yeah.
He deserved his Oscar for that, Denzel. Fair play.
oh, it's me again.
Yeah, it's you again saying I'm one of the only people's my age who still buy CDs.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Oh, it's
I like
good, you still
CD as
keep
a
buying them.
format.
Yeah, like I've got done it in the back, but you can see all of them up there. Got loads.
Yeah,
just
you did a CD collection video as well, didn't you?
Yeah, and I bought some music posters today and stuff, so I'm always buying CDs and music stuff.
That's good.
Yeah.
Definitely good.
I don't know why they sort of stopped pushing CDs, because cars don't come with CD players anymore. It's all well and good having Spotify, but unless you pay premium,
It's like my mum
you
said.
can't skip or anything like that.
When we went out for my birthday, my 19th, she got me some CDs, and I put one in the car in the CD player. And she said, "I've never used this before," and she's had the car 5 years. So,
you know, like when you got a CD in the car, you can flick the track can, you usually off the steering wheel.
Yeah,
when you got
yeah.
Spotify, you like this on your phone. You crashed your car before you've got the song on that you want to
Could
listen
have ran into a
to.
tree before you get to the song
Yeah,
you want.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Before you get to Justin Bieber's Baby, you're going to crash into a tree. You know?
So I'm a little bit disappointed the CDs, and that's still a big thing. I used to.
I
like
don't
buying
think
CDs.
I've ever had a car with a CD player. We had one.
Have you
car
ever had
with
a car?
No. Yeah, we had a car that had like a cassette tape in, and we had that car for like 10 years, and then the next car we had was just like Bluetooth, and every single one since then, since like 2012, had like Bluetooth in it with no CD player.
The problem is with our car is you can Bluetooth it to the car, but you can't actually change it on the steering wheel. You have to change it on the phone.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a bit dangerous when you drive.
Ours is on the phone, but it's just like too messing about.
So CDs sound better anyway. They're less compressed.
That's
sort
true.
of like Blu-rays and DVDs, but That's
I
compressed.
mean, to be fair, this sounds stupid saying this, but considering vinyls are like all the popular, I suppose when you got a vinyl player inside a car.
I don't collect vinyl, but there's one I want which you can't get on CD, and I'm trying to find it, but I can't find it. So I'm gonna have to order it online, I think. But it's nearly 30 quid though. So
Yeah, vinyls are quite expensive. Some
my
of
dad's
them are.
got about 4,000 vinyl, I think, something like that.
Wow, quite a
Yeah.
collection.
Hmm.
We've got Edward here saying, "What's your thoughts on the new Avatar 2 trailer coming soon?" Intrigued, I suppose. Give it a go.
I'll be cheering when it actually happens. Because
It's a miracle.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
This is like the last Guns N' Roses album, where it just like took forever to come out.
Well, this
Yeah.
is like the new Kendrick album, which is finally coming out in like 2 weeks. It's taken him 5 years. You know, just like that.
Oh wow.
Although with music artists, if they spend 5 years on an album, it's usually fire. But with film directors, I'm not sure really.
No.
If it's taking him 5 years to make it. I mean,
I
it's like
know-
longer than that.
reshoots of that. Yeah, longer than that. Yeah.
I know I was talking to somebody and they said, when Avatar first came out, my kid was not long started school and now they're finishing school. And I'm like, whoa.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Wow.
Yeah, I was 6 when that came out.
Oh,
And now look at
wow.
me, I'm 19.
I
I'm
was
waiting for number 2.
13. I was 13, so yeah.
I was 18 when it came out.
What year did it come out?
2009.
2008, 2008, 9.
Right.
9.
2009, yeah. Oh.
14 years ago, yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says, I don't think VHS will come back because the quality is really not very good regardless of equipment. Records sound better based on the record player. They'll probably work something out
I
to bring
have
it back.
seen that on artist websites. I've seen there's a signed album I want to get, and it comes with a cassette. So they're bringing cassettes back.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. They did the
Yeah.
cassette for No Time to Die soundtrack.
Yeah,
they
they like Tate McRae's got a debut album coming out, and I can get it signed, and it comes with a cassette as well as an album. So I'm tempted.
That's cool.
If we have a cassette player somewhere.
I think everybody has one somewhere.
Yeah, my mum used to have one when she was growing up, and she gave it to me. I don't know where I put it.
Yep, same here. Same here.
Somewhere.
He is right about VHS, though. I was watching an interview with Joe Bob Briggs the other day. He's like an American Texas movie reviewer, and he was saying that VHS won't come back because, like DVD and Film Blokes saying, people want to watch their things in the best quality they can. When it comes to music, people like the nostalgia of like the crackle. But when it comes to film, you don't want to be spending 10 minutes on the tracking, do you, before you sit down to watch it and whatever. So he is right. They won't come back to the masses because Blu-ray and all is just that much better for the quality of what you want to see the stuff in. But it might have a little renaissance.
Yeah, it might do.
They might have a comeback at some point because I know VHS is a whole thing because of Stranger Things with the whole 80s retro thing.
Yeah,
they do like shirts in like VHS boxes and stuff. So
they do those in HMV and cereal boxes.
Yeah,
I'm so confused. I wanted cereals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, problem with renting a VHS tape was finding out the tape was stretched to buggery due to people skipping the trailers or watched a specific film trailer. Yeah. I can remember my uncle had a lot of issues with like renting VHS tapes. He ended up buying hordes of new players because it kept messing up his player. I'm sure he said he had one and somebody put jam in the VHS tape.
Yeah, that's like you with the sandwich, though.
Yeah, but I was 3 years old.
And their messy hands getting all over it. Like
one thing my brother did, though, my dad's super expensive record player at the time. He put his toy. My brother put his toys on it and broke the needle, and my dad was so annoyed because of how much it cost. Because where it span round, my brother just wanted to see all the toys spin round on it, so he broke it.
Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says VHS packaging for Blu-ray titles is popular.
Yeah, you bought one, didn't you? Beverly Hills Cop, wasn't it?
Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop. There's hordes of them in there. You've got all the collection, didn't you, Andy?
Yeah, it's just literally just up there on the top.
Yeah.
That's the whole VHS HMV range on the top.
They're
What's
not
that,
actually
about
that
20 odd
expensive, are they?
titles?
Yeah, I think they were about £15 when they came out, and then I think there was like an offer for like
2
two
for
for
15. or
20,
something.
Yeah.
2 for 20, something like that. But yeah, they've just stopped doing them, and a lot of them you can't get anymore. I think most of them are out of print now. I think there's only like 5 or 6 left you can buy.
Yeah, I can remember one of them you got was the Frighteners, didn't you?
Yeah. They all come with like posters, like stickers and cards, and all the cards have got like a number on. That's like 1 to 23.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Tony says they're trying to bring back audio cassettes. They've got more chance to bring them back hanging than that. Ooh.
Oh, Jesus.
Steve from Phonebook says, yeah, the thing with the tape is the more it's played, the worse quality it gets. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You also got to understand as well that you're supposed to clean the heads when you had a video. Most people didn't bother, so the amount of dirt the tape would be attracting when it's being rented out to numerous houses where they wouldn't clean the heads on their videotapes. Like, so you can just see how it was a pretty damn fragile format, really. But I suppose they were housed in the casing, weren't they? So, no one knew any different at the time, did they? They were the greatest things in sliced bread at the time. But
I do miss those days of renting VHS, though.
Oh, yeah.
Going in and the whole experience of going in, picking up snacks, taking it back, choosing another one.
Yeah,
for sure.
Friday night, local corner shop, used to have like a rack full of films, you pick them out. That's quite fun.
Yeah, they had one like that in Portugal when I went. They had, like, Now You See Me in Portuguese and stuff for like €6. Whatever.
I mean, it was quite nice going to them, but the problem is, well, most of them got nicked out of them, to be fair. But I remember the Blockbuster we had there. They like literally used to do like deals. You used to get like they did a weekend deal, like a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday one, like 3 films with some snacks, and you only had to pay like just over €5 or something. It was like really good offer.
I think towards the end of his tenure, Blockbuster realised that people didn't want to rent a movie one night and have to bring it back the next night. So, like you say, they used to do like over 3 nights or 4 nights. Same with the video games. And then your local corner shop would only do it over one night. Like, you'd have to have it back by 4 o'clock the next day or whatever. And they put these little tags on them, wouldn't they? If they were rented out, so you could still see the box on the shelf, but you couldn't rent it because someone else had it. But they'd have like a tag on it.
Yeah, my library used to do the same as well.
Yeah,
with VHS tapes and DVDs, to be fair. That's
how I grew up. My biggest film collection I've ever had was when it was VHS back in the day. Obviously, I got rid of them all now, but I still love buying tapes.
Yeah, I can remember like with DVDs, they used to like replace the discs with a blank disc. They did. That was the thing. That was a space, so that stopped quickly.
I don't think I ever got any experience in renting DVDs. I think I was maybe past it when DVDs come out, and it was just buy them or.
I can remember, was it Love Film, and they used to just send them in the post to you, didn't they?
Yeah,
that was quite cool.
Yeah, they used to do those clubs for VHS. They'd give you a starting offer where you would get 6 films for the price of 1, and then they'd like send you one every month, and you'd have to send it back if you didn't want it. And it became a bit of a pain in the ass in the end, but everyone would do it to get those 5 free tapes at the start, like, you know.
Yeah. DVD from Phone Bloke says, I actually have a copy of Beverly Hills Cop on tape, which comes with the CIC strip packaging, which was used on the HMV VHS range. One of the tape, the stripes are blue, and the VHS range is red.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's cool. Dr. Impossible says DVD sound quality was always a problem, and the distributes by the magnetic tapes. Cleaning VCR heads was a constant process when renting dirty tapes from rental stores. Yeah, that's the problem. A lot of people didn't care with rentals.
Yeah, and I remember my dad took out a rental when that was still a thing. He never brought it back. You know, people just tend to not bring them back and just pay the fine or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So no wonder why Blockbuster died out.
I remember when one person come in and they said like, there was like, oh, we see on your record you rented out this film and you never returned it. Yeah, I checked it in the bin. It was crap.
If people were returning them late, they'd wait till the shop was closed and post them to the letterbox, and then they can
Yeah.
get done for the
That's
fine.
true. Yeah.
But,
Oh wow. I do miss them days because I suppose it's more of a unique way to watching films and that. Whilst it
Yeah.
probably wasn't the best way, it was more of an experience.
Definitely more of a discovery. There's not many films you go into these days without some sort of knowledge of, is there? But back then, you were renting films based on the cover art a lot of the time, like.
Yeah.
And you were
I've
just
seen a
hoping for
few
the
films
best.
recently without knowing what it's about.
Yeah,
Mm.
fair enough. But I don't know. It's just when you're looking at thumbnails on Netflix or whatever. I don't know.
You kind of get a sense of what you're going into.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, I suppose these days they don't try and dupe you into renting a crap movie by giving you awesome artwork. That's what it was
Well,
like
kind
in
of.
the 80s.
Sometimes that does happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just miss the days going into blockbusters, looking at this nice film with like a really odd cover and seeing 5 out of 5 by the Daily Star. Oh, quality of the Daily Star says
Oh,
so.
perfect. Daily stuff.
I just think it was fun, that experience. It was it was fun. Like looking through Netflix, it's not fun.
No, it's
not.
annoying.
No, because it
Yeah.
takes you hours to figure out something you actually want to
Yeah.
watch,
Exactly.
and then you go and put it on and then turn it off within 10 minutes. I find that.
Yeah.
You know, literally, I've got about 50 things on my continue watching, and I'm only 10 minutes through each one. You know, so,
You want to have a movie night and you spend most of the night just looking through all the films. By the time you pick
Yeah.
something, it's like 11 at night, and it's like, oh,
movie
well, I'm
night,
tired,
more
I'm
like
not
picking a
today.
movie night and then never get through it.
Yeah.
You spend longer looking for a movie than actually watching them sometimes. But I get
Yeah.
that with my physical media releases. Mine, I could just be staring at the bloody shelves for an hour, like thinking what to watch.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah,
my
it can be
CDs.
like
I'm like,
that.
what one do I want to listen to? You know, it's
I don't know if what sort of setup you have in your houses as well, but I got like a nice 4K TV in one room, then a smaller telly in the living room, and sometimes I won't watch a movie in the living room because I think, oh, this would be better on the big telly out there. But I don't go out there and watch it, so it never gets watched. You know what I mean? I like make excuses not to watch things. Sometimes I think to myself, maybe.
The only service I don't struggle finding something to watch is Mubi, because every day they put on a new thing, and I want to watch most of the stuff they put on there.
I got a couple of physical media movie releases, and they do put out some good films, fair dues.
Yeah, they're more
they do
my
some good stuff.
sort of thing. You know, indie foreign language stuff is my go-to.
Yeah, I love world cinema after horror. World cinema is probably my favourite
Yeah.
genre or subgenre, whatever.
Yeah.
Edward says, what do you think of the Avatar 2 title, Way of the Water?
It's quite funny, actually. I quite find it funny. I don't know why.
I don't know.
I could just find them. I could just imagine them with a bottle of Evian just drinking it. I think
They
that's.
probably have an advertisement with Evian come Christmas time when the film comes out. You'll probably have a little blue avatar on your water bottle.
That would be
see
nightmare
Avatar Way of
fuel.
the Water. There'll
don't
probably
buy
be like
Evian,
product placement of Evian water bottles in there. Oh, in the future you've got Evian water. Oh, I don't know. It's
Wouldn't
a title.
surprise
It
me if
doesn't
you-
say a lot, to be fair.
I bet the entire concept of the title is made around some sort of marketing gimmick anyway, like you say. So yeah, probably call it Way of Water because they're going to
Knowing James Cameron, he's going to make it an experience where you could watch it underwater or some
Yeah.
stupid bullshit.
Probably.
Yeah, IMAX underwater.
Yeah. Marvel fan says there's more carry-on titles being added to BritBox. Well, that's good. The problem is with BritBox, they only have like half of what a library of stuff on. Now have like, oh, we've got this franchise, all that franchise, and they've only got like a couple of episodes. It's just like,
Yeah, I don't use BritBox to be fair.
Nah,
No, I don't.
I don't like British TV much.
I got nothing against it.
I don't like
feel need it.
TV much in general. I don't really watch many
yeah,
TV
that's
shows.
to be fair.
Yeah, I'm getting that way.
Yeah.
More of a
What about
movie
you,
thing.
Mike? What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't watch BritBox, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. I had like a free trial, was it last year, and it was just like, there's nothing on here.
No, just call the midwife and whatever.
Yeah, spitting image.
And Downton Abbey, series 807.
Yeah, that's about it. Or Midsummer Murders. That's basically what it was. It was Midsummer Murders box sets.
Yeah.
One after the other. We went through the whole Midsummer franchise like about twice of that
You
month.
didn't. You mean your dad did? You didn't.
Even though he was asleep half the time.
Yeah, exactly.
DVD and film bloke says Doctor Impossible. Yeah, it's worse when hi-fi keeps dropping and you get the SPLR thing on the screen. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Oh, comments have gone weird.
I think you got a troll in the comments. To
Yeah.
be fair.
Yeah, where let's have a
See a
look.
porn bot, like 2 porn bots in here.
Right. Oh dear. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we?
Yeah.
And there's another one as well. Just put in thanks, Doc.
Oh, I have actually just banned the person, so hopefully that will disappear. Right. I've gone absolutely way past the comments, but we're at Sparkstron here saying, don't think we'll get new VHS players, maybe some real cheap ones like they did with the record players and cassette players, but they are trash. VHS is too costly to produce and takes up more space. Yeah, that is the case.
Plus the whole plastic thing right now.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. It's just not viable. If the VHS come out today, it'll probably be about the same price as a 4K.
More than that, I think it'll be like vinyl prices. It'll be
Yeah.
about £30. I reckon.
If it come back, it would just be a gimmick for people, shall I say, for like people who remembered it and people who just want to experience it. It'll probably be around for a little while, but I don't know. DVD Even Film Bloke says, I was fairly young when VHS died out, so never experienced the joys of renting. When did VHS died out? About 2003, 2004?
I think so.
Yeah, I'd probably say about 2005, 6. It definitely.
But the last film I remember that was about in like Tesco on VHS was Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And that was the last one.
2003, it began to die off.
Yeah.
Because I remember when Casino Royale came out, and I wanted to get it on VHS because of the big picture the Bond movies had done, and it just there was no VHS of it.
But they stopped actually producing them in 2008, and Panasonic stopped selling VCRs in 2012. So
yeah, it's very much like with consoles like the PS2 that stopped production.
Shame we
like
didn't get an Avatar
2006.
VHS, huh?
Oh yeah, that's true. We might just get one just yet if James
He would have
Cameron had
rinsed
his
it
way.
for all it's got.
We'll probably have an audio tape of it coming out soon. The audio tape of the film, every single format.
Who's doing the score for this one? Because James Horner died, didn't he? Who did the last one?
DVD Even Bloke says, yeah, VHS is only really worth it for the novelty purposes. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, still have quite a few pre-post VHS tapes, quite a few Warner and Medusa titles. Cleaning tapes is a pleasure, but I have to be careful with storage. 2 dehumidifiers, and it's still hard, yeah. I mean, like, isn't it like 1 VHS tape's the equivalent size of like 3 DVD or Blu-ray cases?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
About that, yeah.
A little bit taller as well. And if you bought the X rentals, the boxes were even bigger, weren't they, on the X rentals than if you bought it from like HMV.
I remember having a double one that was like huge. It was bigger than a Harry Potter book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because that's the one thing with VHS. You know, you couldn't get all like the box sets and the trilogies and the quadrilogies and all that you get now in nice sets if they were VHS. Could you imagine like the Skywalker saga on VHS or something like? Take them out of your living room.
Wow.
Oh no.
Wow. DVD from Film Bloke says, I think the most recent film that came out on VHS was VHS, which was a limited edition tape which you could only get from an event. I know Jason got Malignant, didn't he, on VHS from America?
Did he get that?
Did they do I think it was a company that made him up online.
They're promotional, I think, like more than anything. The VHS one was done by Bloody Disgusting, the website. Like they were giving them away on their websites. I don't think it was ever retail. They were just more promotion side of things. But I do remember when it came out. And House of the Devil, the Ty West film, that came out on VHS as well. Because it's like an ode to that period in time anyway. Like, so that came out on VHS.
DVD Film Book says, the oldest tape I have is Invaders of the Body Snatchers from 85. The 85 sell through from the video collection, which is pretty bad mold. Yeah. I've got it all off, but the tape is so damaged that the tape. Basically the tape is so damaged, and I'll get it on Blu-ray and keep the tape for novelty reasons. But to be fair, I like the cases always had really nice artwork on, and there's something just about that, like on the tape.
Yeah.
There's someone I watch on TikTok who still has VHS tapes.
Mm. I know. I'm pretty certain I see somebody like had them like wall mounted or something, like put them in like a canvas or something, or like the artwork.
There's definitely still collectors out there. You see on YouTube in America, a lot of the VHSs come in cardboard sleeves instead of the big plastic boxes we used to have. So they look alright, like when they're stacked, like they don't, But...
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, I also have the Wizard of Oz, an 86 release from MGM UA, which I bought years ago, and it's in perfect condition. Wow. That's cool.
That's a film that's had some different releases over the years, Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, loads,
yeah. It's like getting a release every single year, it seems like, to be fair.
Yeah, in the HMV sale, they're doing the 4K box set for like 20 quid, I think.
That's the one I got. It opens up like
50
a drawer.
or 60 quid, didn't
it? I paid 65 quid for it when I first bought it. It was the first 4K I ever bought. Like, Zavi had me, like, before I realised they were rip-off merchants. But,
that's a nice set, but wow.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, it's one of my favourites, I got to be honest. You can get a Leprechaun set like that in Germany, all the Leprechaun movies, and it's leather, and it pulls out like a drawer, but you just can't get your hands on it. That'll be one for Keith.
The regular 4K for Wizard of Oz. I just have the regular 4K.
It looks great in 4K.
Looks beautiful, yeah.
It's interesting movie. There was a program on Shudder the other night. Well, on demand on Shudder. Cursed movies. Have you ever seen that?
About the hells of it, I guess.
Yeah, there's a series called Cursed Movies. It's on the second season now, and they were doing Wizard of Oz.
Hanging Munchkin alleged.
Yeah, I think that's been demythed now or whatever the word is.
Yeah, it was just a lie, wasn't it?
But it's worth watching. I don't know if you know about the Twilight Zone movie that was made in the 80s and the helicopter crash that killed the kids and all. Watch the episode of Cursed Movies on now on Shudder. Really interesting. Fair play.
Yeah, Vic Morrow.
Yeah.
Killed in the helicopter crash.
Yeah, there was two young kids. They wanted to be in the film, and they told them no because it wasn't safe. And it's because the two kids were so desperate to be in the film, the parents snuck them out 1 o'clock in the morning to film the scene, and the helicopter crashed and killed them. Yeah.
Holy shit.
I remember there was a big lawsuit against John Landis for that, wasn't there?
Yeah. It's really interesting to watch if you're interested. I don't know if you've got Shudder. Like, I don't think you can get it anywhere else, but Cursed Movies well worth a watch.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got Nick's Movie Talk here saying, hi guys, question to everyone, what are the best blind buys you've ever bought?
Oh, American Honey's a good one. Ghost Story with Casey Affleck, what you talked about earlier. It's one of my favourites. What else? Oh yeah, Raw by Julia Ducournau, that French one about the cannibal. Yeah.
Top film, that is, fair play.
Probably Boogie Nights for me.
Still need to see Boogie Nights.
I watched it on I think I got the DVD of it, watched it, and then I think I immediately got rid of the DVD and bought the Blu-ray.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I love that film. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was. I wasn't expecting to love it as much as I did.
Oh. Yeah, I know I've got it. I've been intrigued to watch it, but still haven't got round to it. What about you, Mike?
There's so many, but I'd probably say of the most recent ones, probably that Dinner in America. That was a really good movie.
Yeah, I picked that up recently, and that does look good. Looking forward to giving that a watch. I've heard nothing but positive things from everybody who's seen it.
Yeah.
What about you, Bumpers?
Most movies I buy, I tend to know a little bit about. I tell you, the one that sticks in my head is more of a blind rent than a blind buy. But I don't know if any of you had the same experience with From Dusk Till Dawn and just rented it and thinking it was an action movie. And then, after an hour, just thinking, I remember the next day my mate came over in the morning, and I was like, you got to sit down and watch this film now. Do you know what I mean? And it's just batshit crazy the way it twists if you knew nothing about it whatsoever. So that was a good sort of blind sort of viewing. But with recent movies, I don't know. They're not really blind. Although I might not have never seen the film. I usually got a bit of background on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I know with like most of the stuff, to be fair, with like the Arrow ones that I pick up, a lot of them are blind buys. I picked up the Sartana set. I watched one of them, the first one, had a lot of fun with that, thought that was good.
Yeah.
Mona Lisa, I didn't really know much about that and just watched that and thought that was brilliant.
I think I'm going to get that Beast movie that you recommend because Scouser Alan recommended it as well. So that would be a kind of blind buy, I suppose, for me. I want to check that one out. So.
Yeah, that's a great film. It's pretty cheap in HMV, like only
a
$5.
We've got it cheap in here, yeah. And as soon as when Scouser Alan says something's good, I love Scouser Alan.
Is that the Sidney Poitier one you bought, Pete? Is that
that's
right?
in the heat of the night, that isn't it?
That's in the heat of the night. The one with Beast is the one with the one out of Wild Rose.
Oh, Jessie Buckley.
Yeah, she's in that. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it's a new film. It is. Well, I say new. A couple of years
it's a fairly recent film. It's about
she just got an Oscar nomination, didn't she?
Did she?
She's in for Lost Daughter, which she was great in, and she's got Men this year. So
awesome.
What's her name again? Sorry,
Jessie Buckley.
Cool.
She's got a good career ahead of her.
Right. Dr. Impossible says Kenny Everett. Network released the near full TV series by Thames. I would probably say it's far better than the BBC series from the 80s. Everett made a horror film with Vincent Price. Cora says, going to check Bumper's channel as he seems like a nice guy. You know, the type that would happily pay all my drinks in the bar.
I'll be the guy who says he's going to pay for them all, and then his credit card bounces through the roof at the end, and I run off and leave you with the bill.
Or says he's going to pay for it and then just walks off and leaves you there.
But thank you. Try my best to be a nice guy, innit?
It's been a great stream talking to you tonight. It's a pleasure to have you on. This is your first stream and you're doing really well.
It's just like being in work on Teams all day, isn't it,
really?
Yeah. Danny says, how's your Doctor Who collection going, Pete? It's about the same as it was. I'm trying to get like the first 5 series of the new era Doctor Who on Blu-ray, but apart from that...
How's the new episode? I heard people hate it. You know,
it was
thing or whatever.
Fine, I suppose. I mean, it's better than the other crap they served up.
Pirates of the Caribbean rip-off thing, wasn't it?
Well, it wasn't really much of a Pirates of the Caribbean one. I don't know. This is like, it's a weird one. The Sea Devils can jump like Mario. Oh, it's just weird.
Jump like Jared Leto, can they?
It's a very odd episode. It was fine for what it was. But I'm looking forward to the new one. Hopefully they won't bugger it up, but they probably might do. I'll be glad when they announce the new Doctor. Apparently it could be happening any week now, but mind you, they've been saying that for the past few months.
Who do you think it would be?
I don't know. Probably be a bloke across the road's dog, for all I know.
I don't think I'd ever guess the new Doctor Who. They always keep it under wraps well, don't they?
There was rumours it was going to be Ollie Alexander from Years and Years.
Yeah.
And It's a Sin, which
I doubt that will happen now. I doubt that happen now. There was a rumour that there was going to be a young woman, like she was like only 19 or 20. They were going to make her really... I wish.
Yeah.
They always wanted Gillian Anderson for the role, I think, but
she's not even English
now. She lives in England, mind, doesn't she? But
she's American, though.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I think they've always called her for it. I think
it don't really matter to be fair if they're American or not.
Yeah, no? But I mean, she's typecast as Scully to me. But you know.
I mean, if they could afford it, I would like Gemma Arterton as a female Doctor. I think she'd be quite good.
Jessie Buckley might do, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know whether they're going to go back to a male Doctor or keep as a female. I think it's all up in the air at the moment.
Sort of,
It works better with a male Doctor, doesn't it? I'm not trying to.
David Tennant should come back. He was the best one.
Yeah,
I know
this
there's
movie,
rumours of that happening.
Yeah,
Whether
he
that'll
was the
happen
one
or
which
not.
he was the only season I watched, I think, and a
I
couple
think
of
that's
Eccleston.
everybody. He was everybody's Doctor of that era. That 5-year period from 2005 when he started to like 2010 was like golden era. Like people were watching that every
Because
Saturday
David
night. But
Tennant
then,
is so charismatic and everything is in. Even shit, he's good at it.
yeah, is the only good thing about Broadchurch season 2. Oh. Tony Crosby says, Dr. Impossible, I've got that Everett box set. It's excellent. Yeah, I remember Sainsbury's used to sell it. Carl says, I don't think you want to hear about the 1,500 blind boys I have that are great.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah, I can get that, mate. Dr. Impossible says, yeah, but it's a bit pricey, but it's worth its weight in gold. I can see that DVD becoming highly collectible down the road. Yeah, I can remember that Kenny Everett set was like 40 quid on DVD, and it's like only like about a 3 or 4 disc set. Danny says, last time I went to cinema was to see Harry Potter Part 2 in 3D. Wow.
that was 10 years ago. Or 11 years ago now.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, last year was the first time I went to the cinema since Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban in 2004. So, yeah.
I went to the cinema last week. I go once a week, pretty much.
Yeah, I'd rather just wait for the film to come out, to be fair. It's always been the case. It's only really like films like Batman, Spider-Man to avoid spoilers, but I just try to avoid the internet. I say try to avoid the internet, but somebody will always pop up on my feed and put a spoiler in.
You need to go see The Northman, though, Pete. It's worth every penny.
Yeah, I definitely want to see it. Have you guys seen The Northman yet?
No, I plan to, though.
Not yet, no.
It's Robert Eggers' best film, by far.
Ooh.
Even The Lighthouse is done better than A Lighthouse, and A Lighthouse was near perfect, as it is.
Oh,
So
cool.
it's so much better.
Edward says, do you think we actually need a Venom 3?
No.
We didn't need the first two.
No, we didn't. No.
I hate slating Venom 2 because I love Andy Serkis, but
yeah,
the film's absolutely
It's one of the worst things ever. And they got one of my favourite rappers to do a song called Venom for it.
Yeah, the Eminem tune. But the second one,
Venom.
It's just, what was I going to say? It's just the humour doesn't land at all. You know, when he's in the nightclub with the glow sticks. I looked at my son. He's only 30.
What the fuck was that about? And that was my favourite rapper.
This is the worst film I've ever seen.
That made no sense. That scene did. The problem is it's so inconsistent. You have like it's trying to be dark, and then you've got this silly humour. It just does not.
They balanced it in the first one, didn't they? The first one wasn't great, but Tom Hardy was good in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Riz Ahmed, but the second one, it was just
Riz Ahmed was so miscast.
Yeah. It was like 90 minutes. This one was, but it was over in less than that. It was just like, but it felt longer. To be fair, it was 90 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy it at all.
20 minutes, and you just saw about 8,000 cuts, like different places you were in.
I just thought if that was like about just over a 2-hour movie, it would have been a bit better if they could like expand the story. I was just like there was at the end of the film where was it Woody Harrelson character said, "We were so close." Well, like only half an hour ago, you only just bloody met him. It's just like it's like dialogue like that. It's like, well, they had no like history between each other. It just made no sense. I mean, I'll watch Venom 3 mostly for Tom Hardy, but I could do without it.
I think I'll watch it to make memes on it. That I wonder if they're going to get to direct it this time.
I don't know. We'll probably get Jared Leto appearing as Morbius in Venom 3.
They're 0 for 3 right now. Venom sucked. Venom 2 was trash, and Morbius is horrendous. They're 0 for 3 right now.
Yeah. Tony says, Dr. Impossible, waiting for network releasing that Marty Feldman comedy machine set to come out, but it's been withdrawn. Ooh. Dr. Impossible says Marty Feldman was just legend. The BBC had a special VHS release called It's Marty, and it was hysterical. Fieldman did a film called In God We Trust with a black god played by Pryor. Oh. Danny says, when you doing a meet-up with all the guys, Pete? Oh, don't know. Probably sometime in the future. I know we might have something planned sometime in the future, but hey, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, because you need to get out of your area quick.
I live on the set of Shameless.
Worse than Shameless.
You live on the set of Toxic Avenger.
Not just that, I think you live on the what is it? Oh, you live on the set of Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away.
Actually, one of them did come to this town. They did, and everybody wanted their autographs. Oh, you're a famous person, but can I have your autographs, please?
I'm just doing my job, and then just.
Oh, so somebody. I remember somebody talk. I said, "Well, I come from." They said to me, "They said, wow, it's like the city in RoboCop where you live." Oh, jeez. It's like, Dr. Possible says, what about the young ones? Follow up. Filthy Rich and Cat Flap. Remember watching that on BBC Two back in the mid-'80s? Yeah, I remember my mum used to like that one. But I saw about Bottom. That was brilliant.
Yeah, Bottom's the best in my opinion.
For
British comedy shows, like.
DVD from Film Box says Laserdisc was launched in '78. It was really a format for film buffs because it had better picture quality and extras before DVDs. Laserdisc and VHS coexisted. Wow, pretty interesting. We've got Carlini09 here saying, evening guys, sorry a bit late. Just been catching up with Moon Knight, not the best.
I haven't seen the new episode yet. I will be watching it later tonight.
I
haven't watched any of it yet.
No, I haven't. I'm waiting for the whole series.
I did so on Letterboxd. I've been rating each episode, and I think I gave the first one like a 3.5, second a 4, third a 3, and the second one a 3. So it's mainly sort of average so far.
It's a fairly consistent series, so that's good.
But when he shouted Wagwan was funny at that point. That was very funny.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Carlinio as well on his 1,000
Absolutely.
subs.
Yeah, congrats,
congratulations on the 1,000 subs, mate. Well deserved.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, and Cameron won't bother with The Abyss. Probably leaving the film for future streaming services like Disney Plus. I couldn't give a blue alien for Avatar.
You wait. Don't mention Alien, he'll do that as well.
It's just
Fede Alvarez, who did Evil Dead, doing an Alien film.
Really? I know they're doing a TV series, aren't they?
And it's set in modern day on Earth, apparently.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, the Xenomorph will pop into Tesco for a cup of coffee or something.
You'll get a meal deal.
Oh, God.
He'll go to Tesco and get his meal deal.
Yep. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the Beatles Get Back DVD and Blu-ray possibly being cancelled? Well, there wasn't even a DVD or 4K, I think, over here. It was just a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if they cancel it as a Disney Plus TV show. They'll probably want to keep it on there.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, to be honest. I haven't seen it on Disney Plus at all. I haven't watched it yet.
It's good, but like the set that they announced was just a bog standard set, 3 discs of the 3 episodes with some art cards, put in like a little media book. 30 quid. No special features, no extra behind the scenes stuff. It felt like a very.
The film is just a behind the scenes thing anyway.
Yeah, but they were going to do like there was no like interviews with how they sorted out anything, and a lot of people wanted it, and there was apparently an extended cut. So.
And Peter Jackson do it.
Yeah.
All right. Because he's quite good at documentaries. He made one called Thou Shall Never Grow Old or something. It's like
was very good.
World War II footage.
World War One, actually. I think.
World War One. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like old black and white footage, and
then they restored it.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Is there any dialogue to it, or was it just?
It's all voiceover.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I need to see it though. I've heard it's great.
Yeah, it is
It wasn't
good.
eligible for the Oscar though for documentary for some reason.
That's shocking.
Yeah, either was Won't You Be My Neighbor as well, the Fred Rogers one, which was the same year. That wasn't
I love that
eligible either.
documentary.
I love it. Yeah,
Good
it wasn't even
documentary.
eligible
Yeah.
because it came out like a
Oh.
month before the deadline for submissions or something.
Oh. Tony says, never seen Avatar. Cameron puts me off. Yeah, I can get that. It's just like,
Dude's made like 4 films in his lifetime, and he's 70. So that shows you.
well, like before Avatar, the last film he did was Titanic, wasn't it? So,
Oh, that was 97 or 93
Yeah,
or
no,
whatever.
so-
so
He's
like
the,
he spent like the past 20 odd years focusing on his Pocahontas in space epic.
5 of them, bro. 5 of them.
He's the,
Oh,
the
geez.
movie director of bloody Dr. Dre and rap music. One album every bloody 17 billion years.
It still wouldn't surprise me if we get like about a month or two from Avatar 2 release and they'll say, oh, we'll delay it another year.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Can you imagine if this film's amazing though when it comes out? Like it's the
Oh,
best
yeah.
thing ever.
Oh,
Can you
yeah.
imagine?
Gladly put our hands up and say we're wrong, but it's just like it's been so long.
Well, it's
now,
Disney,
like,
so I don't know if it will be like the best thing ever. It might be great, but
I don't know. No doubt there'll be post-credit scenes, all this sort of rubbish and that.
and then we'll wait another 10 years for the next one.
Yeah.
I just don't want him to tarnish his record of sequels because he's made
No.
2 of the best sequels ever.
Mm.
No, he's yeah.
Shutting out Avatar 2 10 years later.
It could be amazing. We could be sitting in this time next year saying, wow, Avatar 2, best film of the 2020s.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or we could be talking about how it's nominated for a Razzie with Morbius.
Oh, Morbius better be nominated for an Oscar for Best Picture or Best Fuck Up, more like. Because, my lord.
We've got the 4K lowdown here saying, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining, mate. Dr. Impossible says, what's the most unusual Alien film you've ever seen? And that's not the usual suspects from the Alien archives. For me, it's Dead of Night, a great horror thriller anthology.
Haven't seen any.
That's the only one I've seen, that Dead of Night. It's pretty good.
I've seen a few Alien films, but honestly, the titles of them, I can't remember.
So is Elin the director or the production company?
Production company,
Production.
isn't it? Yeah.
I think The Lady Killers is probably the most popular
Lady
one.
Killers is
Yeah, I've seen that.
the one I can
Killers.
remember, yeah.
Like the Lavender Hill Mob, is that one?
They have an official logo for it.
Yeah.
They have an official logo.
Wow. Worth blooming 12 years for that logo.
I know.
Yeah, all I can remember is like Lavender Hill Mob and Lady Killers. There's a few others they done. Like, didn't they do like the Centurions stuff? Like the early Centurions films? Or probably not. I don't know.
Not sure. It's very old production. I think it's like 40s and 50s films.
Yeah, it's mostly all like, I remember all the films are mostly just black and white. Most like British films from then was like Ian stuff.
Yeah.
It's funny how black and white have had a new lease of life on 4K now, isn't it? A lot of these black and white movies look unbelievable now. Like, I think Mike's seen it. Carnival of Souls, the Criterion release. Have you seen that, Mike? It's not 4K, mind. Don't get me wrong, but it just looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? You know, like for some obscure movie from 70 years ago or whatever. Like that was another one Scouser Adam put me onto. But what a film that is. And
that's a really good film. Yeah, really creepy.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
I saw Alan Scouser in town the other day.
What did you? I couldn't have a conversation with him. I'd only understand half of it, but
yeah, I didn't speak to him. I wasn't sure if he'd remember me, but he's a lot taller than I realized.
Yeah.
Really?
It's just strange when you see YouTubers when you see them like in real life, and
they're
just not how you picture
Alan
them.
Scouser.
Alan Scouser. I don't think I've heard of him before.
Oh, he's been doing.
He's great. I love him.
Yeah, he's been
Yeah.
doing it for a few years now. He's a great guy. He's doing a live stream tomorrow on his channel.
yeah, I see.
Yeah, I'll try and jump on that for a bit to support.
He really
Yeah.
wins me over with his sort of like enthusiasm. Like even when
Yeah.
he loves or hates a movie, like his enthusiasm just translates so well.
His review of *Malignant* was brilliant.
Yeah. His review of *Midsommar* is my absolute favorite.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't think I've
love
seen that
his
one.
review of that film.
Yeah.
Even though I don't agree with him, but I love his. I still love
the
his
way
review.
the way that he describes the films in his reviews are just perfect.
It's like me with Morbius, piece of crap. In my review of it.
I just find you need a go-to person for different genres or decades, don't you? And with Alan, like if he says a film from the 40s or the 50s I haven't heard of is good, I'll make a point to watch it, whereas otherwise I would never have heard of it in my life. I might not take his word on a modern film, but for the older stuff, he definitely knows what he's
To be fair, he bought Lamb, so the dude's got
he reviewed
taste.
last night in Soho the other day. He loved it as well,
I saw that. Yeah, last night I saw it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just he's good for the older stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, he recently passed 500 subscribers as well, so that's good on him. Definitely well deserved.
Yeah.
Hopefully he should be coming on the stream later next month, so that'll be good. We've got Andy Likes Stuff. I worked at CX for a few months a couple of years ago, and my mate's the manager of the store in Scarborough. Oh, wow.
I went for an interview at CX. I didn't get the job, which is sad.
I got the job because I looked like his uncle, the manager's uncle. So there you go.
Every dude in my CX has got a beard and dreadlocks. Every dude. So I wouldn't fit in anyway.
No. It's just my CX is. Well, our CX is a bit crap, to be fair. Smells like a sewer.
They all are now, aren't they?
Yeah.
You don't get no value for what you trade in anymore. People
No.
They just
I had a massive bag full of films, and he said, "Oh, we'll give you about £8 for that." I said, "What, cash?" "No, trading." "How much cash?" £2. £2.
You get £8 for DVDs. Like
You used
some of them
to work
go through as a penny, don't they?
Yeah.
But it's a shame though, because it was a good idea when it first started, but it
was basically
too
like
much
a load
profit,
of
like,
like
trying to make-
university mates just set up this store together, didn't they? That's what all it was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I started off
they
as
set it
video
up in
games
the
because
90s.
video games are so expensive. Not everyone could afford to go out and buy a brand new video game every week, like, or if there was 2 out in the same week. So.
Yeah, but now they can barely afford CX prices. So
yeah, that's what I
like...
mean. They're more expensive to CX nowadays than bloody game half the time. Yeah, so...
Game is shutting down though, isn't it? Isn't it? Administration.
I don't know. Game is like owned by Sports Direct, but our local one now has more toys than anything. They've got more My Little Ponies than bloody Switch games.
It's on the rocks though, because I know one of them near me is closed down.
It wouldn't surprise me if the one near me did. The one there's 2 in Norwich. They closed down and went into Sports Direct, but.
One of them's gone into House of Fraser now at Blue Water.
Yeah, that's the one. House of Fraser, should I say. Yeah. It's either Sports Direct or House of Fraser they put them in now, and that's all they're going to be.
In Blue Water, right, they've got a game store, and they've also got a game inside of House of Fraser, which is down around the corner. So they've got 2 games in there.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
It's just another format that's dying because you can just sit in your bedroom and download everything from the store, can't you? These days,
but you're paying ridiculous prices to download them.
You pay ridiculous price in game as well.
For the convenience, don't they?
It's like most consoles now aren't coming with disc trays. Like they did an Xbox without a disc tray. It's only
PS4, 5 as well. I just don't like it myself.
They don't like these sort of shops, though, do they? Sony, PlayStation, and Xbox. They don't want you trading your games in or swapping them. They want you downloading the new versions and paying the full whack and having nothing to.
It's like my brother bought Cyberpunk. My brother bought Cyberpunk on PC. He spent like £50-60 on it. He gave up within 10 minutes because it kept lagging so much. He was like, I'm going outside and having a smoke. I'm done with this game.
They wanted like £120 for the full pack of the new wrestling game, didn't they? I read somewhere.
I know. It's like all the DLCs and stuff like that.
Aren't they all the same, though? It's like FIFA games. They're just new skins every time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
New soundtrack.
New soundtrack, an extra tenner each game.
I can remember when the Xbox One came out and they said that you can't play pre-owned games, and then next day Sony released a video with the PlayStation 4. This is a pre-owned game. this is what happens. And he gave it to his friend. I can play it on the PS4. And then it was like a simple 5-second advert. And the Xbox had to change their mind and said, oh, yeah, you can play pre-owned games.
That's very
Yeah.
funny. That's very funny, actually.
But next up, we've got Mark Waters here saying, I watched a Michael Caine 81 film called The Hand. It was a good watch. Cool. Haven't heard of that one. Have you guys heard of it?
No.
No.
Not that one.
Dr. Impossible says, Tony, another film that barely ever gets mentioned as an Ealing film was a supernatural film, The Halfway House. It's an enjoyable wartime creepy tale that works. Studio Canal released it. I think Studio Canal released most of the Ealing films. I think most of them on like the vintage range are Ealing.
To be fair, Studio Canal do some nice releases.
They're very underrated, I think. Oh, they do some nice.
Some of their
releases,
4Ks look good as well. To be fair,
I've heard that. Didn't they do the? Yeah, they done the Wicker Man one, and I'm pretty certain they done the Basic Instinct one, and they also done Flash Gordon as well.
Yeah, Total Recall.
Yeah, they've done some good stuff. They're a good label, I think.
Even before their physical media releases, they're a good production company, full stop. If you're watching a movie and it comes up with the Studio Canal thing at the start, 9 times out of 10, you're in for a good time. Fair play.
I always remember when I was a kid when the Studio Canal logo popped up on the film. It used to terrify me how loud it was.
Yeah, it comes on really loud. Yeah,
Yeah.
But they do a lot of like European art house and horror back in the day, and they're some of my favourite films for too.
Yeah. Tony says not seen that. We'll check that out. Carl says I like when the day well from Ealing might be the first one I saw, so I'm probably a little biased. I don't think I've heard of that one. Have you heard of it?
No.
Yes. Yeah, When the Day Well.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it though, have you?
I don't think I've seen it. No. The title definitely rings a bell.
Right. Ooh. We've got Ryan here saying Ryan of the Night has entered the room.
Here he is.
Hey, Ryan. The 4K lowdown says drunk in the bargain bin. Lol, half price for that. Yeah. Todd Boswell says, did he puke at the bargain bin, Pete? No, he was just sitting there asleep, going, moaning about something about. I think it was something about football, probably. I don't know. He said it was comfy though, so make of that what you will. Carl says, Ryan, silly person.
Silly boy. Silly boy.
Tony says, was going to put my unwanted DVDs in CX, but if I put 100 in that, it's about £1. Going to put them in an animal charity shop instead. Yeah, you'd probably be better off doing it.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, has the one-hit wonder going on Radio 2, Ryan, reached number 24,000 in the charts yet? Oh, this song is just going to haunt him forever. It is. Oh. David Beach says vinyl sold more in the 60s and 50s. Yeah, of course. But it still does solid now. It's more than CDs though, isn't it, vinyl now?
Yeah.
Way more,
and twice the price, maybe more. But yeah, more people have record players than CD players. I just use my Blu-ray player as my 4K player as my CD player, to be fair.
Yeah. I think that's what I do, use DVD, Blu-ray player. That's the easiest thing.
Yeah, like I focus on newer artists now because their albums tend to be cheaper and I prefer the music. But I do have older artists as well, like Cranberries and Tracy Chapman and stuff.
Oh, good picks. Coral says, anyone here has Laserdiscs? No,
not one.
Luke's here and he's talking movies forever, saying, hey guys, how's it going? Josh, mate, haven't seen you on YouTube for ages, pal.
Hey,
how's
Luke.
it going, lads? I'm here watching. Thanks for joining, Luke.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Peter's here saying Ryan thinks he's a total rock star now because of Our Urban Night and refuses to be part of these streams anymore. Oh. Dr. Impossible says, sold off my Laserdisc titles about 25 years ago.
Woof.
Carl says, Dr. Impossible, but they had the best sound quality. Well, maybe not always. I only saw Apollo 13 on Laserdisc once. Oh, wow, that's cool. Dr. Impossible says, going to a rental shop in London was like entering a Chinese knock-on shop. Siggy smell. Men in Max looking at the latest softcore movies on the top shelf. DDP horror films that were forbidden fruit. Days. Are you sure you didn't go to my local rental shop, Dr. Impossible?
It's weird because in CX in town, go around the corner from upstairs, they've got an adult film section. They don't have anything on it, but they have a sign saying adult film.
Yeah. So it's all TV documentaries. They class it as.
And I used to be a rebel, like back in the day when I was like 12, and I used to peek around. My mum was like, "Don't look at them."
Didn't you say, Andy, they had like a section in H&V of it?
Yeah.
Back in the day, they used to, yeah.
Yeah.
No curtains, nothing. You literally just walk straight up to it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And the front covers were like, yeah, you could see everything.
Yeah, I remember those in HMV. But it's true about the rental shops back in the day, though, having under the table titles in horror, because you probably noticed if you watched Mondo Chalabac anyway, but there were certain video nasties that they weren't actually banned, but if the police wanted to, they had the right to confiscate them out of the shop, so they would just keep them under the counter.
There was a
Not
film
because
where
they
they
were
did that
illegal,
with
but just so they wouldn't get confiscated. Like
The House on the Left. I heard the police had to take away every copy of it. House on the Left.
That's probably a category 1. It was category 1s where they did have to take them, but there was category 2 and 3 as well, where it was more like advisory, really. So, But they used to keep them under the counter. I never really had the experience because I wasn't into video nasties. I was into more like Freddy and Jason and all. But
Right.
Yeah, that's a spam update.
No, he's a legit dude. He is.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he just puts like loads of emojis up. Thanks for joining, mate.
Ah, that's emojis. Oh, well, I was confused for a second.
Yeah, he just like puts like thumbs up.
I was like, did he put Morse code in? Is he doing some Da Vinci Code stuff?
Oh, Pete, mate, I'm going to have to head off.
Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, that's okay, mate.
Andy.
Thanks for joining us always,
later, guys.
Andy.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you after.
Bye.
Bye.
Boom. And then there was 4.
Fantastic Four, but the better version. The non-Josh Trank version.
Dr. Impossible says some Laserdisc titles were decent for a time. The format was a revelation back in the day, but the players touched nearly £1,000. Had a nice Pioneer and the Star Wars trilogy. Wow. The 4K Lowdown says, any purchases this week, guys? I got Cold Prey 3 Blu-ray and Moonfall 4K. Oh, wow.
First off, my condolences for Moonfall, but also I got Big Little Lies season 1 because I love that show. Got Batman Begins. What's that again? I've got a few other things.
You got that premium film, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I also got some CDs in the sale, HMV sale. Got a fucking big stack of them, which I did in my haul the other day. So I've got a few things.
That's good. What about you, Mike?
I got the 2 latest Eureka titles, the 2 martial arts Hong Kong films. One's called Knockabout, the other's called Dreadnought. I watched both of them last night. They were pretty good.
Oh, good to hear. What about you, Bumpers?
I went over to HMV Monday because I wanted to grab that Second Sight. I said that in my video as well. 88 films release of Species, the box set.
Yeah,
I saw that today, actually.
Yeah, it's nice, the artwork and everything. But when I was over there, I seen the bargain bin. So I got those 3101 films. And I had these through the door as well earlier today from Amazon Germany, 4Ks. The the Mortuary Collection and Gretel and Hansel. I don't know if you're familiar with.
Yeah,
those.
I've seen Gretel and
yeah,
Hansel. I've seen it. I
Yeah.
didn't like it whatsoever. It was.
I've heard mixed things. I know it was a slow burn, but the guy who directed
It was a
good.
very. It felt like a carbon copy and a very budget, crappy carbon copy of The Witch. It
He
just
should have had an okay budget, really, because I was going to say the guy who directs it.
Yeah, like the presentation looks good. Oz Perkins directed it.
Yeah, so because that's Anthony Perkins' son, the guy who plays Norman Bates in Psycho.
Oh, right.
So it's his son, like. So I've seen a couple of other of his films, and I do agree with what you're saying. It has had some negative word of mouth, but
like the film looks great presentation wise, but the film itself is an hour and 20 minutes, but it drags because there's nothing interesting actually happening.
Yeah,
you don't
that's what I
really
was
get
saying.
to see the witch stuff. You don't really get to see the whole horror aspects until the last like. I'm not going to say anything, but
no, but I know what you mean. This is the modern. They call it elevated horror, don't they? Basically,
I love elevated horror. Midsummer is one of my favorites. The Witch as well, but this was one of my least favorites because of how it was constructed. The screenplay was very poorly written as well. It just felt like
you're giving me loads of motivation to watch it now. But
yeah, no.
hour and 20. What's the worst that can happen? But
it just looks like a carbon copy of The Witch. That's the problem. It just feels like Robert Eggers secretly shadow directed it.
It does fall into that category. I think there's a band of films from like the last 5 years, like Hereditary, Midsummer, Gretel and Hansel, The Witch. They kind of fall into this sort of subgenre of their own, really. Like sort of, I don't really know. I don't like using slow burn all the time because it's a bit more to them than slow burn. Like Midsummer, there's a reason why it's
Blade
slow,
Runner 2049 as well. One of the best slow burns ever.
But and the other film there was the Mortuary Collection. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's a Shudder movie because I haven't got Shudder anymore.
I have heard of it about
physical. Keith had Euphoria Pictures got the media book of it. It's even nicer than the 4K, so you might have seen it.
What?
It's an anthology movie. It is. It's a bit stupid in parts, but trying to sort of broaden my 4K collection a little bit, like, and not just have all the usual titles, you know what I mean? So we've got a fish rain in Germany for them, like, because you'd be surprised what films are out on 4K in Germany and not in other countries.
It does feel like in Germany you do get a better selection.
There's a company called Cape Light, and they do the most. I got. Have you ever seen the movie 187 with Samuel L. Jackson? It's like a
I've heard of it.
Urban school movie like Dangerous Minds, and you wouldn't even think it had a Blu-ray really because no one's ever heard of it, but got that on 4K from Germany. Like,
didn't it have Edward Norton in it or something? Someone like that.
No, it's only Samuel L. Jackson. Really, the rest of the cast is just Hispanic and black school kids. Really, like.
Yeah,
I think Things in it. You know, the guy plays the dad in Home Alone. He's. Pops in films here and there,
John Hurd,
yeah, I think he's
15
in it as
College
well.
Junior's in it, right?
But anyway, so yeah, just waffling. But they buys a couple of 4Ks, a couple of Blu-rays in there. So
that's good selection of stuff. For me, I picked up a few titles from Poundland because there was a quid.
A few.
The artist. What?
A few. You got quite a few.
Yeah, I see the video. Actually,
Oh no! I mean, this is like Monday afternoon after shooting that video. I picked up a few more. I picked up The Artist. I picked up Sunshine on the Leaf, and another one with Robert Pattinson because it's got Robert Pattinson in.
Was it called Cosmopolis or something?
Remember Me?
Ugh. Right.
Oh! I can tell. But
you wait until the end of that. You wait until the end of that, bro.
All right. I've also got a couple of, 2 or 3 coming from H&V that I've got to pick up, and I've got a delivery from Amazon, some arrows coming, so that'll be quite cool. And then no doubt picks them up at the weekend.
It's never ending.
Yeah. But anyway, where are the comments? The comments have gone all weird. Oh, right. Carl says, compared to the muted audio we got nowadays on Blu-ray and 4K HD, Jaws sounds awful, god awful, as just one example. Laserdisc was great. Picture-wise, it was a different story. Dr. Impossible says, remember going to one of the VHS rental shops in London where the late 80s, where they were promoting Lethal Weapon with 2 men dressed as Gibson and Glover. The guy who was Glover had his face painted black. Oh dear.
The original blackface.
Oh dear. Carl says that reminds me of the first 30 minutes of Song of the South. Thanks, Andy. Found it very charming, but found it also pretty slow. Still need to finish it.
Song of the South, that's a movie that's got certain VHS limited edition releases that are worth money. You don't see that many places. Songs of the South anymore.
I'm thinking of the anime, I think, Something of the South.
It's not an anime, it is animation and live action mixed together. It's just an old school
Oh.
Disney movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I
yeah,
thought
yeah,
it was,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but that's the racist one, isn't it? Right? That's the one which actually had Disneyland taking its stuff out because of how racist it was. Because of slavery stuff.
I don't know, man. I just they're quite mad Disney back in the days. When you watch Pinocchio, there's a scene where he's smoking a cigar and drinking beer.
Yeah, it's amazing how Disney was like back in the day. Pinocchio, like, wow.
Racist. And they also had a Nazi version of Donald Duck in an episode of something in the 30s.
Did they? Wow.
Yeah, which is quite funny.
That's more the mind it goes into these days. Though,
it's quite funny to think of it, though. That's what I'm finding funny about is to think that Disney, of all companies, did that.
Dr. Impossible says, and the guy who was Gibson had a fucking wig on with super tight jeans. What a joke. Wonder what Warner's marketing UK department would have made of that. Yeah. Wow. Cora says, any fat people in the house? What?
What the
Especially
fuck?
a week after Easter. What? Jesus Christ.
What? Definitely not me.
What a question. Dr. Impossible says, I agree on that laser comment. We've got Gary North here saying, evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Hope you're well.
Good evening.
Dr. Impossible says, evening, Gary. 4K Lowdown says, I have a weight problem. Can't wait to eat. Well.
So does your dad.
Cara says, as long as it's because you like food. Thumbs up. Okay. Andy Like Stuff says, I saw Dust Till Dawn in the cinema with 6 other mates, all high as kites.
Best way.
Yeah.
I still got to watch Dust Till Dawn. Still got to watch it.
So
yeah. Tony Crosby says, have you watched Theatre Blood yet, Pete? It's excellent. Yeah, I definitely want to watch it soon. It's got Diana Rigg in it. And I've never really watched a full, like, Vincent Price film, but like probably Edward Scissorhands, so I'm looking forward to watching that.
I heard someone call him Vinny P earlier on.
Vinny P?
Yeah, I think it was Heath actually over at Serial at midnight, so we'll let him off because he's so cool. But
Vinny P.
Yeah, I think you called him Vinny P earlier.
Yo, is Vinny P in the house? What?
Oh, wow. We've got Winslow here.
Winslow with the wave.
He says, you guys watch anything today? I'm going to rewatch Wes Anderson's Rushmore tonight. Ooh.
I haven't watched a single thing since Dear Zachary. That it broke me that much. I haven't watched a single thing since. But I need to finish We Crashed, which is the most bloated show, and also need to watch Moonlight episode 6 or whatever.
Yeah,
5, I think it's on now. 5, yeah.
Oh man.
6 is the last one, then I think my son said. I don't know.
Just finish it already, please. And I was looking forward to it.
Isn't Rushmore the one with Owen Wilson? Oh wait,
that's
I think
his first one. It's Jason Schwartzman, which was his first film. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a dead set that Owen Wilson's in nearly every Wes
and Bill
Anderson
Murray,
film.
who's been cancelled now, apparently. For
Didn't Wes Anderson and Owen Wilson used to go to like college together?
Yeah, I think so. I think they.
I swear he went to college with everybody, which is why they're all in there.
Yeah, I think they were like friends from college, and that's why he's always in a lot of his films.
Yeah.
Good to see that Timothy Chalamet's in them though. Now.
Yeah, Dr. Impossible says good film, Rushmore. Have you seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, it's not my favorite Wes Anderson film. I know a lot of people really love it. I find Jason Schwartzman's character in it like he's such a little shit in that movie. But yeah, no, it's still pretty good, but it's not my favorite Wes Anderson movie.
All right, you seen it, Bumper?
No, I'm not a big Wes Anderson fan. It's not my sort of cinema, really. I do like Fantastic Mr. Fox. Don't get me wrong; that is a great film. But I can't get the humor. It falls flat with me. Like Grand Budapest Hotel is that what it's called?
Oh, that's the funniest one.
I don't see why people find it funny. I don't know. I put it on.
The thing
I
is
give it a
because
chance.
of how awkward it is.
And what's the other one? The Royal Tenenbaums. I remember when I watched
Royal
that for the first time.
Yeah,
and I was just like, "What the hell is this?" So it goes over my head. So it's not my
French Dispatch though is an exception to the rule where it kind of stinks.
That's the one with Timothée Chalamet and
Yeah, well, I left.
Still hasn't released on physical yet, has it? It's been out.
No,
since
I left
October.
on the third act because they've got like 3 different stories. They're all as boring as each other, and you don't care for a single thing was going on. And I was sat there like, when is Jeffrey Wright coming in? He comes in the last act, and I was like, okay, you barely see the guy. It's just voiceover. And then I was like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I did struggle with that one as well. They
called it the most Wes Anderson film. His ego gets better with him in this one, to be honest.
Yeah.
His style gets too much in this one.
I think I will watch Licorice Pizza because I do like coming of age movies.
Licorice Pizza, yeah, that's good.
Is that the same director or is that a different
director? No, that's Paul Thomas Anderson.
I'm getting confused there.
Licorice Pizza, watch that one though. That's great.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up.
Good.
I've only seen it once, but it's great.
I don't mind coming of age stories, so I'll check it out. But I got confused with the directors then, that's all.
Yeah. Luke says, what do you think of the new A24 movie, Bodies trailer? Have you watched it?
Yeah, looks really good. It's got my boy Pete Davidson in it. It's shown at TIFF, Toronto Film Festival, I think, and people love it. So
yeah, it's supposed to be good. Bodies, fair play.
Yeah, I think one of my friends saw it at Sundance. So one of my friends in America saw it at Sundance, and they said it was really good. So yeah,
they always come with good word of mouth. A24, don't they? It's very rare.
A24 is my favorite stuff. They put out my favorite things ever. So
yeah, I watched Red Rocket the other night. That was okay.
Yeah,
the guy was a right bloody creeping in mine, but
yeah, I still need to see Red Rocket. But
it's pretty good though. And Zola, that was good as well. Actually,
I bought the Blu-ray for Zola. That's really good.
Yeah. But A24, but they're good at keeping their movies under wraps, and they you can go into them blind if you can find information if you sort it out, but otherwise, like Lamb and things like that, you don't really know much.
Lamb is the weirdest shit from what I've seen. Lamb
I thought it was quite good, man. It was way better than I thought it was.
I like Lamb.
Yeah. I've got the Blu-ray for Lamb. I still need to see it though.
It's played so straight that it makes it good. I thought it was going to be a bit more, I don't know, arty or contemporary, but it was pretty straight-laced. One of the stories, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. And the Green Light was the other one. I thought that was going to be
the Green Light was fantastic,
but that was really good.
Fantastic.
I need to see that one. I've heard it's pretty good.
It is fantastic. It's on Amazon Prime, Pete. If you want to watch that.
Oh, I'll have to give it a watch.
And it's in 4K as well. So watch it in 4K. It's one of the best 4K presentations you can find.
Oh, it looks.
You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a bit of a slow burn, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it seems like A24 seems to be quite consistent with their films. They all seem to be highly regarded. I don't think I've heard that many of them.
They've made a couple of duds.
Yeah, there's always a few in there, but
where's my list? I did a list of A24 ranked. My favorite one is Waves, though. Pete knows my favorite film ever.
Yeah,
I speak about it so much. It's on Netflix if you want to watch it, but it's the most wild ride you'll ever watch. Just put it that way.
have to search it up and give it a go.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah. Cara says, any people in the chat and stream that are into 4K? Not literally in a 4K. That would be pretty painful, I guess.
In a 4K. That went over my head, I think.
I'm totally into 4K. I am. It's the reason I started collecting movies again, because Blu-ray, I didn't miss out on Blu-rays, but I collected loads of VHS and I collected loads of DVDs. And then the Blu-ray format, I was just downloading movies or streaming movies, and then 4K come about. And you can
What's
see
the
what
best looking one you've seen?
Oh, God. I'm not sure. Because you see one, don't you think, this is amazing, and you see another one, and that trumps, you think that's amazing. I thought the Green Mile was pretty good. I thought if you didn't know anything about the Green Mile and you walked in on someone watching it, you swear it was shot digitally. The grain, you could see it if you go up close, but it retains the detail. Whilst because sometimes when they run DNR on it, don't they, or whatever it's called, digital noise reduction, so it gets rid of the grain. The skin tones look really waxy, but on this, it's sort of the grain was very light, but you could still see all the detail as well. But My Fair Lady, that was another one I bought that just to see.
Oh, I need to see that. I've heard great things. My mum's
I've
let me
heard,
buy it.
It looks like it was made yesterday.
A lot of people say the older films look really good.
Yeah, they do
4K.
because they're shot in 35mm, most of them, and 35mm is native 4K, so digital isn't.
I've heard some new films look great on 4K. I know a lot of people say about
the new Candyman looks fucking brilliant.
Does it? I know a lot of people keep saying Death on the Nile is like one of the best 4Ks.
Ugh.
Like picture quality wise.
It looks nice, but it's a very stylized image that you're seeing. It's not Egypt, is it? You know what I mean? It's all
CGI, isn't it?
Why would I want to watch Army Hammer in 4K, like realistically?
I mean, I'm not a massive expert on it, but the way I see it, modern films are shot digitally, and when older films are shot on film. So
that's why the Marvel films don't look as good. It's because they're shot digitally and they've got 2K DIs, which mean they're not native 4K, they're upscale.
Yeah, that's true.
And they charge a lot of money for them.
I got most of my Marvel movies are on Blu-ray. I don't see the need to upgrade them. I got to be fair.
Yeah.
But anything that was made pre, 2003,
one of the worst 4Ks
you
can
film,
find.
So.
One of the worst 4Ks is Oblivion with Tom Cruise. One of the worst 4Ks. It's no different to the Blu-ray whatsoever.
Wow, you'd kind of thought that would have a lot of difference because there's
Magpie Movies, when I was speaking to him, was like, "Oh, get the 4K, get the 4K." I got it, and I was like, "I spent 20 quid on this, and it looks no different to a Blu-ray which costs
Scott Pilgrim versus the World is quite poor.
Oh yeah, 4K. That's piss poor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think unless you're lucky enough to have a setup where you can put two screens next to each other and have the Blu-ray on one and the 4K on the other one. But I just buy 4K because, if you don't own the movie in any other format, then you may as well buy it on the best.
Yeah, I tend to do that as well, yeah.
But, I really double dip. If I've got a film on Blu-ray, I'll really go and buy the 4K unless, it would have to have good word of mouth that it was a real strong improvement.
Yeah, I'll tell you what does look good though. Godzilla 2014. They cleared up a lot. Like on the boat scene on the Blu-ray, you can't see a single thing. On the 4K, they patched it up so good.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And the sound, man, the sound rattles your room. I've got a subwoofer and everything, and it blows it up.
That's great.
I do like that film, so I will check it out on 4K at some point.
Yeah, I've got the box set from HMV, which is really nice.
Luke says, I watched the Nan, the movie with the missus the other day, and it was a pile of shit. It was mad to watch it. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty awful.
I walked in on my mum watching that, and I regret even walking in on that because I just heard her go, ah! Whatever it is.
Could it be worse than Mrs. Brown's Boys, the movie?
Yeah, it's got. I went on Apple TV and you can buy it, and it's got a 0% of Rotten Tomatoes.
I see that today. I see that today. It's like wow. The 4K Lowdown says it'll be cool to join one of your streams in the future. Yeah, absolutely, mate. If you follow me on Instagram, just give me a message. Playtendoguy, we'll sort you out. Be on the stream in the future.
Playtendoguy in the third person.
Yeah. We've got Wolverine169 Logan here saying, have you seen the new Nicolas Cage movie? That's crazy.
Yep.
Is that the unbearable weight one? Whatever it's called.
It's very funny. Yeah, it's very funny, but it can't. Some of the plot points seem very stereotypical. You got the CIA subplot. You got sort of like these cliches to do with sort of like, oh, a character turns sort of thing. It's like, but it pokes fun at itself to the point where it doesn't take itself seriously anyway, so it kind of excuse it.
It sounds like a fun film.
Yeah, it's very fun. Yeah.
Have you seen it, Mike?
No, but it does look pretty good.
Yeah.
The chemistry between Pedro Pascal and Nick Cage, though, is unbelievable. So good.
I've heard that. I've heard that's quite good.
Yeah, so good.
Apparently, maybe a sequel as well, so that's cool.
Oh no! They left it perfect how it was.
Dr. Impossible says, not as bad as me, Pete. I live in a cottage on the outskirts of Bodmin Moor, and the beast of a Bodmin has been spotted 5 times in a month. Just hope it's a pussycat and not a wolf, and you've got it easy.
Beast of Bodmin?
Yeah. Oh, you ever heard of the beast of Bodmin?
No. I'm looking this up right now.
The Beast of Bodmin, yeah, is like a panther or something. You reckon it is?
Yeah. That's been going about for a while, that story. But Gary
It's a cat.
says...
Yeah, it's just crap.
Yeah.
Probably started in the Sunday Sport or something.
It's literally a
original
cat.
rumour.
Like, why are they
Gary-
getting so pissed as a cat?
Gary says, I went to the Covent Garden today, not much in the sale. The other section was almost empty. Oh, wow, that's a surprise. I know a lot of people are quite angry about it because, like, it's not much of a sale, but, must be doing well if the shelves are nearly empty, so that's cool.
One album I recommend getting is Climax by Gaspar Noé.
Yeah.
It's the
brilliant.
weirdest
film.
shit you'll ever see.
Oh,
Yeah,
But
great
it's
film.
so good. It's
love
so...
it. The dance
A24 as
opening
well.
is brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So I've seen an A24 film.
Yeah, congrats, Pete. You've nailed it.
And a Gaspar Noé film at the same time. There we
Yeah,
are.
I know. I
Yeah.
started watching Irreversible, Pete.
Mm.
That's what I'm gonna say.
Oh, wow.
And they're releasing his other film, Enter the Void. I think it's next
Yeah.
month. That's a
That'll
good
be,
one.
Yeah.
that'll be a good one. That one will be
His
a
new
good
film
release.
Vortex. His new film Vortex coming out. It's got Dario Argento starring,
Yep.
and it's like a split screen thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll be
wow.
seeing that.
Some people I know have seen it, and they said it's nuts.
I think
Yeah.
that film's been made a while because I like Gaspar Noé, and when I was doing a bit of research for a video I done on French horror, we come up with that film with Dario Argento. So I don't know if it's been stuck in like
That'd be quite
post production or on the shelf, can't get distribution. But
It's coming out next month.
oh,
Yeah,
Is it?
Like,
Yeah.
in the cinema.
that's great.
Yeah.
Isn't there another Gaspar Noé film coming out on Arrow next month as well, but it's just coming out on the
Yeah.
slipcover?
that's
Yeah,
the
but-
end of the volume, isn't it?
No,
There's
that's-
Enter the Void and then Lux Eterna, or I think it's
Yeah.
That's
called.
the
Oh,
one.
Luke Turner, yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
watched
it's
the,
title, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched the
But it's
trailer for
barely a
that. I
film.
couldn't get through it. I couldn't get through the trailer
Yeah.
because it's all flashing lights.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
He makes a lot of shit like that.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
barely
wow.
a film because it's only about
Yeah.
50 minutes long, and I think it's kind of cheeky the way that they're charging like
It's
17.99
18 quid,
for
isn't it? And I'm
Yeah.
like, wow.
What?
But Enter the Void looks good.
Yeah,
No,
End of the
yeah,
Void.
that is
End
a
End
really
of the
good
Void's
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Yeah.
What was the thing I watched? I think it was done by him or something. It was a short film. It's got a French title to it, but there's some weird stuff already in the first 5 minutes, and it's
You don't
only
want
like-
to. You don't want to watch his first movie. I Must Stand.
No.
I was on about this in the chat when you were talking about Irreversible a couple of weeks ago. You know, if you want a movie that will leave a scar on your psyche for the rest of your life, I just don't know what to say. Like, but you can watch Irreversible, but don't watch I Must Stand if you know anything about that. It's a nuts film.
To be fair, I don't find a lot of things disturbing. I just
Well, I
sit
mean,
there and watch them and they're like,
Yeah,
like
I don't find it disturbing myself. I'm pretty much desensitized because I like extreme cinema, but you've got to be. It's the
me
sort of
too.
film you've got to be careful recommending because I think like with Irreversible, it's not really the sort of film you want to go around recommending, but because it gets talked about so much, you want to watch it, don't you? You know what I mean?
Oh
You
yeah,
want
watch
to regret watching it.
Irreversible. There's a 10-minute uncut sexual assault. Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
love that. Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah.
Radley says, question for Andy, just watch your favourite John Cusack movies. Great video, not mention of Frozen Ground, 2012, The Raven, or 1408. Have you not seen those, or do you just don't rate them?
Well, knowing Andy, he's definitely seen them.
Yeah, Andy's seen them, I should imagine. If you comment on his video, I think he'll message you back. Dr. Impossible says, if you read The Sun, that's a film buff's head has been ripped off of Bodmin Mall. They don't think the shameless lifestyle on your estate is that bad, Pete. Unfortunately, where I live isn't an estate, but it feels like an estate. Apparently, it's a posh part where I live. You wouldn't have thought it. Edward says, "What's your thoughts on a Wicked film being released in 2 parts? First arrive in 2024. Is this the Wizard of Oz musical
Sounds
stage
like
production?
Yeah,
I
Wicked
knew there was a
is-
film coming, but
Yeah, it's
not
got
a 2-part
Ariana
film.
Grande and Indina Menzel in it. So 2 lots of Ariana Grande. Count me in.
Yeah, suppose I could give it a go. What about you, Mike?
Nah, not for me, really. Don't have much interest in that.
I don't even know what the stage stuff's about. I just know it's about
Yeah.
the Wizard of Oz, and that's about it.
I probably will watch it when it comes out because I quite like fantasy and I don't mind the Wizard of Oz stuff. But whatever, 1 part, 2 parts, you know, if it's double Ariana Grande, then it's all right, isn't it?
Danny says my bargain bin was picked at like a nose full of snot. Oh my god! I bet those CX folks had it again.
Oh, I found the Gaspar Noé thing I watched on Movie. It's called La Bouche de Jean Pierre. He shot it, and you can definitely tell.
Yeah, Gary North corrected me in the text as well in the chat, saying I stand alone. That film is not I must stand. I stand alone. That's the
I
one.
still got the IMDb there.
Sharon's popped some
Don't read the plot on Wikipedia.
Is it that bad?
Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about it because you think there was something wrong with me. Have a little read of it yourself. Like,
yeah,
anyway, Sharon Pops and Plant says, "Stop and hit the like button to show support." Sorry, can't say. Hey, no problem, Sharon. Thanks for joining.
The poster's bad enough. I'm gonna watch it though. I think.
Oh, I wouldn't put anyone off watching it. It's a well-made film.
Actually, I think Gaspar Noé does that himself.
Yeah, God, it's just brutal.
Edward says, "I hear Avatar will be remastered and re-released later this year."
Yeah.
Before the second one, yeah. Gonna keep on milking it.
Yeah, they're gonna mince it for it's gonna be the first movie to ever get to 3 billion. Yeah.
Oh.
On 3 billion releases.
This is my life. Danny says, "Yeah, the CX in my local had adult films and full of up on the shelves. While the 90s days were so different to these days, I missed that. Lol. Yeah." Gary says a lot of the best video nasties are in the section 2 list.
Yeah.
I know I've been watching John's videos about them. It's really interesting.
Yeah, he knows his stuff on them, John. Fair dues. And we're living in a good time now if you're a fan of video nasties because they are being released cut and in really good quality. Like you're going back about the VHSs.
Video nasties.
These videos nasties, you couldn't even make out what was going on the screen on the VHS tapes. The way they clean them up now, is brilliant. Like Arrow do a few, don't they? Like that Don't Go in the House.
Yeah.
That was one of the recent ones.
Yeah, that was a nice release.
It was a good film as well. Like it was a good film.
Yeah.
It doesn't deserve to be classed as a video nasty and a bit of filth, does it? It's worth watching. Do you know what I mean? So, a lot of these films, I'm glad they're fine.
And that's only fairly recently released, and it's like $11.99 now. That's not bad.
Yeah, but the prices go down, don't they? Pretty sharpish. But you wanted to get the one with the slip cover, didn't you, for it to be?
Didn't you get like an extra disc in that one?
Yeah, you got like a. Oh God, you got like
like several different cuts.
He's got to the end of I Must Stand. Oh, I stand alone. But yeah,
no, I'm in the third line.
Wow, you've only got what? Oh,
I can't even remember what you were saying.
I'll have to have a read of that later. Or I probably don't want to be fair. No sleep for you tonight, and Josh.
Let's just say it's like Game of Thrones.
With the video nasty, that's what we're going to say. Just because something was in section 1 or section 2, it didn't really have a thing on the film because Mary Whitehouse, the woman who banned them all, she openly admitted that she didn't even watch them. She was just banning them on Director Association, cover art, or the name of the film itself. Like, you know what I mean? So most of
it's shocking, really.
Yeah,
to be fair.
You know, so.
Dr. Impossible says, "Damn right, Andy. Rental shops had it all except the kitchen sink and a prostitute here and there in London." Luke says, "I'm watching Trainspotting right now. Haven't watched it in years. Great film. Still need to see the sequel. I've heard the sequel's pretty decent."
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
I got a sequel from Poundland on Blu-ray actually, but
I did as well, but I haven't seen the first one.
Oh, the first one's great. I'm surprised Arrow haven't picked that up as part of a cult collection, but maybe
Yeah.
some licensing rules with it or something. I don't know, but Trainspotting would be a great one for Arrow to release. Fair play.
Oh yeah, it would be definitely. Doctor Impossible says, will Mike, Bumper, and Dear Poldark be picking up Get Carter on 4K via BFI? Ordered my copy yesterday on Blu-ray, not 4K.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I got the Blu-ray last year that still sells, so I'm just going to keep with that, I think. It's a great film, but it's like 25, 30 quid. But
it does look really nice, to be fair. Like, the artwork looks great, and it does look like a nice set. But yeah, I'm not too sure if I'll pick it up.
Yeah, I'm a bit unsure. Oh no, it depends. Gary says the 4K Get Carter set is very tempting. The set itself looks really nice, I must admit. And it deserves to get the 4K treatment. But as I recently bought the Blu-ray, so I don't want to buy it again. Dr. Impossible says, looks very good. Warner and BFI have delivered a rather nice transfer worth picking up, Gary. Cool.
BFI do some right stuff off the radar. I got their Tales from the Hood double pack. Like the ones, first one's from the 90s, the second one was made a bit later, but the picture quality on it and all the art cards you get inside is limited to 3,000 units. It's only like 30 quid on Amazon on Blu-ray for the two of them, and it's like really well put together.
It's like the Nightingale set, which is the second sight, yeah, the second limited to 2,000 copies or something.
Yeah,
nice.
But yeah,
I finished reading that.
Good luck if you decide to watch it, mate. I wouldn't be watching it again.
Right. Peter says, Arrow of the Night. Intro music is calling. Arrow video of the night. Ryan's appalling. You can't say that, Peter. You can't say that, Peter.
Fuck me, yes. My dude got slandered.
Tony says the missus has original Song of the South on VHS.
Could be worth a few quid depending on what version
definitely.
it is.
Yeah, definitely.
I bet it is because of the whole racism stuff. I bet it's worth a mint.
Luke says, anyone seen the Shudder movie, The Boy Behind the Door? It's out on Blu-ray soon on May 2nd.
No.
Is it any good if you guys have seen it? I ain't seen no Shudder films, but they look all right.
I've seen one, and that was, I think it was called Damn it, I forgot the title of it. It was that memorable. Where is it? Just looking at my letterbox right now.
Hey, have you seen any Shudder films, Bumper?
Mate, yeah, I think I've seen most of them. I've seen The Boy Behind the Door. It's about these two lads. They get kidnapped by this psycho, and the one escapes, and then he's going to run off, and then he's sort of fighting with his conscience as whether he should go back and save his friend or not, which he does. And then it's a bit of a tense cat and mouse film. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's only 80 minutes.
Did you watch Night's End then?
Night's End.
Yeah, that's
it rings a bell.
Yeah, it's got Michael Shannon in it for like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, that was the guy who's doing the YouTube channel. Thinks his
and gets like 2 views. It's like me.
Yeah, no, it was crap. I didn't get to it.
Yeah, it was very lame.
With Shudder, they've taken a bit of a nosedive now, but back at the end of last year, they had a good run. First of all, there's a movie called Tigers Are Not Afraid. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Yeah.
It's a Mexican horror, and honestly, it's amazing. I only seen it a couple of years ago, and it's in my top 5 films ever made. So if you get a chance to see that, the director, Mexican lady,
I've heard good things.
Guillermo del Toro snapped her up as soon as he's seen that film. He's producing a movie for her now, and he promoted a movie all around Mexico, all around the country. So Tigers Are Not Afraid, that's called. And then there's another one called The Cleansing Hour. Have you ever heard of that? It's like a guy's like an online exorcist, and he does on these online exorcisms, and then just one goes wrong. It sounds crap or sounds generic, but it's actually really good. The Cleansing Hour. Then it's that Mortuary Collection that I bought that was good as well. But yeah, so Shudder, I've got some good movies in their catalogue, but a bit like Netflix, they've started to go downhill where I think they've tried to maybe bring out too much stuff or, try and capitalize on it.
Tigers Are Not Afraid is good. It's got 31 wins and several nominations. So
it's amazing, mate. You can get it in HMV. I got it because I don't.
I'll probably just watch it on the website first and then.
Whatever. Anyway, you get to watch it. It's worth checking.
Put it on the watch list. right now.
But when I had Shudder, I smashed through all their exclusives during my trial.
Because they're only
Yeah,
like an hour and a
everyone's
half
like,
each, aren't they? Most of
That's the
them,
thing.
so-
They're only like 80 hours. None of them reinvented the wheel, but they just do it
Apart
good.
from Night's End, which feels like 4.
Well, Host was only on for about 68 minutes, and Host, I think it won Best
50,
Horror
53
2020 or
53
2021.
minutes, I think it was.
Yeah, so sometimes long running times are no good. They put you off watching a film, don't they? Only one long running times in gangster epics and.
Well, I'm going to be
superhero films,
watching
really.
a film, a movie called Scent and Tango, which is 438 minutes.
Can't even bother to work
Whoa.
out that is in hours.
I think that's 4 hours and 12 minutes or something.
No, I'm not so bad then, but still long.
quite a bit.
Just think Justice League.
That's true. That's very true. Dodd Impossible says Ryan's got a great voice stand. I would say on par with Ken Dodd.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Danny says I need to buy Moonlight on bootleg if there's not one, if they're not releasing it.
I think he means Moon Knight.
Oh,
Moonlight,
yeah.
oh, yeah.
I was about to say,
Moonlight,
what, the Barry Jenkins one, which didn't win Best Picture, and then did?
Yeah, that's a good film, that is.
Yeah.
Tony said, Pete, when you worked in CX, did you ever have anyone come in and load a copy discs? No, not really. Just like discs scratched to bits or discs with extra goodies in, shall I say? And that's
Well,
about it.
this is Pete's area here, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone came in with a, like, I don't know, someone came in with a bag of Coke and stuck it in the case and was like, "Can you buy it off me?" Or something.
Well, yeah, they had like loads of people kept going to like the DVD valve for some reason for like these, and then they'd just walk out, and they found out they had a spate of people putting like drugs in the little booklets in the films. Nobody realised. There you go. I don't know. Dr. Impossible agreed about French Dispatch being total shit.
I wouldn't say it's total shite. I'd just say that it's one of the most boring cinema experiences I've had. You know.
Yeah, I've heard it's one of his weaker ones.
The presentation is nice though. The presentation is very nice when it comes to the way it looks, the way it feels.
It looks good.
But
like,
it's just way too complex for its own good.
Yeah.
For a film which is an hour and 50 minutes, Mike? Something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
It's so complex.
Yeah,
And-
it's visually stunning, but just not that engaging.
No.
Pretty boring. Yeah.
A lot of people think that, to be fair. So.
Gary says the Elephant Man 4K is impressive, one of the best I've seen. Yeah, I've heard that's pretty good. Again, Studio Canal, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Jaws and Superman the movie on 4K was stunning. I had to watch these two on a friend's 4K setup. Jaws was stunning. Yeah, I've heard Jaws is pretty good.
I have Superman the movie on 4K. I haven't watched it on 4K yet. I put it in to try it, and then I kind of turned it off in like 5 minutes.
The problem with Superman on 4K, it's a good film, but where the quality is really good, it really like shows up the special effects. Like at the end,
100%.
when he's in the desert or whatever, like and it all looks like toys and the waterfall and the boulders.
It's
and
such a long movie as well.
Yeah,
but as soon as you see their toys or models, you can't switch off from seeing it. Like,
it's funny, though. It's funny.
Oh, it's a great film.
You can probably see the wires where he's like that as well.
But yeah, I just thought the 4K really knocked the special effects work, or the practical effects work anyway.
Yeah, still need to watch the 4K fully though.
Yeah, it's good though. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I love the film.
Yeah, a Nazi version of Donald Duck sounds amazing.
It was quite. When I found that out, I was like, it was quite amusing. Mainly, the only reason it was quite amusing is not because of the Nazi stuff, but because of the fact that it was Disney who did it.
Yeah, you would never expect anything controversial from Disney anymore. Carl says Jaws is very nice on 4K indeed. OG Natural Auto Track is pretty bad, unfortunately. Oh, that's a shame. I can remember when the 4K came out for Jaws. This was like during the lockdown. A lot of transfers were going about, like comparing it, and it looked really good.
Yeah,
it's heavy on the grain, man. If you're a grain hater, you won't like it. But you know, I think most people expect the grain, don't they, on an old film like Jaws?
I don't mind grain, to be fair.
Oh no, it gives a cinematic.
It gives a
cinematic
natural look. It's not artificial like
no, like-
Avengers movies are.
Oh,
where it's
Gemini
just-
Man. Have you seen Gemini Man? Gee whiz.
Sadly, yeah.
It's like watching bloody Days of Your Lives on Channel 5 back in the day.
What a
Yeah.
funny movie that is.
Yeah, well, the way it's shot, though, innit? Like with that motion, whatever.
It's 60
Well, they-
FPS.
No, it's more than that. It's
Yeah.
120 FPS.
Really?
But,
Is it 120 FPS on like supporting screens?
Yeah, they shot it in 8K and 120 frames per second.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
funny thing is no screens could show it. No screens could show the 120 frames per second. And
I know
ones
not
that
many
did,
screens at the
people
time
left.
could do it, could they?
And the ones
As a
they
reference,
did-
as a reference disc, it's great, I imagine, but I don't like my films looking that clean, not at all.
I
Like, I like
watched,
Jaws. I think it's a
like-
good transfer, but you know, it's not like you don't turn it on and go, "Oh my god," you know what I mean? It's not that sort of.
I did watch the 4K demo trailer of it on YouTube today on the
I watched a
4K
couple
TV. It
clips
looks
of it.
great. It looks great. It's a fun film, but it's not a film that I'd want to watch again. I didn't mind it.
No, it's horrendous.
That's all right.
It's horrendous.
I think I fell asleep. I got to be honest, but yeah,
Don't blame me.
I like Will Smith. I do, but he just seems to have made some bad. Well, yeah, he's definitely been making some bad choices lately. But
I'll tell you what, though,
even
his movies
film-wise-
slap. His movies
Yeah.
slap.
Yeah, his movies slap. Yeah, but
That's what I
before-
wrote a review for King Richard and said it slaps.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says it seems Warner and Universal often delivers the best 4K releases. I think Sony does really well as well.
Sony
on
very
the
good,
4K.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
so
they're getting lackluster with their present terms of
I
packaging.
do
aren't
agree
they?
with that.
If you want to test your quality of telly, Warner Brothers, you know, when the Warner Brothers title screen comes on
Yeah,
on
yeah.
4K, that looks nice with all the blues and the whites.
The
and
best
golds.
Best 4K I've seen is either Parasite, which was done by Curzon, the only 4K
Yeah, I got the
Curzon
curves
I've
on
done.
Steelbook of Parasite. Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, it's one of the best films ever. And
Oh yeah.
and Blade Runner 2049.
That
Those
was nice
two,
on the
those
4K.
two are the best ones.
Yeah, Blade
I was-
Runner 2049 looks really nice for dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it through streaming, but it looks great.
Doctor Sleep looks amazing too.
I need to check that out, Doctor Sleep. Yeah,
It's very
I've seen
good.
it.
It's actually one of those films where it rivals The Shining for me. I think it's
Mm.
just so good.
I'm not a massive fan of The Shining. I have got the 4K, but
I've yet to see Doctor Sleep, so I'll have to give
Watch
that a
the
watch.
director's cut; it'll make a lot more sense.
yeah,
And
it's not
the
so much the
actual-
ambiguity of it. It's just I don't know.
I think Mike agrees with me, don't you, Mike? It makes a lot more sense.
For which one?
Oh,
The
yeah,
director's
yeah.
cut, is it?
Yeah,
Are they
The
both on the
director's
4K?
cut.
yeah.
Um,
3 hours
I don't
and 2 minutes, I think.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But it makes a
I'm-
lot more sense when you watch it. There's things they cut out of the theatrical which make, they cut stuff from the theatrical and put it in the extended, and it makes more sense when you watch it in the.
3
extended.
hours is fine for me. It's only 1.5 Midsummer Murders, so I can stand for it.
I don't mind a long running time. It's just
No.
it makes it hard to watch it in the weeknight sometimes if you're not getting a
Yeah.
film on till about 9, then you don't
Mm.
really want it. But on a Sunday evening or a Saturday evening or whatever, then,
Yeah, definitely at the
Happy
weekend.
days.
My
Yeah.
attention span is rubbish though, so I'm very
Who
much just
says,
like,
I feel, what about you, Mike, coming on? Yeah, Peter. Yeah.
what about you, mate?
Carl says the only 4Ks I stay away from are some Studio Canal titles, especially Basic Instinct and its awful colour grade.
Terminator 2, leave it alone.
Oh, I've heard that is the worst one,
They
definitely.
made the whole thing blue. They went blue double D double die on it. I
Yeah.
don't know why they did that.
What? Oh, wow.
I did notice that Basic Instinct didn't come in at the retail price of most 4Ks, so the bad press
Because it
looked
was
at
shit.
Well, yeah, the bad press was a bit because it's like £13.50, and the most
Yeah,
expensive
I got
was
the
15, so-
Blu-ray of it, so I don't know whether that's all
Blu-ray
right,
was
but-
£8 when it came out, wasn't it? So,
No, it was like 15 quid. I paid 7
Was
quid for it last few months. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
a couple of months ago.
I think I will get Basic Instinct at some point for the nostalgia.
4K of
Um,
Nazi Donald Duck, yes.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
I need to put that on Disney Plus. That'll make a lot of people buy it.
Gary says Vortex looks great.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
released a trailer yesterday, and it looks very. Doesn't feel like a Gaspar Noé film, but in the same
No.
way it does because of the way it's shot. Like it's
Yeah.
like this,
Oh.
right, where you got two different screens on the side. It's
I'll have
weird.
to check that one out. The trailer for that.
It looks like his most sort of tender, mature film. Like no extreme violence or anything like that.
No incest and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he hasn't got a set, thing, as he, his films are slightly varied, but they do always have that hyper-violent part, at least. But
Irreversible. You got a 10-minute extended rape scene, pretty much. Climax on LSD and violent shit happens.
I didn't really like Climax that much. I got to be honest. I
love Climax though. It's the weirdest shit you ever watch, but I love it.
Yeah.
I got the Arrow release of it. Like I seen it at a film festival as well. It's all right. Don't get me wrong, but I do prefer Irreversible over.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Love? The film that he
I
made?
forgot about Love.
Yeah.
I need to see
Never
it.
heard
though.
of that one.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it, but I heard about it because it's like supposed to be a full-on.
My dad
porn,
watched
isn't
it.
it's literally hardcore porn.
Yeah,
like the
that's
whole
what I had
movie.
heard, yeah.
It's
Okay.
Yeah, I had heard
Okay. Is
about it,
there a Blu-ray and a 4K release of that? Special edition.
There's a Blu-ray of it.
Oh,
Pete's gone to buy it already.
He's got to buy it on Amazon. Yeah, I think there was a Curzon release, maybe.
Was it?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think it was Curzon. Yeah.
Yeah, but I need to see it. My dad turned it off within 20 minutes. He was like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Yeah, it's probably a good thing, really.
It's too art house for him because he's very much like Suicide Squad 2016 is really good. So
Fast and the Furious crowd, but still, what can you do, innit?
that's my dad for you.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Studio Canal did a number on the T2 as well. Itchy, yeah, definitely.
They did more than a number. They did a dookie right on it because it just looks terrible.
Gary says Carne and I Stand Alone. This was the film you were on about, weren't you, earlier?
Yep, the one which I read, and holy shit.
I think Carne is like maybe a short or some sort of limited budget version. You can watch it on YouTube, Gary North said. And then I Stand Alone is the more sort of highly produced release or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. But
Okay.
I assume they're related somehow. Like
Highly produced. I don't know if I'd say that.
you know what I mean?
Like
the one that had a bit of studio backing, like wasn't shot in his college days. But I don't know. Talking to my ass, I could.
He's a great director, though. He's sort of peak cinema in terms of like just crazy balls to the wall stuff.
Yeah, at least you know you're getting something original when he releases a film. That's the main thing. Like,
Cora says, yeah, I have that one, but I have the Italian 4K release, still the same crap transfer. 4K Lowdown says, having to drop off, guys. Prepping for my stream in a couple hours. Take care. Thanks ever so much for joining, mate. I did receive your message, so I'll be reading that tomorrow. Thanks again. Gary says, watch Carne before I Stand Alone. It's on YouTube with English subs.
I found I started watching Irreversible, as I said, but the weird thing is the subtitles happen after they say stuff, and when like way after they say stuff, like a 10-second delay, and when people are talking over each other, it's like, who's saying what?
That's confusing.
I'm better off just watching it without subtitles. I think it'll make more sense that way. It's like Andy with Tatane.
Yeah.
Good film that was Tatane.
Oh, I love it. Was my favorite film of last year.
Very good. Mary Whitehouse was insane, said DVD and Film Bloke.
Yes, she was.
Dr. Impossible says, Night of the Demon made me laugh out loud. Man in a furry suit, giving it hard. Even back in the 80s, that was a joke, but so many people loved it.
Yeah, so Night of the Demons has just been redone by 88 Films. It's got one of those like lovely side-loading slips. They've done Delirium as well.
Yeah.
So it is pretty good. Night of the Demon. It's super cheesy and like he says, it's just a man in a suit, like in a furry suit. But there's something about it.
It's like a Banana Splits movie, huh? Banana Splits movie.
Danny says, hey up guys, just out for a dog walk. Be about half an hour. Enjoy the rest of the live stream. Thanks ever so much, Danny.
Be late for walking a dog. Jeez.
Probably his comment was about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it's probably at 7:30, yeah.
Peter says, okay, sorry, that was a bit harsh on old Roy.
He's going to do a diss track.
Tony says, night chaps, I'm off to try and finish the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. So far, not so good.
Royston
Yeah.
Barry.
It's not the. Oh.
Waste of Sean Connery's retirement.
Mm,
Oh God.
Oh, right. I was thinking of the comedy show on BBC Two, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Oh, right. That's the superhero movie, is it? From like
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the one with
Sean
that
Connery.
Dr. Hyde
yeah,
awful looking CG thing.
It's not the greatest of films.
who's the guy in it? He's like
Sean
like
Connery.
yeah, not the actor though, the character.
Yeah, Dorian Gray's in it.
Dorian Gray, that's it. That's what I was thinking. He's like an old gothic
weirdest
bloody
shit.
thing, isn't he? Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was on about the comedy show, but obviously not.
DVD from Bloke says grain haters annoy the piss out of me. DNI ruins old films.
A lot of people who hate on grain, it sounds trivial, but it's because they sit too close to the TV. The closer you sit to the TV, the worse the grain looks.
Yeah, the more you're going to notice it.
Yeah, well, when I had my 65-inch 4K TV for the first time, I was setting it all up, and I was right up close, and I was saying to my brother, "There's something wrong with this picture. It's too grainy." And he was like, "Well, try and sit on the sofa." And I went to sit on the sofa, and I'm fine. The closer you are, the worse it looks. But grain is what makes the picture. If you had no grain, you'd have no picture. Do you know what I mean? You just
That's true. Very true.
It can be heavy sometimes, though. I was saying the night before on that 101 release of Black Christmas is really heavy.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I think if the grain, if it's meant to be there, then why are they trying to remove it? If it's meant to be there, it's meant to be there.
Yeah, for sure.
That's true. True. DVD from Film Bloke says, I believe that 4K of the Batman has a horrible teal tint and then mucked around with the sound mix. I actually have a VHS from the garage which is in really good condition, so I might have to watch it on tape if I'm mad. I think Andy watched it on 4K and he said it wasn't as bad as he thought. He said it was pretty decent, but I have heard that some people said that the transfer is a bit so.
I noticed it. I mean, the detail, it's a good transfer. The detail is fantastic, but they have changed the color of the movie and they have updated the soundtrack to make it sound more modern. And I think for mega fans of the movie, I think it's a bit controversial for them.
Prince did a song for it, didn't he? He did the soundtrack.
Did the old soundtrack, didn't he?
Yeah, my dad's got it on vinyl and CD, I think.
I got the Titans of Cult 4K. I can't really say I noticed anything to it, but I'm not a massive fan of the movie myself. So
I've just got Batman Returns on 4K and then the DCEU onwards.
Yeah.
I haven't really. Not that I'm a fan of half of DCEU, but
Radley said DVD from Bloke. I didn't pay £2,000 for a TV to watch movies that were they were made in the 70s because they insert grain that makes them look totally crap. So yeah, grain haters here.
I'm just with Mike. I am. If it's meant to be there, it's meant to be there. If it's not, it's not. Sometimes I like.
That's fair enough.
Sometimes I like to watch a digitally shot film. Some evenings you want to put something that looks really nice, don't you? And it's got really good special effects and explosions. But
absolutely.
Lion King 2019, which is awful. One of the worst.
We don't talk
ever
about
made,
that,
but it looks good in 4K though.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes you
I
just
sold
want
it because it was horrendous, and my mum had to go at me for it because it's
Disney eye candy, whatever it's called. That's why I got all the Fast and the Furious movies. I know they're like the sort of barrel scraping of movie making, but when you want to turn your brain off and you just want a spectacle. They do look wicked.
They're fun enough.
Here's some news. Did you hear that Justin Lin stopped directing Fast 10 while 2 days in the filming or a week in the filming?
I knew they got him back.
He's exited the film. He's not doing it anymore.
Wow. And he done number 9, didn't he? I haven't seen number 9 yet, but
good.
Just if Justin Lin or James Wan directs one of them, then I will watch it because they are good directors. But I know they go to space, don't they, or something in number 9.
Oh yeah.
So I got to be in the right frame mind for that,
they do more than that. They do more than that.
Do they? Might have to put it on.
They've got a magnetic car which zips through a building. It's like.
Brilliant.
It's gone from street racing to cybernetic humans are going to space.
Yeah, that's it. They Hobbs and Shaw was just like a live action Moana towards the end, wasn't it, as well? It's just,
Idris Elba plays Terminator.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's true.
It's funny, Idris Elba, because he's a great actor and he does some good stuff, but he
just
also
puts
does
himself
some
in shit,
crap
really.
as well.
His
I don't
agent
know why.
sucks.
It's
His
like,
agent.
how did he end up in Sonic? Like, I know, he's just.
He ended up in Ghost Rider too, didn't he?
Oh yeah, that's when he's trying to build
he
his
was the
career.
villain,
The
wasn't
one
he?
there, so
Yeah.
he's in a couple of He's in a film with Beyonce as well. It's like a Fatal Attraction thriller.
Yeah, I can remember that one. Yeah. Certainly not that
I need
great.
to watch that. Holy
it's
shit.
years old.
Mm,
But
yeah.
some of them, like Statham as well, and when they're building their portfolios in America, they do a couple of crappy films.
Beast of No Nation was his best one, I think.
Yeah, I like Beast of No Nation. Yeah, he
Very
directs a
good.
film called Yardy as well. That's pretty good.
Yardy,
That's,
Graham.
that's a pretty good British film. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Idris Elba, but he
Yeah.
he does make some.
He's got a new film coming out though by Universal this year. They released a poster for it at CinemaCon this week. Basically, him and his daughter are getting hunted by a huge lion.
Oh, right, okay. That's a bit of a
Oh,
popular storyline at the moment. There's one with Megan Fox in not so long ago, wasn't there?
Rogue, yeah.
There's one called Burning Bright as well with Brianna Everjon from Step Up, and it's about a tiger or lion that's loose in her house, and she's trying
Don't
to
forget
escape
Raw as well, the film Raw, which started it off, which
Yeah.
people actually died on set because of they used real lions.
Yeah, I heard something about that. Yeah, I'm not too clear on it, but
Yeah.
They did a documentary on it.
Pete said, glad I got the old 50s Night of the Demon off the indicator sale. Have seen a screen of it a while back. Looking forward to giving it a proper rewatch. Yeah, I think I remember you showed me that, Peter. It looks good.
yeah, that's a different one to the other Night of the Demon. That is the one from the 50s.
Yeah.
That's the one with the cover, and it's got like I don't know what it is, like funny
Some
creature
sort
on
of
the
creature
front,
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Gary says, Thriller, Cruel Pictures getting Vinegar Syndrome release. That's a brutal 70s movie. It's worth ordering. Cool.
Yeah. If Gary says it's good and it's from Vinegar Syndrome, happy days.
Carl says, you watch movies using Vivid mode, I assume?
Yeah, I do.
Bradley says, every movie mode, every time. Thank goodness.
Yeah, you've got to be careful when you have new tellies that you don't confuse contrast with good picture quality. People who watch stuff on Vivid, they're blinded by the brightness, but it's not, you should be watching things on cinema mode, really. Cinema mode dark.
I
want that
find it
detail.
really, really dark though for my room.
It does depend on the lighting in your room. I won't deny it.
Because I don't have much lighting
day and night on mine. But I used to be on Vivid because I used to be blinded by the bright lights. But then, when you realise it's more about the detail as you get a bit more into it, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Vivid. No thanks.
Very good.
I'm on Vivid.
I
maybe
it's
because my eyes are that bad, I can't actually notice stuff. I don't know.
It still looks great. That's the thing you only talk.
Yeah.
Oranges and
HDR really. HDR works a lot better than Vivid.
Yeah.
DVD, yeah, they can clean up, but I don't because people like you get really upset if they no longer eat.
Is there an argument going on in here?
Luke says, been fantastic watching, guys. I'm off. Have a brilliant rest of the night, lad. It's been a great stream.
See you,
Thanks
Luke.
ever so much, Luke.
Hello.
Night, Luke.
You probably went about half hour ago.
Carl says, Rabbi, you like all detail being wiped from a movie. Bradley says, you can retain detail without pixelating the fuck out of the movie. I know you know this. Right to you, Bradley. DVD Public says, that's the difference. When they restore film, they remove dirt and scratches stuff that wasn't there when it was shot, but the grain makes the image remove the grain. It looks like shit.
It's like they did a whole thing with Evil Dead. Like the original releases had sort of like you can see the imperfections of it, like dude in a bush and stuff. They removed it all, and people were mad because that's what makes it good. It's sort of how
I suppose it's part of the charm to it.
Yeah, and they removed it on all the DVD, Blu-ray releases and stuff. So.
That's odd. But Cara says, agree, but it depends on how far studio goes with removing grain. The few people I know that hate grain have their TV sharpness on high setting.
Just watch a Disney movie, you'll get none of it. That makes you better.
Disney, DVDs and Chromebooks says.
Disney says.
Disney says, subscribe to Disney Plus.
Of course it does.
We need your money. We're poor.
We need your money. We're only worth about 200 billion.
DVD from Filmbook says some films back in the day were shot on really bad film stock and had tons of grey, and they are sourced from prints and even with more grain. Bradley says DVD, you can't really remove grain, you can just clean it up, but some people think grain should be there as it's more cinematic, which is total bullshit. Carl, my sharpness is at nil always.
What is going on, Pete?
No, it's a big conversation. A DVD from Filmbook says if they ever put a film out this, they should go back to the original negatives since they often have fine grain with greater detail. Oh. Dr. Impossible says, I can't wait for virtual reality films where you'll be able to interact with all your favourite films and stars and change the narrative and be a part of the story. Just imagine that. Yeah, that'd be quite cool.
They were going to do this. They were going to do a choose your own adventure film. I remember they announced it, then they canned it.
Virtual reality films with your favourite stars. I'll be looking forward with Jenna Jameson in them.
I want to VR with Ariana Grande. That would be fun.
Yeah, but they did do an episode of Black Mirror, didn't they? Where it was a bit
yes, they did.
Yeah,
but the funny thing is people fell asleep.
I like Black Mirror, but I only watched the one narrative of that movie. Like I didn't go back. And,
Bandersnatch was good though. I enjoyed it.
I love Black Mirror. The way it's written is amazing.
Charlie Booker, the best.
That's what I mean. He's so underrated, Charlie Booker.
What are your favourite episodes?
Well, Black Mirror. Off the top of my head, I like the Christmas special with John Hamm and what's his name, the British actor from Ritual,
Rafe Spall.
Yeah, Rafe Spall. Yeah, I like the museum one with Letitia Wright as well.
Oh, that was the best. That's one of the best ones. That's definitely top 3 or 4.
And there's a good
museum, yeah.
Who's the redhead from Jurassic World? Jurassic Bright.
She was in. That was the
social media one. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I love Black Mirror. Awesome. Charlie Brooker, very underrated.
My favourite episode is 15 Million Merits, though.
The one with Daniel Kaluuya. Yeah, that's good. The X Factor type one. Yeah, I love them. Yeah, they're good.
And also Smithereene. That one's.
Yeah.
I know
how many Blu-rays have you got, Josh? You should do a collection, says David.
Yeah, I will do one. Yeah, it's just
that'll be good.
To think, I did a 10-minute video this week. It took me about 5-6 hours to edit. How long is the video? It's going to be about 40 minutes to edit. The 40 minutes to do. But I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it, sure.
Peter says, compared my DVD of Stepmothers and Alien to the new Grainy Hour Blu-ray of it, kind of like the DVD better. I think the DVD was UK. Wow.
Oh, right.
It's the thing with transfers showing off the grain in it, because I watch DVDs now and again and the picture's really soft, but it kind of looks nice, like the detail's not there or the skin complexions, but I don't know, it's just something about the smoothness of the image. Like I watched a Butterfly Effect on DVD and it was fine,
I'll tell you what Blu-ray's unwatchable though, Dread. The Dread Blu-ray is horrendous.
I got it on 4K, the one with
Carl Urban.
Yeah, the one with Carl Urban.
Lucky, because the Blu-ray is one of the worst transfers I've ever seen. You can't see anything.
It's quite well detailed
in the 4K reality movie. Yeah,
they did say that they were going to do one. They did a short film on YouTube, I think, with Michelle Rodriguez, directed by Robert Rodriguez. What was VR? That was a few years back.
Dr. Impossible says, I don't mind grain, but there's too much messing around with films these days. It's got pretty crazy. Oh, I can understand that. Cara says, I know about the stock being used in older movies. I love a nice layer of grain. Yeah. Everybody likes what they like at the end of the day. Bradley says this. We'll better move on. DVD from Filmbook says the Ultimate Edition of Predator was laughably bad. All the characters look like wax figures. Some shots look worse than DVD. I believe Fox learnt their lesson with the 4K. Yeah, I've heard the Blu-ray is a bit odd. They look like action figures. To be fair.
Yeah, I think the 4K for Predator that is pretty grainy, but I think it's just that's how the film's supposed to look. Yeah. I think like with the DVDs, they must have tried. I mean, with the Blu-ray, sorry, they must have tried to get rid of the grain because I think there is quite a lot, and it just kind of they made it too smooth.
Yeah. Peter says they were sourced from prints. Oh. The viewer Drew says, "Are you excited for Expendable 4? What are your thoughts on the first three?
Not really.
Fun action films. Go on, bring us another one."
This one's probably going to get leaked again, like the last one.
Yeah, they're fun standard action fare. Their main gimmick is having all these old action stars.
Yeah, that's the main reason people watch it.
Well, what's funny about that is though they had all the big action stars in the first one, and Jason Statham showed them all up, really, didn't he? Like everyone's just there to see Jason Statham these days.
Yeah,
he's quite a big draw when it comes to action fans. I mean, I'm not a big Jason Statham fan, but you know, he is a big draw when it comes to modern day action films. Like,
yeah,
I thought the last one was awful. The third one.
I've heard the third. I've heard the third one's real bad. Yeah, they're just like wasn't it 12?
I think so.
It
Yeah,
was PG-13.
Yeah, and they're not even in it. Like the main people you want to see, they bring in like a bunch of new people.
I was like, why is Frasier here? Why is Kelsey Grammer here? Why is Sideshow Bob?
Yeah.
Why is he in it? It's just odd.
Why is Jackie Chan 2.0 in it? You know,
it's just not making no sense. But see who we get in this Expendables 4. I mean,
Megan Fox is in it, so Machine Gun Kelly's going to make an appearance.
Maybe they lean towards more women action people, like a Cynthia Rothrock in it. You can see who she is in.
That's true.
Michelle Yeoh needs to be in it. That's all we need.
Dr. Impossible says, just imagine interacting with the characters in the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. Whoa, man, what a psychedelic trip. Yeah, definitely. That film is out
Indeed. There. Holy shit.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, a lot of films in the 70s, 80s were particularly shot on bad film stock and often really had bad levels of grain. Yeah, they're products of the time, so it's obviously going to be like it. David Beach says, keep up the amazing work, guys. Thanks ever so much, Dave. That really means a lot. Peter says, Playtendoguy is super excited for Expendables 4, also I've heard. To be fair, nah. I'm not really that bothered about it. Are you super excited for it, Peter? I bet you are. DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, I believe the Dread Blu-ray squeezed both the 2D and 3D and extras on the single disc. Yeah, that's like ridiculous. That is.
It's ass.
I know quite a few Blu-rays have like the 2D and the 3D versions on them, and I'm like, wow, why? Coral says, off to bed, people. It's been going on long enough. See you next time. Thanks ever so much, Coral. It's always a pleasure you come on the stream. See you, mate. Good night. Bradley says, sorry, Pete, but if your guest mocks the viewers, you should ignore their replies. Very disappointed. Night, Carl and DVD, and hope we didn't fall out. I'm sorry to hear that, Bradley. If you want to message me, we'll have a talk.
Completely missed all that. I can't be fair.
DVD and Film Bloke says the first Blu-ray of Predator had grain intact, however we had no extras. Predators was shot on real cheap stock back in 86 and 87, so as a result had a lot of grain. David Beach says, just how many CDs do you own in your collection? Well, you've done a collection video, haven't you, Josh?
Yeah, but I've added a few since, but check it out on the channel.
Yeah, definitely.
I only did it, a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? I think so. Racking up the views, but yeah,
that's good.
It was a good video to do, so go watch it. Fun.
Danny's back. Hey up, I'm back now.
Back from walking the doggy.
Yeah, walk this dog.
Great to see you back.
You're lucky you can walk yours, mine won't go out.
DVD and Film Bloke says, Bradley is fine. I don't disown people who have different opinions, even if it's wrong.
I don't either.
Pete says, what's the cover on the first Blu-ray of Predator UK?
It's not very good. It's not very good.
I don't know. Carl says, no, mate, as long as you don't find me a word of get a hate and grain, we'll be fine.
What?
Danny says, rate every Tom Hanks movies you have watched.
Oh.
Wow.
We'll
We'll be here
for-
all night, I think.
Yeah.
But definitely, mate, ask that question next week because we're going to try and wrap everything up
Ask it at
now.
the start.
We'll hit the full hour
DVD
mark.
Even Film Bloke says it's had a close up of Predator's face as well as all the marketing crap. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
it
version
did,
I've
yeah.
got, the trilogy, I think. Yeah, the Predator mask. Danny says woof woof. Dr. Impossible says, night, you lovely film buffs. The Sandman calls time. Yeah, I think he's calling me and all. Night, Dr. Impossible. Yeah, with the mask. And David says, I will always support your channel. Thank you ever so much, David. And on that note, I think we'll finish it up for tonight. This is like another super long stream at 4 hours and about 13 minutes. So, yeah. This is my life, Danny.
Oh,
says,
Jesus Christ.
One more for next week. Every
Oh,
Dick
no.
Cage film.
Does that include the
Peter
like,
says
Left
the one
Behind?
released in 2008. But yeah, we've definitely got to finish up for
Yeah.
tonight. Yeah, it's the one that released in 2008, Peter. But yeah, as always, thank you ever so much, everybody, for watching. Thanks for Andy. Thanks for Mike for joining as always. Thanks for Bumper joining. If you're not subscribed to Bumper, his channel links in the description. And thanks so much, Josh, for joining. But yeah, join us again next week where our special guest will be one of the ones I always really enjoy saying, TBA, because we haven't got nobody yet. But as always, thanks ever so much, everybody. So see you all next week. Bye.